Very nice. A lovely classic. Todd Howard's favorite song. We have heard a lot of lies this week. Of course we have. June the King was on with Agent Proper, and of course there were technical difficulties. So we could take a look at that, or we could hop right into Atlas the Bookkeeper stream, because he's started to restream at 8. So he's probably going to look over the June the King documentary as well as
dry skin, cracked,
the follow-up with Agent Proper.
and oozing. It's not right.
So we just be
lifestyle. I'm choosing
retreading ground.
greasy skin,
Took a look at it now.
smelly demeanor.
Instead we got Misery Merchant here.
Every day, I look more like the B movie Creature.
Of course.
I can't say
My editing is never
I don't
done.
have
Even when I'm
20.
done, I have projects.
Other kids at school said my head is
the back
shaped
burner.
funny. I flare up.
How are you guys doing?
Persistent gout. Never
Voting out.
mind. Food we ordered out.
It's always editing. It's always editing I could be doing in the background, of course.
Acne doesn't help my
And I mess it up.
bluish complexion.
Let's
Don't
see.
receive physical
It's a random costume to
activity.
start with.
No exercise in a state of captivity. I can't sleep. It's a constant affliction. One more pull.
Cody,
My
very fitting.
addiction.
Since I plan on being
My
quiet.
throat's sore from post-nasal drip. I get stressed out when I don't dip the tip. Allergies. Slowly thinning hair. I sneeze and I snort. I sway in my chair. Carpal tunnel has my wrist and bind. Depression is still in the back of my neck, the back of my head, the back of my mind. My input job, reflexes, delayed, blame the lag, not the moves I made. Give me a pill. I'm dark side pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me effective techniques. Give me a pill. I'm dark side pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt
Haunting.
should be apologetic for giving me effective techniques. Give me a pill. I'm dark side pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me effective techniques. Give me a pill.
Very stylish.
I'm dark side pill. Leave me here. I just want to chill. My mom, my dad, my aunt should be apologetic for giving me effective.
Great use of the instructions. Where are you, Atlas?
Let me be
Oh,
clear. Now, I'm not a political guy, right? But this is twice in 1 year that I had stuff stolen straight out from under me, see? So, finally, at the end of the shopping trip, it hit me. I gotta get this cranberry sauce, 'cause I'm gonna grab it now, I'm gonna forget about it, right? So, I'm not stupid. I grabbed my phone.
I'm not
I was
stupid.
gone for 2 minutes. Someone stole
I
my
don't know.
card. My brain was addled. My head was being rattled. They're out of their fucking minds. They're going to keep getting away with it all the time. I was gone for 2 minutes. They stole my pumpkin pie. Just to confirm, I grabbed an employee, and they said, definitely someone stole. No worker took this cart. So I asked the checkout guy, was like, they're all getting some endorphin high. No logic, no reason everywhere. In this state, any opportunity, anything, they just take. Stupid kleptomaniac fucks stole my groceries bag for an endorphin rush.
I know, that's so good. It's like a parody of a Nine Inch Nails song.
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love casting spells.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for showing up this Saturday morning. I really appreciate it. Speaking of things I really appreciate, all of the people who watched the last video and told me where that graph came from and that I was reading it wrong because apparently I don't know how to read, or I didn't read it at all, being that I listened to the entire thing at work. Either way, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was made that much clearer. I did watch the June interview that happened yesterday. For those of you who didn't know that the Sir King was on the King's Court, or whatever he wants to call it now. It's still the Level 1 podcast, but he's referred to it as the King's Court. That it doesn't matter. I watched the entire thing, and I can tell you I only remember about 3 minutes worth of content out of it. So I wanted to watch it all over again today and hopefully actually pay attention this time. I want to blame RimWorld because I was playing it while it was happening, and then I didn't concentrate at all. So blame RimWorld. It's got me on the hook now. I can't get away from it. It takes all of my time. It's like a drug that you can't quit, really. There is a bunch of technical difficulties at the beginning of this stream, so we're gonna skip over that. I'm not gonna waste your time with all of it. But it is kind of amusing. So we're just gonna go now. Again, thanks everybody for stopping by.
Good morning, everybody. All right, hold on 1 second.
Hopefully there's no audio issues this time, or I might actually rage quit this stream. I'm always ready to crash out as a young adult male.
Testing everyone.
It's
Here we
always
are.
crash out
Welcome
time.
to the special Friday the 13th stream here on DSP Gaming. I hope that everyone is doing well and ready for a fun stream for sure. So this is the pre-stream build-up, meaning what I'm doing here is testing the tech, the settings, and everything to make sure that you guys can hear me and see me, and work out any technical bugs in the next 30 minutes before we have our guest June the King on for my next interview here, and it's going to be exciting.
I think that might be actually the wildest part of this whole thing, because there is about 20 minutes worth of black screen where nothing is going on, and we did 30 minutes. We did 30 minutes of intro to work out any technical issues, and then we still got bodied for it.
Wow.
That might be the wildest part.
I actually really
This
want
is how you do interview someone, Craig. Take notes.
Gotta do this build up. So as usual, when I do these special interview streams, I'm going to have this be an archived stream on the channel that you can watch in its entirety, including this pre-stream, the interview, and the decompression after. It'll all be like one.
We have to do the decompression after,
right,
obviously.
So if you want to watch it later on, back to back to back, you can. But I will also be breaking up this. So this is the pre-stream video. There'll also be an interview video, and then there'll be like the decompression video after the fact, all separate. So that way you can watch them separate if you want as well.
I wonder if he got permission from June the King to do a decompression.
There'll be absolutely no advertisements on
Something
the stream,
tells me he didn't.
Meaning I have demonetized it. So there will be no pop-up ads. There'll be nothing intrusive to the discussion. It's just going to be me and June talking for about an hour to an hour and a half. If he's going to give us his time, which is very valuable, then we're going to respect that, right? We're not going to intrude on it. We're not going to have ads popping up. I'm not going to be reading off super chats and contributions. That would be very intrusive. Instead, we're going to respect the guy, and we're going to give him our undue attention. So please understand.
Undue attention?
That, today's stream is still a normal stream for me, but it will run a little different. And
oh, Iviga, send everybody over here. Very cool. I appreciate that. Thank you, Iviga.
I promise you, during the decompression session after the interview, I will shout out all contributions in due time. You will all get your shout out
undue time
and credit, and I'll answer any questions or anything after June is done with the interview. Okay.
Which is
I'm
the
done with the interview.
exact same thing that the side scrollers did. Like, what if granted, he wouldn't read them if they're negative, or so he says, right? DSP drawing the line on what is and isn't negative is very subjective. But that it's the exact same fucking behavior that he yelled at the side scrollers for and seethes about to this day. So I don't understand how he comes to the conclusions that he comes to and finds that that's okay when he does it, but it's not okay when they do it.
Cool. So we got a few quick things.
He expected them to just not
talk
read
about
the
this
fucking
morning
super
before we
chats.
begin.
Meanwhile,
If any
he's got an
contributions
entire
come
plan
out,
to
come
do
on
it
right
afterwards,
now,
just
I will
like
shout
they
them
did.
out,
Very
but
cool.
only for the next 30 minutes. After that,
I hate the
everything goes on hold
hypocrisy.
when I get June on
Sorry.
here. Okay. Notably, Hard Nose just gifted 5 memberships to the community. Thank you very much, Hard Nose. I appreciate that.
How does he know those are
Thank
real?
you so very much.
They
And
could be
Hard Guest House, I hope
Argentinian.
you enjoy them. So first things first. I don't really understand Discord.
He's got
in
a
this regard,
meme
but
insulting
this
me.
is now the 3rd time. Well, it's more than the 3rd time actually, because we had the guys Kino Casino, then we had Keemstar, then we had Stuttering Craig, and now we've got June the King. All these times I'm trying to learn how to use Discord. I have Discord Nitro, the highest level, and it claims that I can do up to 4K video and 60 frames per second. Does this
Okay.
look like 4K video and 60 frames? No. And my webcam is enabled for 1080p 60 frames right now, and it's not doing it. So I don't know.
I've never heard
what it
anybody
is
struggle with Discord more
It
than the
claims
guy,
you have
dude.
these features.
I get that he's 42 years old and this is a new piece of software, but I remember when I first started using Discord years and years ago, I want to say it was like 2015, 2016, something like that. It's not fucking complicated. And you don't need Nitro in order to get the higher qualities. For those of you who use Vencord, big ups, you know what's up. We're not paying for shit out here. Not me. But just like he has so many issues with a software that everybody else is extremely familiar with and isn't complicated at all. I don't know how he struggles this much, man.
when you have Nitro, and they just don't exist. I don't know.
Why doesn't he
if
use
there's
the
some
camera
hidden
source for
menu
his
you
own
need to
stream?
enable them in.
He
I
had
would
some
love
sort
to
of
have
dented
myself-
ass reason for that, actually. Something about he couldn't use the camera and or he couldn't use the camera source and use it in Discord at the same time or something. I'm really unsure. It didn't make any sense
60
to me.
frames right now. I am 60 frames on my normal streams, but it doesn't seem to work through Discord. Spike Vincent,
Oh my
yes, I'm
God.
using the app. I'm using the app right now. I'm screen capturing the app into OBS. And
It's not a being
even the
old
video
thing?
in the
Okay,
app, it's not even
okay.
just the screen
Gives
grab.
me hope for the
video
elderly
in the
styles
app is
out
not
there,
60
then.
frames. It's only 30. I can't get it to show at 60. No matter what, there's no option anywhere to do it. There's not even an option in Discord to say select video quality. It just says select webcam, which I did, and my webcam is broadcasting at 1080p 60 frames and doesn't do it through Discord. I think right now, I'm probably like 720p and 30 frames. And I have no idea.
I'm not
I did.
ignoring the rate.
I'm so
I bigged it
confused.
up. I bigged it up. I vegan knows. I hope I vegan knows.
So this is essentially
They're
right
asking
now,
for
this is the best I
sandwiches and they
can
know
do.
the sandwich shop.
He has such a shitty setup. Just like, look at how long it takes for him from receiving a tip to putting it on the leaderboard. It's so crazy sometimes. You take a step back and you actually listen to it for a moment. Let me rewind it a little bit. This is Premiere, so it might take a minute to play. Of course it will.
Never. I hope not. I hope no one fucks a horse tonight.
Come on.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here. I received a $7 tip
Let's see.
from Super Snow Carl Turbo HD Remix. He said this is gonna be a long message. Okay, hold on.
Hold on. How long did we wait? It's been 20 seconds so far since beginning reading the tip notification. 30 seconds.
Let me get him up on the leaderboard since it's gonna be a long message. So it's Super Snow Carl
40 seconds.
2 Turbo HD Remix. What a name. This
50
with a
seconds.
$7 tip. Okay.
When does he start reading?
So let's see. He says, you
An entire minute after beginning the tip notification reading. it takes him an entire minute after to start actually reading the tip because of all the dumb janky shit he has, his manual leaderboard, setting the animations to play manually. Like, other people get this handled immediately, but you waste an entire minute every time you receive a tip. Crazy.
Is closed on
Discord,
Saturday.
I know it
I
doesn't
don't
look as
know.
good as my normal video when I'm
And
on
then
a
I get you,
podcast
dude.
or even on a gameplay stream. I'm just scratching my head about
It
it.
just shows he cares, dude.
I don't understand. I know it still looks good. Like, no one's complained, oh, the visual quality isn't that good, but it's very annoying.
Duh.
It's definitely annoying that I can't do what I want.
Everything's
to do,
annoying to this guy. Why am I not surprised that this is as well?
Whatever.
A minor
Anyway.
inconvenience, and the guy will lash out at the world.
That's that. It's gonna look like this today. It looks fine, right? Looks pretty good, visually and everything. Sounds fine. I hope everybody.
Yo, Proper's
I hope we
here.
don't have technical
Big ups
issues.
for the
We met with
June
Craig.
interview last
He
night.
had a million technical issues.
Despite the
and they were
technical
all on his
difficulties,
end.
I was
Like,
waiting
first
with
his mic wasn't
bated
working at
breath.
all. Then he got it working, but he had that noise cancellation crap on, so it wasn't picking up his voice, and it took us like 10 minutes to figure it out. I think June will be a little bit more professional than that because June uses Discord to talk to people, so he probably understands how to use it. Typically when you're going to be on an interview, you're prepared to be on the interview, so all your shit works. Not you show up at the interview and nothing works. It's kind of like
Really?
an air of professionalism, and I think that June has that. So I think we're going to be fine today. Just saying, in comparison to the previous interview.
Isn't it ironic that he's the guy who had technical difficulties after doing this bullshit? Wild. Just fucking wild. To shit on Stuttering Craig for not understanding the software that he also doesn't understand, right? Like, how are you supposed to know that you have audio issues specifically with somebody else in a call that doesn't exist yet when you don't even, you're not even there? It's like, a lot of the other detractor styles use video. You don't know that you have an issue with somebody in video until they join the call. That's just the way that it works. And then that's when you get your technical difficulty style ALT stream where everything's all fucked.
Anyway, and by the way,
Nothing to do with
we
professionalism
do
and
not
everything to
know
do with
if
when
June
people
will have a
show up.
webcam today or not. It is totally his call. Like, he asked me, do you want me on camera or not? And I said, dude, that's totally up to you. I know that June the King is not an on-air personality. He's not here broadcasting himself every day like I am.
I just dumped fucking
totally
coffee
that's
all
his
over
call.
myself.
And
Very
I'm just happy
robust.
he's going to be on the show. And if it's audio only, I'm perfectly happy with that. But if he wants to be,
Fuck me, Ron.
webcam on for the conversation, then he will be. It's his call. So I think, it's all up
He's
to him.
spilling
We'll see
all
what
over
happens,
himself. Okay.
Perry
No
just got
problem.
5 memberships to the community. Congrats to the people who get those. Also, I received
Yo, big
my
ups,
first tip of the
Perry.
day, and we should talk about that too, the tips, because what an unlikely thing happened last night. So Nico tipped me $2. Says, I've been thinking about this year-end list. This year's been very weird. I don't even know if we have enough games for a top 10 game of the year list yet. Looking forward to the June interview, having a good one. Thank you, Nico. It's definitely been a weird year. Tons of games ended up being mass disappointments. The games that have been some of the best, no one expected to be good. Like, I would argue one of my favorite games of this year is Another Crab's Treasure, and I never would have
All
thought
right.
it would have been even good
I'm
at all.
RTU now.
And if you
I
want
got
my
this.
opinion, I
It's a
think it's better than
shitless
Black
stream.
Myth Wukong.
Don't worry about it.
So there you go. What a year. What a weird year, right? Thank you for that. Thank you for the first tip. Okay, so remember, there will not be pop-ups or anything on the screen. I'm only shouting out stuff now. Once June is on, all that goes on hold, and then we come back after the June interview. I'll go to full webcam quality again. And then we will do a decompression where I will do shout-outs and the like, okay?
Okay,
So please, if you do
how about
contribute,
we
thank you
get
so
there
much. I
then,
will give you credit
DSP?
after
I
the
don't
fact.
know.
So
I don't know why
the
we're
weirdest
spending
thing
so
happened
much
last
time
night.
not there.
First of all, yesterday during the daytime
30 minutes
stream,
of prep
you know,
is
during
kinda
the
crazy
podcast and the
live,
original
not
gameplay
gonna
of the
lie.
Marvel vs. Capcom collection, we absolutely exceeded all the goals. Like, we hit them in every regard. It was super chats were great, gifted memberships were great, tips were great, all good. So the King streak continued to 4. And then last night, I'm gonna be honest
good times. I want to say outright, like, there's a lot of talk, especially when it comes to DSP and his interviews or whatever that he does, about decompression segments, and it just kind of gets glanced over the fact that that's so fucking stupid. Like, when it was the side scrollers doing it after talking to DSP for 5 hours, the idea of a decompression segment actually makes sense. There was multiple people there. They all had different thoughts and takeaways from the interview itself. Of course, they're going to want to talk about it to the audience. That makes sense. DSP is one person who would interview somebody for about an hour and act as though he has 100 things to talk about. He has all sorts of different takes. Brother, just play your fucking video games and talk about whatever you want whenever you want. That's kind of the idea of the stream, I thought. I don't know why he feels the need to steal this idea from somebody else when his if you want to call it a show, is not nearly as put together as anybody else's. It's actually a waste of time. It's a way for him to make himself sound more professional when he has no business saying it.
I absolutely positively did not believe that last night we were going to hit our goals. I thought it would be the end of the streak again, which is fine.
Well, he said he knew that he would hit the goal.
Day stream with a good podcast and a good gameplay, it's going to always hit it. And then there's going to be some streams that are a little slower dependent, right? So last night, basically,
okay.
We did our stream with MVC Collection, and it was fun. We still can't play MVC2 consistently, which sucks. I really want to. But I can't because the stupid thing won't work, right? But I played all the other games. Marvel 1, we played some Marvel Superheroes last night for the first time, more X-Men versus Street Fighter. And by the end of the stream,
boring.
We had raised $77. That's a great stream.
Yo, and for anybody who hasn't seen the fighting game bullshit from the new collection, bro is actually doing infinites online. Like, all of that shit that he talks about, people being scrub players and oh, he's just fucking mashing, there's nothing I could do, shitty netcode. Like, this is the guy who's actually doing infinites online in ranked play against people who have very clearly never played the game.
It's a pretty
like, he is the person that he claims to hate so much. Imagine that.
All, a fighting game stream, especially old school fighting game. It's not like we're playing Street Fighter 6 or a brand new one. I was
not
pleased,
bad at all.
Is it the end of the stream?
All right,
yeah,
coffee's gone. I can't spill anything anymore.
So then I turned the stream off. I'm setting everything
My
up.
water's got a lid like a
I'm
baby.
I'm turning this off, turning that off. My PC actually needed to be restarted and had a Windows update and stuff like that. So I'm doing all that. And I literally just sit down and I start recording Ask the King. And as I'm starting up Ask the King, I see a blip in my inbox. What? And I look. Someone.
Oh my God, it's money.
As the stream was going offline at 9:47 p.m. Normally I end my stream around 9:30, but I stayed around for an extra set or two. And I'm saying Ask the King. I'm sorry. I mean,
waiting for money.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, he said Ask the King like 3 times.
So this is a clip from
you see
the Elden Ring
positively
pre-stream.
being talked about within the Kino Casino and Broken Review Tech communities.
This
Now,
clip aged well.
FYI, no, I pay no attention to anything in any kind of drama circles or anything. I'm just here with you guys. That's it. I have this here on my streams, and then I'm with my wife and my family outside of streams. That's it. I don't pay any attention to
This
the
wasn't
internet
that long
drama.
ago.
I'm completely disconnected from it for a good reason. If you haven't noticed, this year has been a good year. We're 6 months in. There's been no drama around DSP and the circles. Yeah, we're good, right? We're good. I dodged many bullets this year so far. I don't want to go any wrong direction. We're good with how things are going. Okay? So no, I have no idea what you're talking about. For good reason. Okay? Now,
very convincing. Not a pathological liar at all.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Okay?
No
He's got
drama.
that boomer brain. He's talking about literally the wrong.
Sorry about
He's talking about doing a show he hasn't
was
done in what, over a year now?
3 months ago.
Hasn't done Ask the King, but he's sitting there talking about it, and he said it 3 different times. Very cool.
Brain fart. Okay, so I'm doing the daily wrap, and this $100 tip appears. Well, it didn't appear, but I noticed
Oh
it
shit,
was
Eric
in
running my bad.
Well, it didn't
I
appear.
pulled the cat picture.
And this person says, just please keep this anonymous.
Might
I was
be.
like, so we did actually hit the King streak last night. It continues. This is now, we're at 5, and we continue. Now, remember what I said. I said if it continues through today to tomorrow, so that would be this stream, tonight's late stream, Friday Night Fights, and then tomorrow's daytime stream, I will order food during that first stream, and we'll do an impromptu Feasting with the King tomorrow after the gameplay of the first stream ends. I will have a meal with you guys.
What a
here live on
saint,
stream.
dude.
We haven't done one in about a month and a half.
Really treating his
so this would be
audience to
pretty
him
cool to do. I just don't know
mowing
what it'll be
down
yet.
on
I'll
some
have to talk to my
food
wife
that
to
nobody
figure out what
wants
we
to
wanna
see
order.
him eat.
But that'll be
Hell
tomorrow.
yeah.
All right. So that was pretty cool. We hit it out of nowhere. So again, if you want to see that happen, if you want to see the King streak continue, crushing the goals, felting the detractors, making Duty cry. I don't know why it just fits naturally saying making Duty cry at the end of that. I don't know why. I really don't know why. It just fits so perfectly to say it, right? But anyway, if you want to do that and you like the content, please support everything. Let's get it going.
Because you're deranged and obsessed
I'll
with
shout
him.
out as much as I can before June is coming out. Showing about 20
that's
minutes.
an answer.
Okay? Yeah. So anyway, I was like, wow, we hit the goals. I wasn't expecting that at all. I thought it was going to end, and it continued. So thank you for that. Whoever that was, that anonymous $100 tip last night, and the streak continues, which is excellent. All right. Now, to make things perfectly clear,
The streak did not continue.
today.
He knows absolutely who
I
it
don't
was.
personally care how much DSP
Gets their
I don't
information.
care how much money he makes. I don't
Okay.
care if he's hitting these streaks or not. I don't give a fuck if he's putting on the vest or doing his stupid. And I don't care. I couldn't care less, actually. I do think that it's incredibly dishonest to make a streak and then continue it despite not actually like hitting the prerequisites that you would have to hit in order to continue the streak. Because the point of the streak, I thought, was to make the money before the stream ends. That was the goal for the whole stream, right? If you didn't hit the goal before the stream ends, that motherfucker is over, boss. Like, you're lying to yourself and everybody else if you continue to say that it's fine afterwards. Yo, thank you, Popper Lives 34 links for joining the 60 Skulls. Hell yeah, brother, thank you. But he's just lying to everybody else, including himself, when he says that shit. It's I don't know. I don't like it. Just don't be a liar, bro. Why are you trying to make yourself seem more successful than you are? And a $100 tip from Anonymous, somebody who didn't even want to be associated with you enough to put their fucking name out there. LOL, brother.
All right. Today is going to be a very cordial interview with June the King. I want to pick this man's brain about his methodologies and how he does his work. You know, how he actually feels, perhaps, about some of the subjects he's done his documentaries on, including me, obviously. Like, I'm going to be a big subject of discussion during this interview because I'm the latest.
Imagine that. DSP's going to talk about himself.
And
No
I'm
way, no
fascinated
way.
by, you know, what did he
Who
come
would have
across
thought, you
researching? How does
guys?
he feel about all these topics and things? And you guys submitted a ton of questions for him. Over 30 questions. There's no way I'm getting through all those questions, okay? But there's a few I'm probably going to skim through, pick some of the best ones. Just so you know, I might already ask him some of these questions before we get to the, like, I've read through these. I was like, oh, that's a good one. Like, one of the really good ones, why did he make multiple thumbnails? Why was he changing the thumbnails back and forth? And what made him settle on the one he did? And what's up with the fact that there's a bald fill in the thumbnail that's on the video right now, right? Like, that's a good question. That's actually.
Is that a good question, though? You're going to ask this guy why he was changing the thumbnails on his own fucking video? Who cares, bro? Like, actually, who cares? Granted, I'll tell you, his answer was, I guess, more interesting than I initially thought it would be, but it still wasn't worth talking about. I don't think that was a good question at all, personally. Who gives a shit?
A legitimately good question. Everyone was wondering that. Why was it doing that? So that's some good stuff. So I might already ask him some of these questions during the interview. All right. So
Also,
FYI, I
how
might
incredibly
not,
cool
call
is
it
that
out
the
later if I've
DSP
already asked
couldn't
him
even
the
come up with
question.
enough
We might get to
interview
that, we might
questions
not, but I'm gonna
himself
try
for
to
the
integrate your
actual
questions into the
interview? He had to steal
to try to get some good answers for you. These are
beforehand.
great.
That's a really big cat picture.
Where was the other one? There's
apologize.
another really good one that I like here. I already said, like, how does he feel about his subject? I mean, this is a good question. How does he feel, you know, with the amount of harassment that I get on the internet versus the stuff that I have done? Does it feel like it's equal in comparison compared to the other people he's done documentaries on? Because he's done documentaries on people who have done some pretty gross
This
stuff.
is a fresh
and
fresh
they don't
picture.
have
She was
entire
just in that
quotes
window.
of hate
I
against
took
them,
that
right? So that could be
like
an
2
interesting
minutes ago.
question, right? Okay. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting interview for sure. I'm excited for it. But I want to make this clear. Today, this is the focus. The interview is the focus, and then we decompress, and when we're done with that, probably I'm going to play some Marvel Collection, and that's the stream. Today is not a normal level 1 podcast. Today, we're not doing segments about certain people in drama, because already did someone send me the LTG clip that I was looking for? Yes, I have the LTG clip. I could react to it, but we're not doing that today. That's when we have time for it down the road, we'll do it. I'm not doing that today. That's not the focus of today's stream. You understand? Yes, I'm aware that there's Ethan Ralph content, and there's this content, and detractor content. I'm well aware of all of it. We're not doing that today. That will be for later on in the week. You know, maybe tomorrow. It depends on what happens each day, right? So like I said, I gauge what's going on by levels of importance or interest. And I'm not going to sit here talking about the same subjects every day because that's just boring. I want to make.
But people were asking about it, were they not? Yo, Dark Slayer Don with the 1 gifted. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. People were asking for it, though. He wants to say, oh, I do this shit gauged off of, you know, who's asking for it. And I'm not going to talk about the same thing every day. But if people are asking after it, right? Did you get the LTG clip, DSP? Then why wouldn't you react to it today? Very clearly, people have an interest. And you're going to talk about LTG doesn't know how to play the game. If this topic is hot, if you were sent the clip behind the scenes style yesterday, why wouldn't you talk about it today? You could talk about it during the decompression. I don't expect you to talk about it before the interview. That's the only part that make sense, right? You would just do it when people asked for it the following day to keep the story hot. But whatever.
Mix it up. So
I
we will
just think it's
definitely
funny
address
that he
certain
tells
things,
other
but
people
you'll
that don't know
probably
how to
over the
play
course
the
of coming
game,
weeks. We
and
might
then he
not
does
hear
this shit.
Today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We got a lot of days, a lot of podcasts, right? So no reason to beat the dead horse every day. You know, you come back when the horse is resurrected, and then you beat it back down, right? And by the way,
Who's
Dick
resurrecting
Jones
the
gifted 5
horse?
memberships to the community.
Yo, Dick Jones,
Congratulations
big
to everyone who
ups.
just got a gifted membership. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much.
Who keeps
Okay,
resurrecting
so,
the horse?
FYI, everything
Is it
is looking and
you?
sounding good, guys. I just want to make sure we're having no technical issues right now. The stream looks good. It sounds good. You can hear me clearly. I'm capturing, and it seems to be working. What I'm going to do is when June's going to come on, I'll stop recording. I'll hide the screen. So I'll do this.
Okay.
And then I'll invite him to the call. I'll
My
get him on the
wife's
call. Once he's
fat.
on, then I'll do this.
All right.
And then that way, you know, no stuff will be shown.
I like it.
Thanks for
It'll be
clarifying.
fine.
I was really
FYI, that's
worried.
how we'll do it. And when he comes on, this is going away. That's not.
Could you
gonna be on
guys
the screen when he's
imagine
on the
if
show.
you
There's
would
no
have
point. It
did
has nothing to do
that
with him being
without
on.
saying
He's gonna get
anything?
the undivided
The world
attention,
might have
okay?
ended.
Thank you to
Thank
Andy.
God he
Andy
told
just
us,
gifted
right?
5 memberships to the community. Guys, it's awesome.
So
Thank
fucking
you. The community, I'm
stupid.
sure, appreciates it. We've seen a lot of great names in chat recently, getting access to all of the awesome emotes on this channel, and also not having to abide by the slow mode rules. You get a cool chat crown to show
Hey,
how
good morning,
you're a
Kanye.
supporter of the channel. Pretty amazing. And you know what? I'm going to say this. Boy, am I
Oh,
happy I never
please.
changed the stuff on the channel, like the crowns and stuff. Because, you know, I rebranded a couple years ago. I used to be called the King of Hate, right? That was my moniker on the internet. But the problem is the meaning behind it versus what my idiotic detractor spun it as was drastically different. You know, the meaning behind it was that these people who hate on me all the time, right? They
Mhm.
motivate me to improve myself constantly and do better and prove them wrong that I'm going to be successful no matter what they do. So that's really where the King of Hate moniker came from.
Which is actually incredibly cringe. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure that makes him feel good. I'm sure that, you know, it's supposed to be like a Hercules style underdog, you know, name or something, but that's just incredibly fucking cringe that you would call yourself after the people that are literally making fun of you and saying that you're not worth shit. Like, why didn't you come up with anything else? Just come on, man. Oh,
But these people turned it into, oh, he's a bigot. He's a sexist and a racist and all this stuff, which is
I mean,
not
he did
true.
say a bunch
I
of
mean,
bigoted,
you'd be
sexist, and
hard-pressed
racist shit.
to find
Whether
more
or
than
not he
5 to
actually
10 minutes
believes
of
it, I
content like
couldn't
that over
tell
an entire
you.
16-year span. But early on, I used to do the risque kind of commentary and stuff. So that's what they aimed to. Oh, look at what he did 14 years ago, and they'll act like I did it yesterday, right? So I got rid of that moniker. I said we're not going to call myself the King of Hate anymore because people idiotically just they believe anything. They're stupid. You know, they really are. They're just dumb, and they'll believe anything. So if they're told that Phil's a racist or a bigot or a sexist and he's the King of Hate, they'll believe it, right? So that's why.
And if they're told that you weren't running this WWE Champions account for years when it was very clearly linked to all of your spending, then they're also fucking stupid, right? Like if you're gonna call out one side, you might as well call out the other, innit? You want to talk about how dumb and gullible people are? How about the fact that you lied to people for literally years despite mounting evidence all of the time? But we're not going to talk about that. We're just going to pretend all of the detractors are stupid because they actually watched your content, I guess.
I said, well, let's just get rid of it then. So we did, but I didn't change the branding of the
Good
channel. As you can
point.
see, like the crowns and everything remain the same. So now,
How stupid
I'm
are the
back. I'm
people who
king now,
believed
but I'm not
you
the King
when
of
you
Hate. I'm just
said
the king. That's
you
my
didn't play
moniker
mobile
now, as
games?
The
seen
king
by
of
guys at
what?
Casino Casino,
You don't just
right?
no.
You guys like it, and
You don't just get to be the king. You have to be the king of something. The king of fucking what though? Right? The king of begging. The king of dance. Yo, I like King of Dance. I won't lie. I like King of Dance, but
I think it's a
just
good shtick.
the
You got a
king.
crown and everything. So it just works. And now I didn't change the branding, so it all fits. We even have everything pops, everything already set up for it, because that's what it used to be anyway. So, like, well, I'm glad I didn't change it. I'm really glad I didn't change it, because then we have to redo everything again, right? Good stuff.
we'd
Of
have
course
to
you deserve
redo
crowns.
everything.
Of course you deserve crowns for being a supporter.
As if
Of course
you ever did
Don't
anything to
shortchange
fucking
yourself
begin
here.
with.
There
You
can
think
be more
DSP
than one
designed
king.
any of
Today
those
we're gonna have
crowns?
June the King on the show, and he's a king. There's gonna be a couple of kings doing kingly things. That's what this is gonna be. A nice civil
Prince.
conversation about his thought making process and everything about making documentaries. I'm fascinated to pick his brain about this, and have a great conversation about it.
He says pick his brain
Alright,
like he's
so
some
we have a little
great
bit of extra time.
intellectual.
Right
Brother
now,
made
I
a
shouted out everything. We
documentary.
have no super chats.
What are we
had the one
talking
tip,
about?
but we got a lot of gifted memberships. Thank you for those.
He's
10
not
minutes left roughly
fucking
before I get
a
June on
super
here. What do you guys
businessman.
wanna
He's
chat
not
about? Tag me in the
Jay-Z
chat.
or
We'll do a little
something.
bit of,
Pick his brain for
Q&A here.
what?
And shout outs if contributions come in, and then we'll get him on the show.
I'm being
okay?
hostile.
Have I thought about changing the border, like the border of the podcast? What do you mean? You don't like the borders? I think the borders are great. Quite honestly.
I am penitent, and I'm being toxic today. I'm waking up and choosing violence more and more every day.
No, Again, people are trying to suggest ways around the webcam issue, but it doesn't work. Like for
I'm
example,
blaming
someone
the
said,
coffee.
if your webcam is 60 frames, have OBS just use your webcam, but then have Discord, just pull Discord from a different window. It doesn't work. My webcam will not work in 2 applications at once. And if it's
there we
working in
go.
OBS, then it doesn't work in Discord, and there's an error. It won't even it won't work at all. Like the person won't be able to see me. So I can't do that. Daisy 303 with the super chat says, "We are not worthy, King." Thank you so much, Daisy.
Yeah, somebody was asking earlier why he doesn't just use his webcam source for this stream. That's why. There you go. There's your
Had
answer.
caps lock on. There we go.
Impatient. Come on.
Taskmaster Warman, you're late. We just talked about the community questions that I've skimmed them, and some of these questions I'm already going to integrate into my interview with June. But if we get through it and we have some extra time at the end, I will pull up I have them literally right here on my TV to pull up if we need to draw upon more questions, and we'll just skim through them and pick some of them. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Just scanning
So I think
chat.
that Xbox should release a mid-gen update or refresh. No, I don't think anyone will buy it. No one is buying their current console. So if they did a mid-gen refresh, no one would buy the new one. I mean, they need a reason to buy their console. Right now, the reason is Game Pass, which is a good reason, but it's not a system seller because they're not coming out with enough exclusive games that are good. They've had so.
Imagine actually trying to advocate for Xbox Game Pass, so much so that you're saying that one of the only reasons to get an Xbox is for Game Pass. Quit shilling Game Pass, dude. Real quick, because I have personal beef with Game Pass now. I tried to get Game Pass for the 14 days for $1 or whatever, just so that I could make sure it works before Call of Duty came out. My Windows account, the one that I log into my PC with, is not the same one that I use for Xbox because I had an Xbox account way before. Don't worry about it. Anyway, they don't link up, and I'm having nothing but errors the entire time, despite buying Game Pass. I'm about to just not pay for it again and just buy the fucking game. I'm really on the edge with fucking Game Pass. I'm seething. I'm angry.
Xbox exclusive games that are good, that there's really no reason.
Subscriptions
to
are
buy
a
that
scam
console
anyway.
over PS5. So even if they come out with a Pro, I don't think people are going to go out and buy it. Yes, I like the Left 4 Dead games, but I was just
I am coping.
Reboot attempt. Astrobot
Catch me at
tomorrow.
Xbox
So we'll be live stream on
headquarters
Saturday, and then it's going
in
to be
Minecraft.
daytime stream on Tuesday. We have a schedule change because I screwed up the schedule last night. I forgot. As you guys know, well, some of you probably know. Once a month, I have to take a night stream off to film private patron react and or Q&A videos. This month, I have about 2 hours of work I need to do, which means there's no way that I can like squeeze it in. I have to take a night off, and so I'm going to take Monday night off to do that. So Monday night there will not be a late night stream. So that means what we're going to do is, all right, here's a quick schedule rundown for everyone. Today, it's the June King
fuck's
interview.
sake. I forgot we did this.
There will probably be extra time. I'll reset the stream, and we're going to do a little bit of Marvel vs. Capcom collection, like an impromptu hour stream of MVC collection.
Imagine building up hype from an interview by
Tonight on
doing
the
a
stream,
fucking
45
schedule
minutes of time
segment.
for
That's
Friday
crazy to
or
me.
the MVC collection. Tomorrow,
I'll never
the Lone
understand.
Podcast and Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 on the first stream. The late stream tomorrow night will be Astrobot. Okay. Saturday is my React day. So the first
Sounds
stream
good.
will be Level 1 Podcast, and then we're going to jump over to the DSP React channel for DSP versus the Internet, my weekly.
Did you say
reaction.
Saturday is going to be the
Space Marine 2
React
on the
day?
first stream. The late stream tomorrow night will be Astrobot. Okay. Saturday is my React day. So the first stream will be Level 1 Podcast, and then we're going to jump over to the DSP React channel for DSP.
Wait, we're doing React today? I guess I needed this schedule segment. This one was for me. Okay, that changes
my
my
weekly React
plans.
show. And then Sunday night, we're going to go to the DSP Throwback channel, and we're going to do Retro React to Resident Evil 1 Director's Cut. We started this last week.
Wait, what the fuck are we playing
The late stream
tomorrow?
night will be Astrobot. Okay.
Okay.
Saturday is my React day. So the first stream will be Level 1 Podcast, and then we're going to jump over to the DSP React channel for DSP versus the Internet, my weekly Clips React show. And then
Okay.
Sunday night, we're going to go to the DSP Throwback channel, and we're going to do Retro React to Resident Evil 1 Director's Cut. We started this last week. It was a blast. It's really fun reacting to
I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care. We're going
Tuesday
forward.
will be my final
I'm not
consecutive
going to
stream
listen to this
this
schedule
week.
900
Astrobot
times because my
day
brain doesn't
and
work.
the return of WWE Champions on the night stream, and that's my streaming week. Okay, there's the schedule. There's the updated, addended schedule for you guys.
Yeah, because he just said Saturday
Alien
and then
Boy
Sunday.
13
That's what I'm
Super
saying.
Chat. Was
I
there
think he
anything in
meant
the
to say
documentary
Sunday
that
the
offended
first time.
you?
That's
No.
that boomer brain
Everything that
again.
was in the documentary was exactly as I expected it to be. Like, it's not like June made anything up. He didn't pull anything out of his butt that no one else had talked about before. He basically just condensed an insane amount of information into one 4-hour video.
How much longer do we have
right?
before technical difficulty?
And he added his own research and or commentary on it. But there was literally nothing offensive. Just reporting on drama is not offensive. What would have been offensive is like if at the end of the video he was like, and based on everything we just saw, DSP is obviously a piece of human shit, and we should all deride. That would be offensive, right?
I mean, that's
Right?
kind of what he
Yeah.
said in
He's
a
very-
nicer
he's trying to be
way for
objective,
sure. But that
he's
was
trying
kind of
to
the
be fair,
conclusion he
you know?
came to. He basically said that he has no hope that DSP is ever going to behave any
Probably
better
doesn't
or
even
that he's
ask
going to
him,
redeem
like,
himself
he's
in any
comment all
way
about
and that it's
viewers
always
who
going to
are
be the same
enjoying
shit.
content
Yeah,
most of
that's
the
kind of what he
time.
said.
Because it's an internet drama documentary. Like that's the point. You know what I mean? Like I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that that's the point of the video. Like at some point, you gotta understand how the game is played. The game is played that if he covers the negative stuff, right, in a way, then people will be interested in it. If he literally covered everything and he's like, yeah, but you know, most of this isn't really a big deal, so I don't really know why I'm making a 4-hour documentary on this guy because he has a bunch of people that like him anyway and don't really care about any of this. It wouldn't be a very convincing story, would it? You'd be bored. You're like, oh crap, why did I just watch this? Right?
That would be an incredibly dented takeaway. Like, imagine being so narrow-minded that the only thing that you care about when talking about a person and all of their antics is whether or not at the end of the day there are an amount of people that enjoy their content. That doesn't take away from the story, but it's an incredibly dented, ending, right? I don't personally hate Joshua Block, World of T-shirts, and following his antics is interesting. And there's an amount of people that like him, so we just shouldn't ever talk about him. We shouldn't document anything he does, despite being incredibly interesting. I don't think that's how that works, boss. Besides, if June the King really did come to the conclusion by the end, after saying all of that negative shit, if he came to the conclusion, like, I don't know why people talk about DSP, that's a waste of time. Like, I don't know, maybe that would have got more views, low key. If you're really gonna do all of that shit and come to the actual dented opinion of who cares, I don't know, maybe people would have watched it more.
You know, again, I know how the game is played. I have no ill will whatsoever towards June after having watched that. Not at all. Not in the slightest. I think that it was fair. He covered every topic. Now there literally is a one-stop shop video to watch about me. Okay, and he made it clear that it covered. It says right in the description, it covers me to early.
Yeah, Ghostman Fight. This is sped up. This is 1 1/4. I don't like to watch things faster than that because I miss everything they say.
Are you aware?
Too busy thinking about Subway Surfers.
That I finally broken out of my defensive shell. I've done crossover events with Kino Casino as well as Keemstar, and I'm doing all this fun, positive stuff now. I have a new audience that likes me, and I'm actually way more successful now. And they don't care about the things of the past; they just care about the future. And what do you think about that? Right? I'm curious. I want to get his answer. And if he says, "I have no confidence in you, you're going to blow it," that's his opinion, and he's entitled.
He already said
right?
that though.
But who knows if he's even following?
He actually already said that on Twitter, didn't he? Was there not a June the King post before his documentary came out when people were asking him to push the documentary release date back so that he could cover some of the things that happened this year? And he said, "I don't really feel inclined to do that because I've said everything that I want to say. I've already come to the conclusion, and that conclusion hasn't changed, and it's not going to." And that conclusion was that DSP is a lying, scamming piece of shit, and he'll never change, and he's never going to redeem himself. That was the takeaway, was it not?
In a documentary,
there's no reason to ask him that. He's already said that. Read his fucking Twitter, bozo. It's like you don't even care.
You produce it, you put it out, you hype it up for a couple weeks, you're already on to the next. You're already, you're moving into the pipeline to the next thing. Was there a positive thing about me in the documentary? Yeah. I mean, the FGC stuff is silly, but absolutely he acknowledges the fact that I was good at fighting games. No one can dispute it. By watching that video, there's definitive proof that I was good at competitive fighting games, which my graphics have tried to lie about for the last 10 to 15 years. You can see me winning tournaments in it, and he outright admits he was good at fighting games. I mean, I was an asshole in the community.
That doesn't make you good, though.
He talks about the success of my early days, right? That I was doing things that were getting a lot of popularity on YouTube, and I had a lot of success, and I was a big partner. He talks about all those positive things, for sure. It isn't until really the drama starts around 2012, 2013 with This Is How You Don't Play, and then it rolls into this detraction.
According to DSP, all you have to do is win a tournament, and you're automatically cemented as being good at a game. So even if everybody drops out or you give everybody food poisoning or quite literally kill your opponents before the matches take place, as long as you win in the end, you're good to go, and you're basically the best there's ever been. Sound good? Sounds reasonable to me, I guess. I can't help myself but follow the guy logic.
Final 2/3. I would argue the first.
Yeah, remember all the placement spots he got? Remember when he won 4th?
Really the final 2/3.
Yeah, you guys remember the 4th place winner. Everybody does.
That's nice of you to say. Daisy says, you have a much better attitude and outlook on things than some older stuff I've seen. I'm happy things are going well, and you seem much happier and healthier for it. I agree. Like,
does he look healthier?
I think now, having this different kind of outlook.
He looks just as atrophied and malnourished as normal.
About life and about all kinds of stuff. It's just a healthy way to go about it. I used to be so butthurt about everything. Anyone who said something negative about me, oh, how dare you, right? Now, I just roll with the punches. I don't really care anymore. I've been around for 16 plus years.
Oh, yes, I roll with the punches and don't care anymore. So I see that on screen every day about people talking shit about me.
There's no reason for me to get up in a tizzy about
I don't even care, stupid.
To what end would it behoove me or benefit me to be all over every person who says something negative about DSP, right? There's tons of them every day. And you're always going to have your critics in life. I have way more than most people. But at the same time, as long as I'm doing what I love, as long as I'm hanging out and having a good time and being relaxed and, we're all just chilling and enjoying life together, right? And we have a few laughs along the way. We have a little bit of drama, a little bit of fun.
Begging is doing what you love? I thought you hated begging.
Why would I care about other people trying to rain on my parade when the parade continues?
I don't know.
Anyway?
Why do
no,
you?
Perez, this is not IV. This is the Atlas stream now.
Right?
Thank you for waking up.
You certainly do, though.
Finally awake.
Why would I do that?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Why would you?
I mean, now you see, most of the time, I would prefer not to even moderate. I'd prefer to have a chat not moderated, but sometimes you have these really...
He immediately started banning people 5 minutes after this. After
they're trying to dox and they're saying racist, sexist, disgusting things. And
shitting his pants.
Right? You can't just let that roll on YouTube. You got to take care of that.
I really don't know what he's talking about when he says that either.
Everyone about things. So the thing is,
it's so infrequent that anybody actually rolls into DSP's chat with like racist, sexist shit to say. Like usually it's just them calling him a liar or saying that he's bad at games or something, that he's scamming. None of that has anything to do with any legitimate like moral quandaries. Aside from calling the guy out because he sucks dick. Like that might be a moral quandary, but that's besides the point. I don't know what he's talking about. He needs moderation because his ego can't handle it. It's simple as.
You get more opinions. You get more criticism.
And you're right, Stu. It is usually his fans saying it. You're right. Kirk coming through and saying incredibly fucking heinous shit.
In reality, I think having open discussion is better than having like a closed off thing. You know what I mean? I have the most ban-handing channel you've ever been on. Then you must have only been on this channel and one other one where they don't moderate at all. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, anyways, I'm going to ban you.
And that interaction, when I heard it, like I hate to keep pausing because we're not even at the actual part yet, but that interaction specifically is one of those that sticks out to me because it's like you don't even know who this fucking guy is. You don't know if he's typically in your chat. You don't know if this is an avid viewer. What he could be saying is true. DSP does ban more people than your average streamer because your average streamer doesn't have, you know, the amount of hate followers that he has. But that could still be a true statement. Regardless of whether he does have more people coming through to ban, he is more ban happy than most people. Like, that's an objective fact. I don't know why he would call this person a stupid asshole or whatever he said. There's just no reason to do that. He could have just ignored it to begin with, but he didn't. He had to say something.
All right, here's what we're gonna do.
You're right. We did get an emote because he was ban happy. Like, literally, the lean in manual ban is a meme because of how often he was doing it and how remorseful, or how not remorseful, whatever the opposite of that is. Don't at me, right? How ruthlessly he was banning people without any mercy. Like, that's actually his thing. There's a whole meme for a reason.
Here, and then we'll get started. All right, so just give me a sec. So this will be the end of the pre-stream build-up. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks to those who early supported. Again, if you support during the interview, I will not be shouting it out or paying attention to it, just to forewarn you. All right, I'm going to be focused on June and giving June my attention. When the interview is done, there will be a decompression session where I will do shout-outs for all of you, and we'll have a fun conversation, and we'll have a good time together and get all your opinions after the fact. But we're going to give June our full undivided attention. All right, please be respectful, as always. All right, I'm going to
he bans so much because he's an animal of cycles. I mean, I believe you mean animal of animal of routine.
I'll be right back, and then we're gonna get this set up for June. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right. Steps away. Still not back. There we go. We're back. We'll watch him have some issues, and then we'll skip the issues.
All right, so I can see the sock accounts that are already in the chat. As you can see, they're starting to speak up. They literally waited for me to get up and use the restroom. So let's get rid of the
Many
sock
bans
accounts.
People.
There's 3 or 4 of them.
I thought he didn't ban
accounts.
We
people.
don't have to listen to their
How do you
nonsense
know,
bullshit, right?
bro? Like,
We
you're
can
sitting
focus
here
on,
clicking on these
on our
people's
guest
channels
here.
to find out. Imagine
Here we go.
wasting your time live on stream to
Okay,
grab
let
sock
me-
accounts. What's wrong with you?
Hide this. Hold on. Whoa, there it is. Now, let me end the video call with myself. I've literally been calling myself. Now I need to get this set up to get him on the screen. So hold on one second.
No reason to
do
call
this.
himself, by the way. I have no idea what the point of that even was.
Okay. Let me,
I'm so sorry.
it's tough having 2 screens, but I can't barely see one. I have to get up and go to the PC to even see it. Hold on.
Yeah, the Atlas snort. Sorry. I actually think I have allergies that come out in the fall. I don't know if that's a real thing, but I've been congested.
Okay, you can still hear me, guys, right? Yeah, my microphone works through both apps. My webcam does not. So I basically have to have the webcam only working through OBS, which is why it only shows at the 30 frames. The phone's on here. Okay. Go ahead. Shit. Voice your video. Hold on. It's a million miles away. I can't see it.
Isn't this stream robust, you guys? Don't you love the black style visuals? The all black.
Take your
screen
notes,
you've been
Craig.
greeted with here. Very
Sorry.
cool.
I'm an amateur. All right, here we go. Oh, hold on. Something just happened.
Hello.
Hold on.
Am I on?
You are, but I had a issue with my Discord. Hold on a second, because I think I've had streamer mode on, so it's not showing. Hold on one second.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Like, and the thing with this is, like, I understand he's having a visual issue, but if you can hear him and he can hear you, you could have some sort of conversation while you figure this out. Ask him how his day's going, right? Literally anything.
No.
But instead, there's just no interaction, and it's dead silent for about 20 minutes.
These
So we're
people
gonna
are
skip.
broken. Really appreciate you doing it this way. Sorry that you can't see me, and I'm gonna have to fix this for future appearances. All right, so let's officially. I'm gonna hit record here, and then we'll actually start this thing. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Thank you, June, for your patience. Really stupid thing. Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's not a problem.
Yes, actually wasting June's
All right,
time.
yeah.
Thank God June had
All right,
hours and
everyone.
hours
Hello?
of it, apparently.
And welcome to a very special edition of the Level 1 podcast. My guest today is the internet documentarian on YouTube, June the King. June, how are you today?
And I will tell you, upon seeing June the King's layout behind him, not only am I a much bigger fan of that than I am DSP's garbage heap he's got behind him, but it really speaks to my tism to have a room that empty. I love it. I do. There's something about not having anything that really tickles my brain.
I'm doing good, man. I'm ready for this.
The one
podcast, the
stalker
word you got me.
poster
Let's
being
do
it is kind of
Excellent.
based as
So,
well.
For the record, June has been doing documentaries on YouTube for quite some time. I've been actually watching his documentaries on YouTube probably between 2 and 3 years now. From various different people he covers. Usually people who are invested in a lot of internet
Oh,
drama. And they have a
wait.
reputation.
Before we actually get into it, I seen it come through and I didn't say anything. I forgot about it. Demi Fiend with the 2 thoughts on the Super Crazy situation. I've never talked to Super Crazy. I don't particularly have an opinion on him, like personally. He's not somebody I'm too familiar with. I hope he gets whatever he's after. I don't know anything about law. I don't know anything about his claims. As juxtaposed to what DSP was saying in his video, I'm not going to pretend that I do. I hope DSP loses, as I think every detractor does. But I don't see something like that going all of the way. I apologize, I guess. That's my take on it. I have no invested interest, actually.
And particularly the reason that June is on the show today is because he just did his biggest documentary all time, almost 4 whole hours, covering myself, Darkside Phil. And so, obviously,
myself.
it's a pertinent time to have him on here on the show and to pick his brain a little bit about, his methodology, how he goes about doing his work, the documentary on me particularly and how it panned out and, the work that went into it. So June, I would like to ask you right up front, all right?
Yeah.
In regards to my documentary, like, how do you think it did? Because it's now been out for about, I'd say around like 11 days or something like that. And I think it has around, I want to say 725,000 views or something like that. Like, is that what you were hoping for with a documentary of this magnitude with the amount of work you put into it?
I don't know yet because
Why would you ask somebody this? As somebody who doesn't want to talk about their personal, finances or business style, situation. Well, why are you asking this person how they personally feel their piece of content did, right? If you ask Atlas how he thinks that his last video did, I'm always going to tell you that I hated it and I'm always disappointed because I'm eternally not happy with anything I do. That's just the way she fucking goes. But if, I don't know why you would ask that in an interview. Do you really need this person's, deep-rooted self-doubt on display during your interview? I don't think so, man. And you're asking, are you happy with how many views your video got? That's any of your fucking business.
the way YouTube is treating it's very strange. It has a high click-through rate. It has crazy average view retention. But with video this long, I think I won't really be able to tell until a year from now because it's so long and people keep.
It's also an
referring to it,
incredibly
so
long
it's hard to
video.
say, I guess.
Yeah,
benefits
I'm
from
going to say
being
this.
out
I
longer.
honestly think YouTube cheated you out of some views because if you remember when you did the live premiere, you had 8,000 live viewers watching that thing. And it was only an hour and a half in. And there was so much viewership on that, it crashed the system and you had to make it an on-demand video. And I'm wondering if it even attributed those early views to the video or if they just got erased somehow,
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. I think it was because it was on Labor Day. And maybe the site was getting extra too much for the service. I really don't know what happened. But if anything, I also have an ID claim from the WWE on it. So
Imagine that.
Oh,
yeah, I know. But it's easy.
And it's all your fault, DSP. You fucked over June's video by having a bunch of WWE related nonsense. It was your fault. Pay him up. Ag. I have no idea where the hell DSP got the idea that the premiere views weren't attributed to the video, though. I don't know how he came to that conclusion. I don't know what piece of data he would have ever seen, even on his own channel, that would lead him to that conclusion. It seems like a crazy conclusion to jump to just throw YouTube under the bus or try and, I guess, cope and seethe for June on June's behalf, which he didn't need to do because the video is doing pretty good, actually. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know why he says the things that he says.
To really sort out. So if it keeps going,
It
in
is
a
pure
weird
pig
direction, I
style
might just
paranoia.
upload
You're
it as an
absolutely
upload.
right.
So that way it's distance from the premiere and maybe YouTube might pick it up see it a bit differently. I really don't know. It is such a weird video. You know what I mean? I don't know why YouTube is treating it so differently.
right. And you had just started doing the live premieres recently, wasn't it? It was the Rich from Review Tech USA video that you did your first live premiere, and that one didn't have the issue. So you really don't have the data yet, I guess, to figure out what's really going on. So
Exactly.
I mean,
we
yeah,
don't have the data. So why are we
that is
talking
my,
about it at
I guess
all?
a different solution to take. But right now, I think the video is doing pretty decently. It's gonna surpass Review Tech USA maybe a month from now. So it is on a good trajectory overall.
that's great to hear because I knew when I've been following your stuff for years now, okay, and I keep watching. And I'm like, he's covered Wings of
I.
Redemption. He's covered Boogie. He's covered this person. He's covered that person. And I've been saying this to my audience recently that when you're an internet personality and you put yourself in front of a camera every day, you're going to get your turn. You know what I mean? You're going to get your turn in the firing line. People are going to be talking about you. And I was always wondering in the back of my head, when is June going to do one of these things on me? Because I know it's coming, right?
Brother, the fact that you even thought that should have been a red flag from jump and told you that you needed to change your attitude and your behaviors well before this ever happened. Like, at no point does Atlas think he's getting a June the King documentary, because Atlas does not behave in such a way that would warrant that. It really is that simple. But you can tell by the way, and just please keep a lookout for this. Every time June says something and he answers, and there is absolutely things to ask about it after, DSP doesn't fucking listen. He'll hit you with the gotcha. Oh, okay, all right. Anyway, and then he wants to go on and talk about himself. Like, the entire interview could have just been DSP looking at June's analytics instead of talking to him, and the interview would have been about the same. Because that's all he cares about. He only wants to talk about himself and how the documentary itself did.
I'm curious, what was your methodology in selecting me? Why did it take so long? Because I think a lot of people were wondering why, in 2024 was the right time for the DSP doc when you had done ones on Wings and Boogie and others in the past.
Well, people wanted this video forever. Like, ever since I started making like videos about people have wanted a DSP video. But I was reluctant to do it just because I knew it would take a very, very, very long time, and it did. So I just kind of like bit the bullet, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it just to get out of the way, and I guess here it is, right? That was pretty much the core of it, was like, people want it, here it is.
Right. Now,
Right.
In regards to the documentary on me, it's definitely the longest piece of work
You
you've
might
ever
as well
done,
have said
It's
right
3 hours, 40
anyway.
some minutes. It's incredibly intensive. Like, it goes through my early history before I was ever a YouTuber, all the way through the early days, mid-course, and all the way up to almost present day. It stops about earlier on in 2024. Why did you decide to do such a long documentary, particularly on me, when your previous documentaries had always been much shorter?
Good morning, Kanye.
Well, I mean,
Because there's so much shit. Like, I'm going to answer for him. Pardon, that might be rude, but I'm going to answer for him because there's so much shit to fucking cover. Like, it really does get, like, you get kind of numb to it when you're in the vortex, right? When you're constantly following the guy and all of his antics and you know the lore, sometimes you got to step back and really think about the idea that this guy has been an absolute menace and nuisance online since at least 2008, even before then, during the SRK times and the FGC in the 90s and early 2000s. This guy has been nonstop a piece of shit for over 2 decades now. Imagine being that guy. Like, of course the video has to be 4 hours long. There's so much bullshit to talk about that all of these other lolcows can't even compare, because at least they started being pieces of shits publicly recently, within the last decade. DSP's got him doubled, brother. He's been on the fucking grind. He really is him. You want to talk about king of what? King of lolcows. This guy's got so much shit to go through. He's the best to ever do it, and you can't take that away from him.
it's your timeline, right? So it really reflects the time a person is notable. And let me reference, let's say, the Wings documentary, right? Videos.
Sure.
Wings really, like, he has a really lengthy history, right? But he really only became relevant in the, I guess, low account space in the past maybe 8 years. You have been causing a bit of mayhem since 2003, 2001. So it was really because there was just so much stuff to cover, and people people still wanted more, I guess. But yeah, it was just because there was so much stuff.
Right. All right, cool. So in your process of coming together and working on something
And again, he had nothing to say that was actually tangentially related to what June said. We're just moving on. Like, none of these questions flow together.
Pepsi,
None of
hey.
them really listen to what he has to say and extrapolate upon that. This is definitely not a Joe Rogan style interview where the guy's fucking listening and actually interested in a topic that he's talking about. We're just going down the line of questions.
like you said, this has been requested for many, many years that you do the DSP doc, and eventually you're going to get to it. When you first, because we had actually, a lot of people may not know this, but I'm friendly with June. We've talked behind the scenes for a couple of years because
We're
I personally asked for
friendly.
his permission to react to some of his documentaries, which I didn't have to do. It's fair use, but it's the right thing to do. You be a gentleman, you ask someone, hey, can I use your work? And he always gave me permission to do so.
It's not your friend.
And so, now you had that previous couple conversations with me, and now it's time to do my documentary. So I'm just curious, did you have any preconceived notions about me? Like, what did you know about me
Obviously.
before you started working on the documentary? And did you go about making this documentary any differently than the other ones that you had done previously? For example, some people have said it's
Oh
weird
my
because it
lord.
looks like you talked to people and interviewed a few people during the documentary. And a lot of your other documentaries, you don't do that. You just kind of just rattle off some facts. And in this case, having those discourses in there with various people made it feel a little different.
What an insulting way to put that, by the way. You just rattle off some facts. Saying it that way gives it no credence, gives it no respect at all. It sounds like he's wasting everybody's time and just regurgitating information that people already know, which he kind of is. But to say it like that, especially to his face, is, again, incredibly disrespectful. And like the idea of, did you come into this with any sort of preconceived notion? Of course, you fucking idiot. It's impossible to go into something with zero preconceived notion. He had to have decided that you were interesting enough to do a documentary on, and it very clearly follows a pattern of the type of people that he's been doing documentaries on. Obviously, you fit into that fucking category. What kind of dumbass question is this?
Okay, so I approach like every video, like I guess a bit different.
I'm being hostile again. That's my bad. That's my
approach.
bad.
And typically, if there's like a lot of like easily like accessible public information out there about someone, like that's really all I need. Like, why would I have to go out of my way to really interview someone unless I want to make it like that much more intense, you know, extract that information. But the difference with you was, I believe you contacted me, and once you breached that barrier, I'm like, I can't reject this. It doesn't feel fair. So like, let's get you in on this. And because I'm talking to you, I feel like I have to talk to your opposition.
Gotta
And
talk to the ops.
it kind of developed more and more into that, and there's also like a lot of like, I guess, investigative work about the WWE.
I talked to you, so I went down to the other block where they talk shit on your name, and I had to talk to them as well, obviously, because you reached out. I had to talk to your ops. You're welcome. Get it to yourself, bozo.
It's a lot of elements. Another piece was to, because it was so long, I'm like, why not even just go the extra step and get like a little bit more interviews here and there too?
Gotcha. What I really liked, people are saying June's
Gotcha. Sounds good. Who you might as well have said who fucking cares, brother. Like and this will come up later, but I'm going to spoil it a little bit. He was not upset. Okay. He talked a little negatively about June not caring for the first questions that were asked. And these are the questions that are being asked, right? He's upset that June didn't extrapolate or give longer answers or more in-depth answers when these were the questions, and he had no follow-ups. He barely fucking listened to what he said. How could you expect this guy to just, he's not you. He's not going to rattle on for, 45 minutes on one goddamn question and say the answer 9 times in a row. He's concise. He's to the point. He's got a thing to say and then he says it. If you want him to say more things, you have to ask him additional questions. Why would he waste your audience's time with a 15-minute answer for something that could be said in about 2 minutes?
audio is a little low. Oh, I can try to up that. Hold on, everybody. Sorry about that. Here we go. That's a little better. What I liked was that this time you went all out. Like in this documentary, you had all these graphics and things going on. Like I really liked how you had the virtual me of the Phil show and all that going on. You had the virtual ring. Like you could tell that you went the extra mile and you basically did a lot of production cost on that. And I think people like that, like if you're gonna go all out and you're gonna have people doing a 4-hour documentary and you expect them to sit there and watch, they don't just want to see a bunch of facts and drama. They want to also have some other things added. And the fact that you talk to some people outside of just, hey, here's what happened, but having those interviews, the fact that you had those graphics, I think definitely added to the quality overall. Of
those
the
graphics were sick. I really enjoyed those.
And people, I think,
I'm one of those
have received
people.
it pretty well.
I was talking
If
about it at
anything,
work even.
A lot of people have asked me, well, what do I think about the documentary? Okay, and I'll just give you my personal opinion. I think,
dude, imagine my favorite part of your documentary was X. How do you feel about that? As opposed to my favorite part of your documentary was this. I think it made things different. And here's my personal opinion, despite this being your interview, right? Just leave the fucking call, June. Like, I understand that's unprofessional. You can't really do that. It's a bad look. But like, dude, you're really going to sit here and let this guy talk for 100 fucking hours and you get to talk every 30 seconds, despite it's supposed to be about you? I wouldn't let that shit slide. Personally, if it were me. But that's the way that the guy is.
I think that you touched upon pretty much everything that people expected you were going to touch upon. And it was all finally
bros in a
summarized into
pre-stream.
one, like, super video. It's all the drama arcs of my existence, things from before YouTube people didn't even know about and everything. Not once in that documentary do I feel like you were trying to be like dogpiling on or being unfair to me. And I really appreciate that, because I do feel like there have been some documentarians out there that are kind of unfair. Like they'll try to over exaggerate or hyper focus on one part.
Example?
You didn't really do that. You were
No.
just factually covering everything. Some people, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jim. Some people have
And like he
been
keeps going. You can see like when he starts back up, when he starts on his fifth part to this question or this string of sentences that he's got going here. Like you could see in June's face, he's like, oh, okay, another tangent to this never-ending fucking series of statements, right?
everything. Some people, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jim. Some people have been
Got the lean
nitpicky
back,
about
looking at the
certain
sky
parts
like,
of the
okay,
doc.
I got to start
For
listening
example,
again. Let me
some
start
people,
over.
about the
Very
PC.
cool.
All right, this PC where this guy Mighty Furtado, he built me this PC. And
Some people
when I
are
arrived, it was
saying
partially
that there
not
was a
working as
problem.
intended
I'm
when I
not
tried.
saying it, but
And we
some
got big
people are. I
stuff
just have
about
to
it
bring it to your
publicly about the
attention.
cost and everything.
Well,
Uh-huh.
do
A
you
lot of
agree
people
with
were like,
them?
why was that such a
Oh, well,
shit?
this is
Just
just
sick.
separate.
And I
You just
think
have to take it from their
And
perspective.
this is another point where he's a lot of people were saying this is what a lot of people thought about this, and the only person that was saying this shit was DSP. Just like he did the other day with Craig. A lot of people were saying the way you brought Keemstar on was completely disrespectful and out of line. The only person that was saying that was DSP. If you feel this way, speak on it like a fucking man. Say it with your goddamn chest, wholeheartedly, and don't pussyfoot. There's just no reason to do that. If you felt this way about the documentary, say that then. Let him know. Don't hide behind your viewers who personally couldn't give a shit less.
At least, all right, from your perspective, just to ask you this, why do you
Good
feel
Lord.
that was a key part of the story? This one situation about the PC that you even had him on, and you interviewed him specifically.
It was just another example of like how you slighted a fan, right? It was just another like, and it was someone that I could interview, right? It was someone that I can get like that is still accessible to the state that can tell their story, and that is just to like, I guess, bring a voice to all the people you really, I guess, slighted over the years. It was just one example, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that totally does make sense. Because listen, when I was watching this thing, I was publicly admitting, yeah, I made tons of mistakes. And the problem was in my early days, I had a temper and I basically would like act like I could do no wrong. Right.
And even though this is, kind of related, it's still like DSP just waffling on. He doesn't, why didn't you like, oh, so you interviewed Furtado because he's still accessible. Did you think about reaching out to anybody that is, deemed unaccessible for most people? Did you try and reach out to a John Rambo or a Panda Lee, despite them not being on the internet in a capacity that would make them easily accessible? Nothing like that. Fuck no, brother. That's too complicated. Why would we bring these people up? Let's just keep moving and talk about how we admitted to all of our faults and we're a different person now. Why would we talk about you and your documentary? Why don't we talk about how I feel?
So if someone criticized me, instead of listening, I'd immediately shut it off and I'd be like, oh, no, I know better than you. I'm the big shot. I'm the big YouTuber. I'm the one who has a successful business. How dare you even say that I'm doing something wrong or whatever? And it really irked me, that people would do that. And then over the years, I've definitely learned to mellow out. And now I at least hope that people think that I've improved on that. And I'm not trying to just reach out, and attack every person who's being negative towards me. But, particularly with this PC situation, this was one of the first times in my history that this was someone who had been an outspoken supporter of mine. Like you had said, they built a fan site for me and everything. And when this thing showed up, I really did feel like they kind of screwed me over. And quite honestly, I probably shouldn't have made a big deal about it. I should have just let it go. It's not a big deal, right? I'm the YouTuber. I'm the guy making the money. I can just get another PC if I'm really that bothered by it or whatever. But it got to me, and then I start talking about it, and then I misspeak because what actually ended up happening is in
my fucking God,
to your
dude.
documentary.
It's
someone
like
had sent
listening to your grandfather
original
talk
video
about
that
his
I
old
never brought
stories
this
from a
up, and
time in
played it
which you
live on
didn't
the
even
stream.
know
In
existed.
that
Like, we get it,
original video,
Grandpa.
I
You
had
were
said,
around when the
"This
fire
PC is
was made.
$1,600."
But you
Like, I
can talk
outright
about
said
something
that. That was
else at
correct
any
for your
point.
research. You confirmed it was a $1,600
Something
PC.
modern, perhaps.
But because I'm so stupid, right? And I can't let it go, and I hyperfixate on it. And this guy keeps talking about it. I keep talking about it. The narrative changes to it's $3,000. I don't even know how that happened. Like, I don't even know where that confusion happened, that the number got inflated. So
Because you were seething and dwelling on it in your own mind privately up until the point where you've, extrapolated upon the situation so far that it's not even the situation anymore. Like, that's an actual character flaw that you have that you apparently don't understand and can't work on. I don't know how you don't get that, but it's very clear to everybody else that these things bother you so much so that you misrepresent them in your own head trying to cope it out, and then misrepresented it publicly to everybody else, making you a liar instead of thinking about it critically and actually coming to a logical conclusion, because the Jin brain doesn't work that way.
it's right that you would call me out on that. And I'm glad that you did. But, you know, when there's certain things in the documentary that were kind of hyper-focused on those moments, some people were like, oh, I wonder why particularly
We
this
might as
or
well be
that
watching a
was such
clip.
a long segment. Like the other one, the big one that people actually want me to ask you
Yeah,
about.
I'm just
is
gonna
when
be
you started
doing
talking
the
about
interview
VTubers.
for June.
Because people are like, it seems out of place. No one really thought that a VTuber thing was a big deal. What was your methodology with the VTuber segment? How did that come about?
Well, Phil, you're like, this is a very long question. You're adding a lot. So I guess I
Oh,
have to
go
go
ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. So the $3,000, I believe, came from a comment, and Mighty Furtado, I'm pretty sure, has that comment on his Twitter where you stated it was $3,000 that you said it, right? The VTuber segment too was kind of like to show you like
How are
how
those even
you are
related?
still
Wait, hang
notable-
on. Wait a minute. How did we go from talking about the PC and Furtado to talking about the VTuber segment? I'm not going to go back, but how did we get there? I guess just use that as an example of the way that DSP waffles on in such a way that like you literally quit listening. Like none of it flows logically to a point you can follow. You just get confused. And even June just said like that's a lot. Like you're asking a lot of questions here and you're not actually allowing me to answer at all. I don't
even
know,
like
man.
today, because VTubers
This interview
are like,
sucks.
I guess uniquely
And it's not on June's behalf either.
more recent. You know what I mean? They're a very new form of content, yet they still talk about you. And surprisingly, that was like one of the more viewed segments of the video was the VTuber segment. So I think it was a good idea to add them too. It was just like a bit of fun, even though it was more like one way. I think it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it took me for a loop. There's things in your documentary I didn't even know about. Like I had no idea that VTubers had like a fixation on me. I
They
didn't know
don't
about
have
the
a
search engine
fixation.
to search all my videos for keywords.
And there was more
find
to
how many
it
times I
that-
said that's so wild.
I don't know
That's
why
how
he
big
skipped
his
past.
fucking ego is. He thinks that these VTubers have an obsession with him, that they are like, you know, secret detractors the whole time, despite, you know, not being detractors at all, and instead just knowing about him like through osmosis, like a lot of people do on the internet, right? Like he's the guy. They call him that for a reason. That's because how people know him. I just instantly thinks that anybody who even knows about him is automatically some obsessed detractor weirdo who can't do anything other than talk about and think about him. And that's just not the case.
To me that my detractors actually went out of their way to fish the transcripts for certain words and things. Well, I mean, that must have been a tremendous help for you with the documentary, right?
Oh, no, yeah, no, it was great seeing all the trends of words and whatever. It's a really nice tool. You know what I mean? Like, I like that. Yeah.
Majority done automatically.
Okay. So
All right.
How would
basically,
they
I just want to make this
picture
clear. Before
Move
go
right
through
on past Pig Go,
transcripts?
right? What are the cool,
public.
if you ask me, what are the coolest detractor things to ever exist is Pig Go. It's an incredibly useful tool and allows for so much to be created. And the idea that June the King was on there and learning how to use it properly in order to get to these clips, you would think DSP would have something to say on that, and we've just moved right past it. Very cool. Very cool.
I just wanted to get my documentary stuff up front out of the way before I talk to you about your own, you know, stuff going on. I just want to let you know, I have absolutely no ill will towards you whatsoever. I really don't have much or any issue with the documentary. There was a few things here or there that were slightly off. We talked day one. We talked a little bit about it behind the scenes about one particular thing. Nothing there was a big deal. Everything there I was expecting. And quite frankly,
What in the goddamn?
since I knew this was coming, I was always planning to fess up to the WWE Champions account when I was live reacting to your documentary. I knew you were going to cover it so in depth that there was no way I was going to be able to like, you know, lie about it and weasel my way out of it. You were going to pin me to the wall on that, right? So that's why I did it during the documentary. What are your thoughts on that? That the whole arc basically.
I mean, you were
ends with
pinned
you
down on
reacting
it
and
years ago.
I cannot, and I didn't get this out yet because I did the script for the final DSP June the King react video or whatever. The script's done. I just got to record it anyway and edit it, obviously. I didn't get to say this yet, but I will say this. It is incredibly fucking disrespectful that DSP outright lied to June in DMs for literal months about the WWE thing to only then steal his views by making his own stream the definitive place to watch June the King's react, because that's where you're going to get the truth about WWE champions, one of the biggest issues that all of the detractors have with him. How fucking disrespectful to lie to somebody's face for fucking months about the biggest aspect of their documentary. And then to say, oh, I hope his interview, I hope his documentary does well. I hope it gets 1 million views first week. Yet DSP was watching his documentary first week and giving extra information to him so that people would go and watch his own fucking react to it, despite having an open communication with the person who made the documentary in the first place. Just think about that. And then to ask him on your shows so that you could, I guess, flex on him and tell him that you had this all planned out the entire time. So you planned on lying to June the King only to up your own pockets. Sounds good. Sounds really robust and meaningful to everybody you've ever interacted with. Right on fucking brand.
I don't know. Like the thing is with that is it was kind of like an open secret where everyone knew that you were that account.
Just
Right,
like everyone
pretty much
knows you're
everyone in
gay.
Pockets, like, oh yeah, like even I knew, like my personal
Should've
belief
thrown that
was
one in
you were
there.
always like down
And
from the
been like,
rafters.
"Ah, I'm
So
just
for you
kidding."
to admit it, I'm like, okay, well,
Or am
at
I?
least things can move forward a bit and people can focus on something else. I think it's
You're always the
I guess
last
cool for the
person to
art,
know,
if
Phil.
that was your question.
Right.
Right. Yeah, sure.
In a lot of ways, it was kind of
Everyone
almost
knew,
cathartic
yeah,
for me
you're
to
right.
watch this thing because
You're right,
it allowed
everyone
me to see all
did
my problems
know.
and the things that I've done wrong,
Huh?
and to fess up to them and apologize for them.
Why do you
and to let
need a
my audience know,
documentary
hey, this
for
is
that,
who I wanna
though?
be. This is crazy. How many people can say they've had a 4-hour documentary made about them
Serial
on the
killers.
internet that at any moment you could open it up and see all the things you messed up in the last 16 to 20 years of your life, right?
Not fucking many. And the reason that doesn't happen is because most people don't need a
People who
documentary
run for
to show
office.
them where they messed up in their life. Imagine being so fucking
Locals?
immature and dented that you can't even look at your own past actions in your mind's eye, in your brain, and think about all of the ways that you could have behaved better, that you could have righted some wrongs, all the ways you could have improved your own life. You need somebody to go out of their way and put together an actual production of a piece of content, an actual video to show you how you could have behaved better. Like it's an actual child, DSP.
But it was, I feel like the way you did it, because the way you do your documentaries it's not malicious, and that's a good thing, I feel, and I respect you for that. There's other documentarians out there, they're literally going for the jugular. They're trying
Literally
to make you, like, more
going
of a
for the
villain,
jugular.
for drama purposes.
Do you
I don't
have
think
an
you did that.
example,
And
please?
I
What is
respect
that,
you for that.
Fantasia?
And also, I'll say
I
this:
gotta look it up.
I have an issue with
Is this a real
documentarians
thing?
who they'll do the doc, but then they want to create an endless feed of content, right? And I'm going to
Talking about Turkey Tom. He didn't even watch that documentary.
Aphantasia is the inability to visualize. Apparently, it was first described in 1880. Very cool. Very cool. Maybe DSP does have that issue. Motherfucker really can't think in his own skull.
So Turkey Tom did a documentary about me late last year. Okay. And it's called 10 Years of Failure. And of course, I have issue with that title, whatever. That's not the problem. The problem was after it came out, he said he wanted to interview me. But come to find out, the whole thing was an attempt for him to get me on the Lalcow podcast. And he even said publicly,
weird.
oh, this is a way to milk Phil for content and to keep milking him and getting more out of him. That I'm not.
He
cool
didn't
with,
say that.
What?
And he's looking over at June right now, expecting June to come back and be like, oh, yeah, you know what, DSP, I agree with you. That was totally out of line and out of pocket. He shouldn't have said those things. Why did he ever say that? And June is he's baffled at the idea that DSP would not only be slandering this other person who also made a doc on him, but you'll find out soon enough actually kind of agrees with.
I mean, Phil, I don't know where to start. Like, I feel like that title is accurate too. What was incorrect about Tom's video?
Oh, nothing. I'm not even saying there's anything wrong
Oh.
with this video at all. I'm saying
I
the
thought you
fact
said that it
she
literally
was
went
to
for
try
the
to get my attention,
jugular.
to milk more content and to basically turn me into a source of revenue.
Okay.
That's what he was basically
I guess
saying
you were
he was
talking
trying to
about
do, and
something
that's why I
else
wasn't
just
cool.
before you were
Similar to
talking about
Sidescopes,
Turkey
where I had
Tom's
no issue with
documentary,
their
and I'm just
original
stupid
review.
because I don't get
It's the
it.
attempts to get.
Fucking dork. What about this clip? Take a listen here. Oh, if it is gonna play, you know what? I really should just like. The thing is, like, once I click on OBS to display the capture, I don't know, it just like dumps every little shred of RAM. So whenever
That's right. I watched Catherine play much longer. Cat played for like almost 40 hours. I'm not.
I just thought that was funny, like DSP referring to Cat as Catherine.
That's right. I watched Catherine play much longer.
But that's probably because BITW Awesome in chat said, DSP Gaming, and you watched Catherine suffer through Dragon's Dogma. She helped you make a judgment call, because apparently DSP has no internal dialogue. So if somebody else calls Cat Catherine, DSP has to call her Catherine as well. That makes sense. Weird. Are we unpaused, or... Okay. Huh? What happened? Where's our audio? Is it playing? Or did I mute it?
Absolutely. Narcissism on full display.
Oops. Yeah, I am getting some buffering. Signal strength is not looking good. I don't know why. It is red, but it is around 3,000 kilobytes. It should be adjusting here. It's still red. Hope this doesn't become an issue. Still red.
Display here is DSP just continuously waffles. I keep saying waffles on, but this is exactly what it is. Waffling on nonstop and never actually let it in June say a goddamn thing. Very cool. Thank you for the 5. And Copeside Phil with the 10. He wanted June to shit on Pig Go, but he said, yeah, it's nice. That's how it went the whole time. He wanted June to shit on something, but when he wouldn't, Phil would just move on and agree with him. And that's exactly what we're kind of seeing here. We're getting a little bit of pushback on this because I guess Turkey Tom's a person that you can actually poke at rather than Pig Go, an incredibly robust search engine that is nothing but objective. And a tool for everybody. Like if you really wanted to make fan stuff out of Pig Go, you could absolutely use it as a resource. There's nobody stopping you, right? Thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it.
That wasn't your attempt here with this documentary at all.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine. I mean, like, I don't know really where you're going with this because
I don't know where you're going with this.
Like you keep the drama rolling, and that's fine. That's like I think smart business.
Should be adjusting
I
now.
really
There
just
we
don't do
go.
that because
Back
I'm not
green.
like personality. But I think on Tom's side, that if I was Tom, I would do the same. But I think even with like the Crag stuff, right? You brought him back just to like insult him, and that is like drama too. You kept that kind of going the same way. If
You
that makes
called
sense.
him Crag.
Craig? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I was on the show. No, to be honest, I didn't think that interview was going to go that way at all. Okay, I really didn't. Like,
I just
thought
wanted him to
what was gonna happen
apologize, and he
was I was gonna apologize
refused.
to him for lying on his show, and he was going to apologize for the follow-up where he basically made a lot of money for my detractors.
Oh,
We
you
were
sent
gonna
me
be
two.
cool.
Yeah.
Why do you need to apologize
What
for
happened?
that?
What happened?
Yeah.
Right? I had no.
Shut up, DSP. I'm Zoomer brained and I missed it. Redbird with the 2. June's look of bewilderment is the most amusing. Absolutely. I appreciate the 2 nonetheless. I'm sorry I skipped it. But yes, and even in this freeze frame right here, it seems like every time DSP's talking, he's just confused as to not only how he found himself here, but what the fuck is this guy talking about? Absolutely. And it's not going to change.
Interest in insulting the guy or anything. I mean, he told me to go fuck myself in that interview when I was being cordial. You know,
No,
I was
you
just
weren't. You
asking
told him to
questions,
go
pressing
fuck
him on
himself
things I thought were
first.
unfair, and he's the one who escalated it first. Okay.
No, you
But
did.
in your case, like you said, you're
Yeah.
not that kind of person who's going to be trying to escalate. You're not going to continuously make that content. I mean, at this point, you're probably on to the next 5 projects, right?
No,
Well,
he's
see,
going to be
that's
talking to
slightly
Agent
different. I don't
Proper, and then
think,
that
like,
being said,
I don't see that as an issue to try to escalate. I think drama kind of keeps like the internet alive. I mean, you yourself are like getting more into like the drama sphere, which I think is good for your channel. And I also like.
That's
I don't know, Phil. I just don't understand.
That's
So, I mean,
right.
I think we kind of like see things a bit different here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and that's fine.
I
don't
agree
think
with
that
you.
was-
We see
no,
things
but you
differently.
don't agree with him. Like, actually, that was the point of the question, was it not? Like, I don't think that I don't agree with the drama the way that other people do it. That was the issue we took with Turkey Tom. That's the issue that he took with Craig in the interview that he had the other day. And June the King is outright saying that drama is important. It's interesting to people. It keeps the internet alive. I only don't do it that way because I'm not an online personality type. I'm more of a behind the scenes narrator style. But if I were, I would have done it the same way. That's just not my style specifically. It's actually literally the opposite of what you've stated here. But apparently we agree. If you needed any more examples of DSP just not fucking listening to a single thing that's happening in this conversation, look no farther. It's here right now.
We're ever going to see eye to eye on everything, right? But no, I just want to let you know I don't have any ill will towards you at all. I think it was a fair
Wow,
documentary.
cool,
I think
Phil.
it actually helped me to grow because I get to fess up the stuff that I had done. And
Which you could have done
know,
before the documentary.
thank
You just
for
didn't
being
want
fair,
to because
is
you
what I wanna
suck
say
it.
up front,
You
okay?
suck
Now,
ass.
before we move on, because I'd like to ask you about all kinds of stuff. Do you have anything you'd like to ask me, particularly about the documentary or my history or anything like that, before we move on to other topics?
I mean, the original plan was for me to like interview you, and my main thing for that was to get you like get the confession out for the WWE champions, but that has been fulfilled. So I feel like this is your podcast interview. You can lead it however you want.
This is
So, yeah,
your
let's go ahead.
pre-stream.
All right,
Say
cool.
whatever you want.
There
Who
you go.
gives a shit
Guys,
anymore?
I give him a chance because people were saying, "Are you going to let him ask you questions?" Hey, I opened the floor and he seems to be cool with it. All right, okay. So here's a question.
If I was June, I wouldn't have let this shit slide either. Like the second that we went into actual Q&A just to
What
waste
in
some
the
time
goddamn-
style, I'd have been fucking out of there. Like if you ran out of questions, we have no business speaking anymore. What a waste of fucking time to hear from your dented ass audience. Yo, Copeside Phil with a 5. Phil completely ignored that June said that Phil just brought Craig back on to insult him. And June said, I don't understand. And Phil is like, yeah, I agree. You know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. He goes, you know, I feel one way about drama content, that it's important. And even you are dipping your toes into it and inviting Craig on so that you could felt him live or whatever. So I don't understand what you're talking about. I genuinely don't. I don't know what you mean. And Phil's response was, yes, I agree. Very cool. Fucking useless conversation. You might as well talk to a brick wall.
For you. Why did you become an internet documentarian? Because I actually went
Thank you for the 5.
pretty far
Again.
back on your channel, and I noticed that originally you had been doing different kinds of gameplay and stuff on there, and then all of a sudden you started doing the documentaries and they took off. So what actually created that change in methodology on the content you wanted to put out?
Stop saying
So that was because-
methodology.
so I was making
Stop saying it.
old school RuneScape content, some RuneScape 3 content, and there was this content creator that was going through his like entire drama, and I couldn't find out like what exactly was like going on with him. I was a big fan of like his content, right? And everyone was making like these just like videos like, oh, here's my opinion, here's this and that. I couldn't find anything like, I guess, definitive, or like what his situation was. So I was like, you know what, let me tell a story because I was a fan. It should be easy. It was a 14-minute long video, I think. That blew up. I kept making RuneScape content. Then I was like, let me dip back into the space. So then
We
I made
love
one on
RuneScape.
Iceside, and I was like,
I don't
okay,
know
you
shit
like,
about
kind of
RuneScape.
enjoyed
I never
these
played it in my
videos.
life.
They seemed to be popular. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like how I got into where I am now.
Gotcha. And so now, I mean, you've abandoned the gameplay stuff. You're just solely a internet documentarian.
You've
I'm just curious,
abandoned the
is
gameplay
it-
stuff. What a strange way to put that. You've decided to do something else, something that was more popular, something that was actually more eye-catching and interesting to the audience, to an audience at large. You've abandoned the gameplay stuff as if this is some sort of negative.
Is this actually your full-time occupation? Is this what you do for a living, or is it like a side thing? Because you get a lot of views, but it's hard to gauge like what kind of living you can make doing this. I'm just curious.
Yeah, this is like, I guess, my my full-time job. This is what yeah, this is like my only line of work for right now.
Gotcha. And so
Another
and
very
when
strange
you
thing to
get
ask.
into it-
How are your finances? Are you making enough money online doing these videos to for a living? I'm just curious myself. I want to know. It's hard to gauge based off of your numbers that I'm constantly looking at and talking about on my stream. I'm just curious. Fuck you. What?
topic or a subject.
Mind your
Just
business,
you
bro.
That really is doing primarily the research, or do you have like people who you like pay to go out and do research and then you get that information? Like, what's your methodology? How do you attack a certain subject when it's selected to be in a documentary?
So people do have like researchers, people do have like writers, outliners. They have all these kind of people that work for them. Currently, I think it might be cool in the future to get one, but that's like really hard to like find one, right? Because the writing is the most important part, I feel. And if you get a fact wrong, that really diminishes the video and your credibility. But currently, it's just me doing the research. I have editors that like that's something I do have. I have editors like you're talking about the I guess
Yo,
PS1,
June's
like,
got a team
models
of
that were writing
editors?
the video. That
DSP
was
would
all
be
them.
angry,
I
or
gave them,
should be
instructions, like,
angry.
include this video, make this part more tense. But I leave a lot of the creativity and how they present like items up to them.
Cool. So you're doing most of the research. You're just handing that off to
I'm
editors.
doing it
who-
like I'm pretty much doing it all. Like they do like a little bit in the back end, just like add additional like footage and stuff. But yeah, it's pretty much me.
Cool. And so
cool.
right now, like, how are you going about selecting your topics for a documentary? Like, for example, for me, you said you had wanted to do it for many, many years.
So my question, if I were to ask June the King, which I'm not, because I'm not doing interview styles, I don't fucking care. But my question, I think would actually have been a better follow-up question, is because he says that he leaves a lot of the creative presentation, the visual style stuff to his editors. I would imagine that would be a very important aspect of these documentaries. How does he allow that to happen? Like, how much creative freedom did they really get? Because I enjoyed personally the visuals of like the low poly model, and like DSP said, the ring. I enjoyed a lot of that. How does he know what exactly is going into the video, and where does he draw the line on what is with the creative freedom that they're allowed? But no, we're gonna talk about something else.
You kind of held
Yeah,
off.
what's your
Is it based solely
methodology for
on
how you feed
your
the
audience's
ostriches?
interest? Do
Exactly,
you have, like,
exactly.
interests and you interject that? Like, I'm just curious, what would make you focus on a thing? Because some of your topics are like, okay, I get why he's doing
At
this.
some
but now
point he
it's
said
hot.
that he
But then
reviews
sometimes
stuff,
you'll
and
do one
sometimes they go
that
back and
I've
forth.
never
Okay,
heard of, and I'm just
okay,
curious why
okay.
you would select things at certain times.
I must not have been listening
So I
later
do a
on.
community,
I was
like,
playing RimWorld. You see.
I asked through the community poll section or whatever through like YouTube, right?
Right.
And people give me like a general idea of who they want to see, and then like if it's really split, I'll do a poll. If there's someone like people really, really are vocal about, I'll be like, okay, well, this is who people want, so let me just like go see what they're about and like cover them, I guess.
Gotcha. Now, in regards to the documentaries you've already done.
Gotcha.
this is
Moving
actually
on.
a
Don't
question
care.
a lot of people wanted me. I'm trying to bring up the community questions. I had them on my gaming PC, and now I've got you on there, so I can't see them. I'm trying to bring it up on my laptop. But
I thought Real Professional showed up before the stream and made sure that they weren't having any issues so things like this don't happen. I thought that's what I was told at the beginning of the stream, but I guess not.
one of the questions people wanted me to ask you was, out of all the documentaries that you've made, okay, you've done a lot now. Is there one particular documentary that you're like proud of that you think is overall so far the best? And then on the flip side of that, is there a documentary that maybe like, not to say that you don't think you did a good job, but do you think like, man, this didn't turn out well, or, for whatever reason? And it could be the quality of the documentary. It could be drama that stirred up because of the documentary. So like, what's your favorite documentary you've ever done? And what's your least favorite?
This
I think
boring
the
ass
favorite might be,
question,
like,
bro.
Game Dude, even though it's like a bit more slow and like I guess boring. I think like putting the puzzle like pieces of the mystery of like putting it into a timeline, right? Getting all these
Right.
different sources in there.
Yeah,
I think that, like,
and you
that
know
was
what?
really
You
cool,
guys are
which-
fucking right. I didn't even think of that. He's looking for June to say that his favorite documentary to do is his because he's just the best and obviously the most interesting person on the planet. Why wouldn't June say that his was the best to do ever? The best to do ever. You're right. I didn't even fucking think of that. My brain doesn't work like that.
The fun for me was in like the research and stuff, but I can see like how it might be like less interesting to someone like just like watching like a very slow build up to I guess a game reviewer that became like a homeless stalker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my least favorite it's probably like the mysterious Mr. Enter. I think I could approach that like I that's one that I can like definitely cut down. I just think it was like too long. I could have interspliced the interview throughout the video. It just feels like I could have approached it like way better, I guess.
And that was one of your
Mhm,
earlier
mhm.
ones, correct? One of the earlier docs. It wasn't recent, right?
No, I think it was like 2022 around.
Okay, yeah, so at least a couple years ago. That makes sense. You're getting better over time
Okay,
for sure.
sounds
like
good.
this DSP one, I think when it comes to the amount of how it was paced and the visuals and the things you're doing in there, it's making it way more entertaining for sure. I think you're getting better over time at this. Now one that I know everyone wants me to ask. You about,
Amazing.
right? The one that everyone
Amazing.
is like,
That was just him complimenting himself, by the way. Like, even though that was for June the King, like, oh, I think you're getting better at this. Like, of course he thinks that his own documentary is the best one that he's ever done and it's well paced or whatever, because his life is well paced, stupid. Ack. How could he have a bad documentary when his subject of choice was just goated with the sauce all the way through?
the elephant in the room, the Low Tier God documentary. Okay, and what resulted from that? For people who don't know, June did a documentary on Low Tier God many years ago, and it really rubbed Low Tier God the wrong way. He lashed out at June. He basically used the YouTube copyright system against him. He weaponized it, which is absolutely unacceptable and ridiculous.
Completely unacceptable and ridiculous. That's why you
I'm
did
just
it to
curious, what are
Super
your thoughts
Crazy,
about that
right?
documentary?
That's why you did it to all sorts of detractors throughout the years, despite you claiming that you don't do that. All right,
Man,
sounds
would
good.
you have done it any differently today, knowing what you know now about that guy? And what was the repercussions of him doing that? Like I know you had to make like a panic video about it and everything.
Dude, think about how fucking strange this is, right? Like, given DSP's recent lashing out at LTG, trying to get drama stirred up, to have somebody to interview somebody and ask them to basically start drama on your behalf by talking poorly about them, somebody that's already released your docs information to continue to speak on them is kind of a fucking wild thing to do. And again, incredibly disrespectful. It's like DSP doesn't think about the questions that he's asking or the topics that he's choosing to talk about. And I say it seems like, but I know that the answer is it is. He doesn't think about this shit. He doesn't care about other people's situation after the fact of being on his level 1 pre-stream here. Couldn't give a shit less.
I wouldn't say it's a panic video. It was a video that like really covers the past 3 or 4 years of like the harassment, or I think it was 2. I can't remember the exact amount. But the video, I think I would have changed some things. I think there might have been like some personal stuff that like I wanted to get like an overall picture of who this guy kind of was. But I don't know. I don't know what I really would have changed. I don't know. Like, so I believe you also asked me about like his reaction, right?
Yeah, right. I never would have thought someone would have done something
June
like that. I've been
actively
hit with
having a
copyright
hard
strikes and
time
stuff over the
remembering
years
what
for
the hell
dumbest reasons.
DSP even
And to see
asked.
someone weaponize the system like that's to me like the ultimate underhanded thing to do.
Well, that's what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but I think he's like a genuine, like evil, like psychopath. He has like this
Wow.
community of people who really, promote him and such. And I think he's an evil person, but I think, he is also entertaining. So like, I guess he has that value online. I'm pretty much just like distance myself. Like, I'll probably never do another video on him again unless he like doxes someone, because if I do another video, it's gonna be clear. Like my bias would be too tangible, I guess, right? Because there is that feud.
Well, right, and that's the thing with your documentaries.
Mhm.
You are unbiased. You're coming in as an unbiased, person,
You know.
covering these
Is
people.
he?
And the fact that he lashed out maliciously with you, he abused the system, he doxed.
This is again like DSP just not understanding people on like a more fundamental level. If you think that anybody is going into any situation with no bias at all, you might actually be regarded. Like if you don't understand that everybody is constantly thinking and has their own opinions on pretty much everything all of the time, like I don't know that I can help you understand people. That's just not how this works, man. It's just not. I pressed the wrong button. I muted it. I unmuted it.
He
There we
does
go.
messed up stuff.
My bad.
How
My
could you
bad.
even cover him fairly in the future? I agree with you there. Like if you were to do one, it would have to be like a drama video as opposed to an actual like objective covering of what he was doing. So I just, publicly I've already said about this guy. I've been talking about him recently too in my content. This guy's unhinged. The stuff he does doesn't even make any logical sense. He doesn't even play the game right. Like if you're gonna be a drama guy,
Doesn't even
on
play
YouTube,
the game
you gotta go back
right.
and forth. You gotta play ball. He doesn't even do that. And I don't know. So anyway,
Because
that's just crazy.
because DSP's the fucking master of playing drama content online, right? Like he's been in the fucking game in the trenches with Keemstar since day one, right? Right? I thought we were Mr. I don't fucking do drama. I don't want to do drama content. I just want to play my games for my fucking what word did he was he constantly using all the time? His curated audience. That's what I was looking for. I got there. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't want to do drama content. I want to do curated content. But he doesn't even play the fuck game right. He doesn't understand. Shut up, dude. You got one fucking bump from the Keno Casino and your ego's been through the roof soon. So fucking bad. It's embarrassing.
To me that he did
And
that.
he doesn't even know the shit that LTG does. Like his issue with LTG is that he privates his streams afterwards. His issue is that he doesn't respond to him in a way that he can respond to. Who gives a fuck, brother? How embarrassing is that you're coming after LTG because he doesn't give you the time of day? You have no issue with him actually being racist to other black people, despite being black himself. You have no issue with the fact that he, like any of his behavior on stream in regards to how he interacts with his audience and just the way that he presents himself. No issues with that. It's because he doesn't give you the fucking time of day. He doesn't respond to you on Twitter. Jesus Christ, you're like an actual teenage girl.
To you. And, I just, that's something I would never even think of because someone made a documentary about me to hit them with false copyright strikes and then use that against them is like the most below the belt hit you could do. And the thing is, I don't think he knew it wasn't going to like permanently hurt you. So why he even did it doesn't even make sense to me because it just makes him look worse. But feeding into what you just said, maybe his persona is he's a villain and that's what he feeds off of. So maybe he thinks it helped him to do something like that. I can't
Wasn't that
fathom, but I
DSP's
guess
cope
certain
for
people
fucking
have different
ever though?
wiring in their mind,
Wasn't he the heel? Was that not? Is that not his infinite cope that he was playing the villain character that he was? Yeah, like I said, the heel. But now we're only vaguely sorry, the cat stepped on the keyboard. We're only vaguely understanding that maybe LTG thinks that he's doing the same thing, that's his exact same cope. That's just now came to our mind's eye because June said it. Okay, sounds good.
It is what it is.
Well, that means we're gonna leave LTG alone then, right? We're not gonna do LTG segments anymore because he's just playing the villain and you're giving him the reaction that he's looking for in order to do drama content that you don't care for. We're gonna leave him alone then, right? Right?
Like people are like just born different, I guess. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah,
that's
they're
the way the
born
world is, man.
different.
Yeah, for
Right.
sure.
Nothing I could do.
All right. What I like to do, because I actually have the questions up now. I have my audience submit lots of questions for you regarding various different things. Some are specific about my documentary, others are more general. And I'd like to pull some of them up here and see. Oh, here we go. This is actually a really good one to start. So this person says, question for June. How much of an influence does your initial impression on a subject of a documentary have on how you approach researching them? In this case, with DSP, did you have initial impressions and did that change the way that you went about making the documentary?
It's pretty much impossible to not have like initial impressions just by like what you
Thank
find,
you.
right? And like what you read and like what you're exposed to and like all that. And they didn't really change, I think. People do go extra and some people do believe everything that's being said about someone. But I think anyone could see through what might be true and what might not be. And I think, overall it kind of really did stay consistent, I guess.
Excellent. Okay.
Excellent. This follow-up is not going to be related. You can tell by the way he's already scanning for a different question. Like it got said without being said, obviously. The only impression you can really walk away with from DSP without actually looking into him is that he's the worst, right? Nobody's out there speaking positively about DSP, and if they are, they're in his own chat LARPing. You're not going to see these people out in other spaces doing this. So June basically just said, I came in with a fairly negative impression of you because that's the only one you could come in with, like I said, and it didn't really change. It's pretty much exactly the way I went in, a fairly negative opinion, and that was not obviously what DSP wanted to hear if he was even able to put that together himself in his brain. So we just moved on and pretended like we didn't ask the question and there was nothing there to go off of. Sound good? Sounded good to me, I guess. And it's a wonder why I didn't fucking pay attention to this the first time, right? Because nothing is being said here. We're just going down a list. Thank you, Jay Wuso, for the 2. The New Age Black versus the Melting Wax guy, yawn emoji. I agree. I don't personally care for the LTG drama, but it is what it is. Thank you for the 2.
Let's see. Here's one, and this is interesting because I don't think you've ever done this, but this question is, if during the creation of a documentary, you were given the opportunity to meet someone, for example, Phil, in an in-person interview, would you? This is assuming that Phil agreed to it, it wasn't cost prohibitive, etc. Do you believe that a first-hand account from Phil would have maybe contributed to the narrative? Now, in some extent, you did do this. You asked me a few questions directly on the documentary, but you've never actually done like an in-person interview. Would you ever think that would add something?
Thanks for rephrasing the question.
A tremendous amount. So what that does is it takes someone out of like their comfort zone, right? You can't run away really from an in-person interview. I mean, you can walk away, but it gives more control to the person recording, right? Like there's more to examine, right? Like, and that kind of like goes back to the Mike Klum thing. Do you think you'll like restart that, right? Will you go ever reach out to him again to like reinvigorate the project?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me that question. And at the time that Mike Klum was interested in doing this documentary about me, he had just come off doing the Boogie documentary. And we all saw that, and we knew that that was a certain kind of vibe where it was like, look at this guy.
We all knew it didn't pass the vibe check.
And I made it very clear to Mike. I said, if we do this documentary, I don't
want
it
to the last time Boogie passed the vibe check. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Like, I'm not a woe is me guy. It's not a pity party documentary. And he was totally on board for that, 100%. But as we started to get into it, I just realized it was going to be.
I decided I changed my mind
and work and investment on my behalf.
Because I'm a professional.
Was I going to have to be, trying to maintain my work schedule as it is, but also taking all this time out to film,
like an adult,
taking time away from spending with my wife and stuff. And at that point, I didn't really feel like it was going to benefit me enough, or even if it did, it was too much of a risk to invest that much. Now, like if I were to do a documentary now, I feel like it would be different because now you've done this doc on me. I've fessed up to the biggest stupid thing, the WWE champions. And now, even though obviously it would be addressed,
I thought the biggest stupid thing was jacking off on a live stream.
Do better stuff or different topics or different things. Like one of the things that Mike really wanted to do.
Wait, okay. So, can somebody tell me when DSP learned that June was doing a documentary about him? Does anybody actually know? Because I feel like it's been fucking ages. And I feel like my mind wants to tell me that it's been at least as long as he was working with Mike Klum before canceling it, right? That's what my mind tells me. And if that's the case...
My wife is fat.
If that's the case, then why did he not intend on doing the WWE Champions reveal during the Mike Klum documentary? Because he said he knew that June the King was going to do this documentary and he was going to hold his feet to the fire about WWE Champions. So the entire time he had every intention of coming clean about it, despite not actually telling June the real information when asked about it, right? Don't ignore that, please. Ignore that. Why didn't he just do the Mike Klum interview and address it there? Why didn't he make the Mike Klum interview the definitive thing to put this all to rest? Why did it have to be after the Keno Casino and after we got the bump, but he started doing this drama content that he doesn't, like now he would be willing to do the documentary because he would be able to talk about other things? Does it fucking make any sense, man? It actually does. And for what? For this segment that he's going to talk about here, where Mike Klum wants to follow him around the fucking grocery store or something stupid? A day in the life of DSP, where he rolls out of bed at fucking 10:30 a.m., 30 minutes before the stream, and tells you that he was a super productive adult cleaning cat vomit out of his bed? Sounds robust, man. I'd much rather have that segment.
You wanted to do a day in the life of DSP where you just follow me around. You see how I work. You follow me to the grocery store. You see me, grabbing stuff off the shelf. And says that's going to humanize.
Yeah, it didn't behoove him. You're right. You're right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm just a hater.
Great to see that. Now I feel like that kind of content would be taken in a better context because people aren't just thinking in the back of their heads. This is the guy who's lying to us constantly, right? You're right. Like,
But you didn't have to be lying to them constantly. You could have made that the point where you tell the truth. It doesn't add up.
person interaction or seeing that personal side, have an in-person interview or behind the scenes would actually add to something. And maybe in long term I would consider it. The thing that's really turning me off from doing anything with Mike right now is he's going to do something with EDP, or at least he was. It's weird because I don't think there's been an update on this documentary he's doing on EDP in a very long time. And I was like, I definitely don't want to be like the guy wedged between Boogie and EDP. You know, if he did a documentary on someone else and it wasn't just such heavy negative topics, then I would probably consider it. But at this point in my life, like I'm kind of having a little bit of a comeback. People are seeing me in a different light now because I've had interactions with guys like Kino Casino, and I've just had a really positive interview with Keemstar. I don't really want to be wedged between two really negative documentaries that this guy has put out. But maybe in the future.
I'm just so sick and tired of hearing about how positive we are lately and how all of these drama segments that we've been doing are the change that we were looking for this whole time, and everybody's loving me recently on the internet. I'm just tired of hearing about it. Just talk about anything else, dude. Like this really is the worst kind of fucking repeat segment that you can get out of the guy. Just talking about how everybody loves him while half of his chat is still LARPing. Like, just fix the LARPing issue, and then you can talk about how everybody in your chat loves you and you've got a resurgence. But until that day, you're still just a fucking bum, bro. You're still getting clowned on daily. Every day you're getting shit on. It's fine.
I think in the
Fine.
future,
The people love him now. There's no refuting it. He's good at
No.
games. June the King said so. I guess.
I think it'd be cool. I think, well, the thing about these kind of videos, and especially like Mike Klum, I feel that he kind of lets the documentary, right, speak for itself. He lets people commenting on like that. That's like a real fancy documentary, right? And I think that these things, like, kind of like you don't know what the documentary is until you really have all the footage and can really sift through it to get like kind of like a theme. I don't think there is going to be like any, I guess, shoehorning of like any direction. It just speaks for itself. And if you feel like confident in your comeback and whatever, I think it could be a good idea to really reach out to him. I don't know if he's still up for it, but it wouldn't hurt, right?
Sure.
Please.
Okay,
I
cool.
hope that's the art. I hope the Mike Klum documentary comes to fruition.
I apologize. The technical issues.
And I hope it's all June's fault.
How much more time do you have, June?
I mean, I have until like maybe like 3 more hours. I have a lot of time.
Wow.
Like,
Well, it won't be that long.
Yeah, this is like my dedicated work time. So it's like, this is work-ish. So, I have a lot of time.
Cool.
Guys
All
are
right,
saying,
I was
check
thinking
out
maybe like
June
another
the
20
King's
minutes,
community
I wanna get some
post.
of these
I'll
questions
go.
might be
I'll
quite
look.
good
I'll see what we're working with.
Just pick your brain here a little, if that's okay
Yeah.
with you.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
Cool. All right, here's one. So I would like you to ask him how much he personally is interested in the personal drama or antics of the subjects once his videos drops. For example, does he keep tabs on people, or does he just kind of lose interest after one of these documentaries goes up? I mean, that's a good question because, like, are you so tired of researching the person you don't really care anymore?
Yeah. I definitely, maybe with a few like on Twitter, like, you know what I mean.
Sorry, I'm looking.
I really don't
I'm
go
looking.
out of my way to keep tabs or anyone because I really do lose like interest. I try to like be interested in the current like subject or whatever, and I just have like not really much of an inkling to like keep looking or at someone without like a reason or like for research for a video. So I
June the King, a fake DSP fan the whole time. This is the admittance. He can't even be bothered to give a fuck about his subject unless he's doing a video. Ack. Not even a real viewer. Who would have thought?
lose interest pretty fast, I'd say.
I'm not surprised. I'm the same way. Like, if I do a lot of work on a certain subject, if I play a lot of a certain game, I'll just get tired of it. I'm not gonna want to go right back to it again and again. Even if there's interest, like I tend to want to diversify what I'm doing. I get tired of subjects too. So, okay. Now this question, I'm gonna warn you. This person may be spinning it in a certain way, and just so you know, I'm not saying I agree with what this person is saying, but I'm just gonna read it word for word. Okay. For June, why were there parts in the documentary where you would quite rightly introduce Phil's arguments with skepticism? For example, Phil claims, or this is supposedly because, but with third-party statements, you would sometimes speak in absolutes.
So 1 year ago today, or okay, I'm not gonna say 1 year ago today. You know, YouTube is the way that YouTube is. I can't get an exact date on this. Let me change this so you can actually see it real quick. Okay, so here's this post from June 1 year ago saying that he's doing the DSP video, right? That he started it. It's an arduous task. He's going to be doing things in between. Thanks for blah, 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 blah. So at least a year ago, it says hover over the date. It just says 1 year ago. Doesn't tell me shit. Doesn't tell me anything. Anyway, so at least a year ago, 365 plus days, right? DSP's known that this June the King documentary is coming out. That's before he was talking to Mike Klum. It was well before he was talking to Mike Klum, in fact. It was before the Mike Klum documentary ever got canceled. So again, why didn't we make any of this information clear to Mike Klum and actually do the documentary and make this your big moment? That's what it was supposed to be. An actual, I want to say cinegraphic. That's not the word. Cinematography. It's somewhere in there. An actual production
Cinematic.
put together by somebody who actually knows what they're fucking doing in a way that would have been presented to a large amount of people in a very good way. That's the worst way to say it possible. You know what I'm talking about. Cinematic is the word I'm looking for. And he just didn't do that. He decided that reacting to June the King's documentary and essentially stealing his fucking views, if you follow DSP's own logic on this behavior, was the way that he wanted it to go. And because he's got the casino bump now, because he's admitted to WWE champions in this way, now we would be willing to work with Mike Klum. Make sense? All right. Sounds good. Fuck's
Example,
sake.
based on John and Howard's words, you would say Phil was bold-faced lying. I'm curious why you didn't introduce their comments with skepticism also. Something like, well, if we were to take them at their word, this would mean Phil was bold-faced lying. I
Because
completely
they don't
agree
have a
that you need to be
credibility
skeptical with hearsay,
issue.
but you should be skeptical with everyone's hearsay, not just Phil's, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, that like lends more to credibility and that
And that you have none.
such
None.
a lengthy history of lying, right? It's hard to really.
Yeah,
pin
I
down
agree.
and-
Listen,
Yeah, I
I'm not
agree.
taking offense. I agree with you, man. I do.
The nicest way possible to say that you have no fucking credibility. You're a known liar and nobody should believe anything you say without evidence presented. Like, actually might as well have just said that he's a fucking liar to his face. But that's okay. No. Because he said it nicely and didn't outright use crude language, he's completely different than Turkey Tom, you guys. He would, he doesn't come in with a negative bias, of course.
Yeah, but I'm just answering that question. So that's why I would present you as such a way, because I mean, through their words, they're more credible people, and I have no reason to really distrust what they're saying as opposed to you, right? I believe I read what was it on? I saw your entire reaction, and you also admitted that you did not contact the other part of Project 7, right? So it was a lie.
Yeah, dude, he
I
got
did
the
find
shits.
that
How was he
it in
supposed to
fact a
meet
lie.
with them?
I think we were talking about respect the pact and the two
Yeah.
guys.
Because the whole thing, to give context, it was they're like, hey, reach out to them for like and offer them money, and then
Yeah,
you
you
told
lied
them,
about this
okay, I'll
too.
reach out to them.
Yeah,
and
I know,
they
right?
Came back like this and no, which was
I
lie.
admitted
And then,
it. Okay, so
Rambo,
it's all
right? I believe,
good
contacted them.
now.
It's like, hey, so why'd you deny the money? It's like, well, money. Phil never told us, so it was also like
Yeah.
it was just a lie, I guess.
It was. You're right. It was basically.
Yeah, I am a
situation
liar.
Where I was told something up front, and I had absolutely no idea that those guys would have wanted money. And if they actually did want the money, I would have given it to them.
Dude.
But we didn't have the.
Think about that for a fucking second. Like, I get when you're on your own pre-stream, you as in DSP, obviously. I get when he's on his own pre-stream and there's nobody to actually interact with. There's nobody to call him out on his bullshit except for his chat, who he can ban instantly. I get that he's comfortable saying, I didn't know that they wanted money. There was no way I was supposed to ever know. But you're talking to another human being, another individual who understands that if you're putting in 50 hours of work on a fucking project, that you're goddamn right they expected something out of it. There's no way in hell you're convincing me, as somebody who has worked 50-hour weeks in the past, that they were going to be willing to do all of that for free. You were completely delusional and lying to yourself if you thought that that was the case. Like, these people actually have fucking bills to pay. They obviously he should have paid them for their skill anyway, because that's what you do to people. You pay them for their skills and the things that they give you, because that's the right thing to do. But just fucking, I didn't know that they wanted money. How did you ever come to that conclusion? And if they did say that, you shouldn't have went with it, because that, like, it doesn't make any sense. You don't do that to somebody out of respect.
Conversation, and that's my fault. 100%. I should have reached out to them. I should have extended the, however you say, the olive branch, whatever. Said, listen, you guys,
Whatever
do
you
it, but it's
say.
the money, and I didn't do that. That for me, I took them at their original word, and then later on, when John asked me, "Hey, did you offer them money?" and I said, "Well, they don't want money." That was based on previous discussion, months and months prior. That was not based on any current information.
That was before they
You
knew
see,
that
you're
they
right.
were going to
You
be doing
called me out on
50
stuff like
hours
this in the
worth of
documentary,
work.
and rightfully so.
That was when they
That's the
thought
kind of
this was
stuff
going to
that
be
I
a
need to
quick
get
and
better
fun
at, and
project.
I've said this publicly now. Moving forward, if I ever do anything like Project 7 or anything like that ever again, even if it's with like close personal friends, I'm working up a contract up front. That way, there's no misconceptions about who wants what out of it. We all get what we want out of it. And that way, no one comes out at the end as being, feeling like they were misused or mistreated or not offered a fair shake. So, okay.
And that's his takeaway. It wasn't, you know, I worked with people and I didn't pay them. So from here on out, anybody that I work with or that that helps me with my content, I'm going to pay them for the time and investment that they've put into it. And I'm going to treat them respectfully as another human being whose time is valuable. No, that wasn't his takeaway. His takeaway was I have to conjure up contracts legally in order to bind them to my wishes, right? I have to verify that I'm going to be in complete control. And at no point can they ever state otherwise, contractually obligated. Sound good? Totally doesn't sound like a narcissistic scammer to me. Sounds like a totally reasonable guy who wants to have a good time and work with his friends to make content, respectfully.
Fair enough. I think that was a good answer. Here's a question. Apparently, well, I know for a fact there were 2 thumbnails for my documentary, okay? And one thumbnail showed a whole bunch of people, like these big cast of characters who I had involved with over the years. The other thumbnail was like a whole bunch of my like face shots and different various versions of me, including one where I was like bald. And so this person is asking, why did you change the thumbnail to the documentary, and why is there a bald DSP on one of them?
So why did they change it? I found the first one to be too noisy, right? It's too many people, and I thought like it would get like less traction to it. If people really like want it that bad, I could just like bring it back. You know, you can change a thumbnail actively.
Right.
The second one, you bald, that was like, so I have a thumbnail guy, and he just included that. I found it like kind of funny, so I was like, let's do it. You know, why not? Why not a bald DSP?
Yeah, it could be spun different. I heard people with conspiracies.
All right, there you go. That's the answer. That's it. That was the tremendous question. Tremendous. There's no T on the end of that. That's the tremendous question from the beginning, right? Oh, that's such a good question. Why did you change the thumbnail? Because I thought the thumbnail was too noisy, and the second one, there was a bald you I thought was amusing, so I put it up. Sound good? What an immaculate answer. I mean, he really could have just said, because I felt like it, fuck yourself, like move on. Like, what are you talking about? But he didn't, right? He gave it an actual answer. What a waste of time. What a waste of time. I do agree, though. That's an issue that I have all of the time with my thumbnails. I'll put something together and go, that's too noisy. I don't like that. They're not going to be able to read that. You know how small those thumbnails are. DSP wouldn't know anything about that, though.
Because he's a big baby. Look at him, he's crying, or you know, or he's a villain. He's Lex Luthor or something. You know, he's always a liar. Whatever.
Oh no, people, you know, they'll always look more into like they like to have fun with it. So it's
yeah,
you know.
June the King's got a thumbnail guy like DSP does, though. That's pretty robust.
Have you tried the new YouTube?
When's Atlas getting a thumbnail guy?
You put up multiple thumbnails, and then YouTube will swap between them randomly, and then it tells you which is the better one. Because I think that might actually help for your documentaries to maybe catch more attention, to figure out of a series of thumbnails what would work better.
I did. So for the rich one, there were 3 different ones, and the difference was like 0.5%. It really wasn't significant. I think like a lot of the traction too is just the name attached to what's being covered too. So it's like if I see like Red Letter Media on a video, and it's like, oh, I know who this is. I'll click on that video, that kind of thing, right?
Right. I too have tried it, and it was exactly the same as yours. Like almost no difference between the thumbnails. So I'm wondering, like you said, if it really is just the title as opposed to the thumbnail.
Why did he bring it up then? If this was his experience, if he's used the you know, AI pick your thumbnail based off of traction or whatever, and it didn't work out for him, why was his recommendation to June the King to use it? If your experience was negative with it, why would you waste June the King's time, or I guess June the King's thumbnail guy's time, in doing that and making up 3 different thumbnails for that purpose? What did it, fuck it again, waste of time.
Okay, here's another one. For June. So a lot of Phil's early rough play style was due to him drinking, and it's pretty funny. He had some falling outs with his friends publicly.
We do love Red Letter Media, though.
But himself.
And anytime I'm saying very cool, I'm channeling Jay from Red Letter Media during their nerd talk episodes or whatever. I don't know what they're actually called, where they pretend to be like hipster movie fans, and he's very cool. That's it every time. That's how I sound in my head.
Correct those things.
Nerd Crew, that's what it was called. Yes, sir.
Money on supercars, drugs, gambling, on levels that would put Phil to shame. The big lesson for Phil to work on is
no
honesty,
examples
his
again,
money
of
management,
course,
and regaining some level of privacy, and trying not to forget those lessons over time. Do you think that Phil deserves the amount of A-logging that he still gets? And do you think that he still deserves to be on the lol cow list? Are the detractors become worse?
Yep,
than
he is
Phil
a lol cow.
So this is all just like, I guess, my opinion.
Dude, look at this smug look over at June the King, because June the King's on his right side because he's on his gaming PC, finishes the question and whips his head over as fast as possible.
Cow list. Are the detractors become worse than Phil at this point?
So this is all
kicks his head up, fucking little grin on his face, kicks his eyebrows up, desperately hoping that June the King goes, yeah, your detractors are actually completely unhinged, you know?
Just like, I guess my opinion. I've never been a fan of, like, I guess the A-logging, you know, like really going out of your way to do something like crazy or whatever. But you know, that's I guess it does bring up some entertainment. I don't know, right? I wouldn't do it. I'm not a fan of it. But the lolcow list, I think, yeah, like, I guess what makes a lolcow is the consistency and the failure. And I can see, like, that you are still there. I think also
I can see that you are
The
still
consistent
a lolcow.
failure is what is cementing you as a lolcow, and you are still there. And DSP just nods and shakes his head.
you're always somehow going to, like, be on the platform one way or another. But you are, I think, cemented there on the list.
I agree with you because the thing is, I think
Brother, fucking imagine after years of saying, oh, I'm not a lolcow, I don't exhibit any of these behaviors these other lolcows do, I'm not like these other people, I'm not nearly as interesting. June the King gets on, tells you to your fucking face, I do think you are one, your behavior says so, and you immediately flip your own fucking
agree with
script
you.
to say, oh, you know what? I am actually a lolcow. I'll agree, June the King. I'll suck your dick. Absolutely, bro. Come on, man. Have some sort of fucking self-respect. Stand on what you fucking said before. Especially because Craig literally said the same thing just last fucking week when you interviewed him. You didn't fucking listen then. But now that June the King says it, oh, we're going to agree. Sounds good, boss.
people hear the word lolcow. And is it a negative association? Of course it is, right? But sadly, it's not like something you can control. I mean, I wish I wasn't one,
Yes,
but there's
it
always
is
gonna be-
something
You
can
can't control being a lolcow. Are we for real right now?
There's people
That's
who have had
really
their
our
threads
hope?
deleted because
You can't control your own behavior on the internet? This is news to me. I thought I was in control of all of the things that I said and all of the things that I posted. I thought that was my job. You mean to tell me that's not actually me? Okay. Sounds good, dude.
be these people stalking me. There's always going to be these people calling me
Fuck's
out
sake,
and
man.
bringing me up to try to elicit a reaction. And that's the very definition of a lolcow, right? Is someone who you do something to them, it gets that reaction, and then you laugh at it. So
And
even
you can
though I feel like
consistently
perhaps
give that
there's
reaction.
a turnaround now to some extent, I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of that stigma personally. I don't. How on earth would this crazy community of people who've been after me, right, for so long, just forget about me overnight? That's not going to happen. So to some extent, I don't think I'm ever going to shake that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
then
like, you just have
keep
such a
flailing, I guess.
history, right?
Right.
And he's resigned himself to failure in that way. If he legitimately thinks that he's never going to be able to shake that nothing's ever really going to change, he's always going to have the stigma of being a lolcow, then why would he have any, you know, there's no point for him to behave any better. There's no point for him to change his behaviors for the better. If that's what he's resigned himself to, he thinks he's going to be a lolcow forever, then just keep fucking being a lolcow and get on that lolcow grind set. You might as well have gone on fucking lolcow live at that point. You should have taken the 50K if that's your stance.
To shake that would be like to shake all that, and like people, I just thought, I don't know how you do it.
He literally justified turning down the 50K because he didn't want to take Keemstar's blood money, something that he's doubled back on now because Keemstar is someone who, you know, and because he didn't think that he was a lolcow and didn't want to lean into it and cement himself as a lolcow, something that he's also just now gone back on and says that he's never going to shake. So what did we turn down 50K for?
Frankly, if you became a different person overnight, it just even then, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of like stuck there, I guess.
Yeah, and it's tough. You know, people tell me, well, ask
It's
me, how
tough.
do you
It's
keep doing
been
it after
tough.
16 years, when every day you know you're going to go on the internet and someone's going to be up in your ass about stuff. And it's like, listen, you know what it is, honestly? Jim?
DSP
I
loves
just get
people
immune
up
to
in
it.
his
I've
ass.
been doing it so long.
Okay.
It's kind of like you get desensitized. Like, I know people are going to talk shit about me every day, no matter what I do. So why do I even care anymore, right? And
I
used
don't
to
know.
react
Why
completely
do you
differently. As
care?
you saw in the own documentary, I would get so angry about what everyone said.
Because you
and
definitely
rage against
do.
it, and that just fueled more of it. Today, it's just like, it's just another day. You know, my detractors, I'll lean into them now. I'll expose them on my stream. I'll have a good laugh about it instead of getting
Oh,
so
yeah,
angry.
you'll
Don't
expose
expose anybody, dude.
Yeah, like, I guess desensitizing.
I don't care what people say about me on the internet anymore. It's just another day, right? Except I give them entire 45-minute segments
You're
where
gonna
I make
expose
them
him, but
the
it's
prime
whatever.
subject of topic. And I make sure that all of my actual audience is aware that they exist and the things they have to say about me.
I guess is what you
Make
call
that
it.
make
It's like
fucking
you're
sense.
exposed to it so much, it's like whatever kind of deal.
Exactly. Here's an interesting one. So
Here's
you've
an
done
interesting
now
one.
a
It
lot of
better be.
documentaries. Based on, you know, the stuff you've seen, what is your opinion on what would be considered like a success and a failure in the online space?
a success? As in like a creator, or like what do you mean?
That's a good question. Like, I don't know. Like, I guess what I would say is, you've covered so many people. Do you feel like some of these people are successes? Do you feel like they're all failures because of the things that you've covered in the docs? You know what I mean? Like, what's your criteria of judging if someone's, I guess, winning at life or if they're failing?
Oh, well, I mean, like
What?
that just goes.
What an obtuse fucking question. Yeah, Snoot, that is what he's looking for. Tell me I'm a success. Tell me I'm not as bad as everybody else. Tell me that because I have an audience and these other people have less of an audience, that I'm successful. Please, that's what he's looking for. But what an actual obtuse question. Do you think? Well, how do you justify life success for other people? What is your criteria? Who gives a shit, dude? If June the King doesn't think that you're a success because you do whatever on the internet, what difference does it make? He's just another random internet guy who makes content. If Atlas doesn't think that your life is a success because of X, Y, or Z, who gives a fuck? It's just content, bro. Because of the things that you cover in these documentaries, it doesn't make any fucking difference.
Goes into like your own personal beliefs and my personal beliefs, and I think that is like a bit of control. So if like just going off my personal stuff, I think
And
Jake Paul is an
you're
example
right,
of a
Blind
success.
Cow. He doesn't even clarify if it's success in real life or a success as an internet career. Like I said, it's such a broad and obtuse question that I can't even believe that he would ask it and leave it that way.
Success, right? I think he does what he wants. He has a lot of money. I'm sure he's close to his family. People may not like him, but I don't think it bothers him too much because again, he is in control and he's like free, right? I think like the reverse would be someone who is stuck, right? Who cannot really do much outside of like content creations. I don't know. There's definitely a lot, Phil. There's definitely a lot.
Do you think I'm stuck?
Good luck
Yes.
figuring it out someday.
I think you like it there. You like being stuck. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I love what I do. I absolutely love. This is the best job I ever had, even with all the shit
Because you
that I
suck
do
at all the
every day.
rest.
Dude, this is the best job I've ever had. I'm my own boss.
Hold
I
on,
make
let
my own
me
schedule.
It's the only job
hide for a second.
he's had for the past 16 fucking years. Of course he thinks this is the best job that he's ever had. I mean, it actually is. If he were to do it a certain way, like streaming and playing video games is a hell of a career. Anybody should be counting their lucky stars to make that an actual career and never have to work again. But the idea that getting on stream and streaming to about 300 real people every day and half of them hate you it's kind of a fate worse than death, if you ask me. If I found out that all of you guys were LARPing and none of you actually enjoyed the content, I'd fucking quit making content. This would have been the worst thing I've ever done in my life because I don't live in denial in that way, right? I want to actually do something that people enjoy. DSP has been grifting for 16 fucking years. But this is the best job that he's ever had. There's actually no pride in anything that he does. He doesn't really care about these games. He doesn't really care about anybody in his audience, so much so that he won't even be willing to talk to them behind the scenes style for legitimate fun, like playing video games and having legitimate discussions. None of that. We don't want to do that, but we love our jobs so much.
I love video games. I love hanging out with people. So even though you could say I'm stuck in a good place. It's not like I'm stuck and I hate what I do and I'm miserable doing it. Like I've been telling people, and a lot of people don't believe me.
He does
My
seem
life
miserable.
today is so much better than it used to be. Like I have a loving wife, a great family, and personal life behind the scenes.
No, you
I love my
don't.
job. So why would
Why
That's
would
not
you
life
say I
behind
have
the
a loving
scenes.
wife, I have a
not
loving
like this to get
family?
You don't
I'm
talk
not
to
lying.
As if
anybody.
those are two
You're
different
talking about,
things, and
I'm not
if
gonna
one
let all
of
that
them is
toxic
even
shit get to me.
true.
But I think what
'cause
happens is a lot of people look at other creators and say that guy looks like he's
I don't
stuck.
think either of them are
He's a blonde
true.
friend on that camera today.
I don't think your
Maybe
wife
he's
loves
the
you at
only
all.
fuck. So
Yes.
they see that and they do those
Definitely
levels of
don't have a
comparison,
family.
and I guess with the people you've covered, some people would argue some of those people are stuck and they're miserable and others aren't. And I think that's what this person was kind of getting at. Like, do you think that anyone like you said, that's a great example. Jake Paul, he can do whatever he wants, right? He's filthy rich. He's immune to anything. You could say the guy's the biggest scumbag on the planet. Do you think he cares? He just rolls over another $1 million in bed. So it's not a big deal. But there's other
Okay, so Jake Paul is successful because he's filthy rich and he doesn't care what people say. That's how we're defining successful according to DSP. That's what he's extrapolated out of June's answer. That is the most shallow fucking opinion of success I think you could possibly have. Like, I'm not going to say that money doesn't matter, but if money is your end all be all and you're not actually doing anything with it, congratulations, I guess.
other people.
That's all DSP seems to give a fuck about.
Cycle of I got to go on camera today. I got to make another buck. You know, I think people can look at that and be like, well, that's a failure. I think I'm somewhere in the middle, honestly. I don't think I'm a success, but I do think I see myself as someone, at least I'm happy with what I do. I'm happy with being stuck, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
Whatever.
happy with being stuck is a fucking insane sentence. I'm probably very close to the mic. Sorry, I apologize. That's a fucking insane sentence. The fact that he would say that in his right mind is wild. Again, it's just another one of those red flags that should have been thrown up as soon as he said it, and should have made him think about his past behaviors and his current behaviors. I couldn't imagine being happy. You're stuck.
In the goddamn?
When I feel like when I left my last job, I felt like I was stuck there because I didn't know what else I was gonna do. I hadn't had many other jobs before that, especially not in that field. And I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? I have to, I have to pay my bills. I have to move forward. I have to progress in life, so to speak. At no point should you ever be happy being stuck. That's why people cheat on their significant others, is because they feel like they're stuck. It's not a good thing.
like to that, like that's all personal, right? Like that's all interpersonal belief. But one of the other things is, like you said, you're like desensitized to it. So like, how can you really like reflect to a more normal life where you can go out and not have the fear of someone recording you, or like have friends that don't know about your history? There's a lot of things that, like, I guess you're more like you said, like desensitized to, right? Like I think you don't know, like, or weren't at least recently exposed to those like facets of life, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, dude, I sat
You're
here
very
making
immature.
content on
You
my
really
stream,
don't
not
understand
interacting
what
with
it
anyone
is you've
outside
been
of my
missing
personal
out
family,
on.
my wife and everything. Literally, the stream that was it. And now that I've had opportunity,
Yeah, he did tell him to touch grass. That's exactly what that was.
Those guys have been awesome to me. We did the react to your Rich from Review Tech USA documentary together. I've had Keemstar on the show. I got you on the show. We got all this stuff going on.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
breath of
and
fresh
so
air. It
exciting.
feels like now things are more possible, and that's a great thing. Being stuck, but now I'm doing better things. I'm being more social. That's what it's all about. And people didn't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole for the longest time.
You didn't
But
want to
now
touch
that's
anyone
starting to
else with a
turn, and I'm
10-foot
appreciative.
pole
I'm so
because
appreciative
you
came
thought
on
you were
today,
better
man,
than
because,
everybody.
I get it. It's the drama sphere, dude.
You still
And,
think you're
a lot
better
of
than
people,
everybody.
Phil, I don't want to talk about that guy. I don't have any association with him. But it seems like now
Kind
it
of
is
a
starting
base
to-
take to
that's
not
a
want to
great
deal
thing.
with Phil.
Oh no, yeah, no, for sure it is.
And he didn't understand at all what June just said. He told him to go outside and have real friends. He didn't say, make friends online and do content with them in the form of collaborations. He didn't say, he literally said, talk to people, interact with people who know you as Phil Burnell, a real human, character in real life, as opposed to Darkside Phil online. I mean, yes, John Bono, you're right. He should be doing both. But he's completely missed the aspect that is actually fucking go outside and live a real life. Not only because that usually kind of makes you a better person because you understand how other people live and exist in the real world and what their actual expectations are, but just because it also makes you more interesting when you go outside. You have tales to tell. You have interests outside of what you do, and you can share those interests with the people online. Something that you probably should be able to do, being that you have to entertain all day. If you don't have anything to fucking talk about, what do you talk about? Well, you go in circles for 8 hours a day every single day and talk about nothing. Step outside once in a while, and all of a sudden, you've got infinite stories to tell. But no, I am collabing stupid. I'm working with the Kino Casino.
But like to that too, it's there's definitely a difference between like online interaction with creators and like meeting them in person without, like, I guess, viewers and such, right?
Right.
And to me, I know that's something you don't have too much, and I think you would appreciate it more if like you got like friends outside of like the darks, like people who know you not as Darkside Phil, but as like Phil Burnell, right? Like Philip, right?
Oh,
I
there's
think,
the line.
that
I
is
jumped the
such an
gun.
Enrichment, you know what I mean? Like that just helps you as a person too, right?
There
You're
we
right.
go.
Like one of the things you covered in the documentary was my Street Fighter days. And as you know, online, I was the most braggadocious, big mouth e-thug idiot. But offline,
E-Thug is so cringe, by the way. I never heard the term before DSP said it during his react, and I don't think I'm ever going to hear it again, aside from DSP. E-Thug is so fucking lame.
everyone was cool with me who met me because I wasn't like that. I was like a normal dude. I was cool. I was chill. Everyone wanted to hang out with me because they knew it was like a chill time. And you're right. Having those in-person relationships, friendships, interactions is very meaningful, especially when it's outside of the public eye, outside of the online space, to have an existence outside of this online persona. That's why in the last few years, since I met my wife, we're married, our private life is private. Like, I barely tell anyone about the stuff that we do because
That's
it's
not
someone's business.
true.
I like having that private side. It definitely adds to your overall enjoyment of life, I would say, and your sanity too, to have something that's not public and everyone's always talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry. How did we get here? He said go outside, make friends, and DSP said, yes. As you know, you covered, I was a piece of shit back in the day, and since I got with my wife, I keep things private now." How are those things fucking related at all? At what fucking point did any of those things link together? I'm genuinely confused. Am I actually the one that's dented here? I don't know.
like at the end of the day, like you just want to be a person. You know what I mean? Like, and I get that aspect.
Okay, a couple more questions, and then we'll probably wrap it up. Now I think the reason this person asked this question, this is a direct follow-up to a question that I asked Craig last week during my interview with him. I asked Craig, when you were preparing for your interview with me, who did you talk to? Did you only talk to my detractors, or did you also talk to fans and positive people? This person is asking to you, when you were
Detractors aren't positive people. They're only negative. No, there's no detractor has anything positive to say at all. Point blank, period. That's just the way that it has to be. It comes with the title, actually. Imagine, bro. Imagine writing off an entire group of people that you've, put this title on simply because they don't like you as negative people. The only people who are positive are people who like me, obviously.
researching DSP, did you interview an equal number of both critics and fans? Like, what was your methodology there?
What was
My
your
methodology
methodology?
was to, like, I guess how I'm approaching these videos currently is there's a lot of people that like dislike you, and I feel like some of them are kind of like crazy. They're insane. And a lot of them have like genuine, like the other like section do have like genuine reasons to dislike you because you directly slighted them one way or another. And the insane ones, they're very few. They don't exist in large numbers, but they're very loud. And the people who have like, they get mixed in, right? So the people who have like general like criticisms of like, you directly, doing something not favorable to them. I try to reach out to those people so they can be like reached to a general audience like better. Like if I'm reviewing someone who just like hates you and like wants to kill you, I don't think that's going to reach a general audience. But if I reach out to someone that like, let's say the PC thing, I think that's a bit more tangible and such. But as for the question,
I reached out to people who weren't unhinged because they exist. Sound good? Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because June kind of talks in a weird roundabout way as well. I'm not quite sure if that's just how he talks or if he's pussyfooting for DSP's feelings, but
I
that's
reached
the
out
case.
to as many fans as I could. It felt like a lot of them were like afraid and wanted to be anonymous because they do get some harassment and such. But I think it was like for quote unquote detractors and people, like any moniker you want to call them, and about 3 or 2 fans that I spoke to, like through interview and included in the
3 or
in the
2.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my fans.
Why not? Why is it not 2 or 3?
Because they like me, or because they
fucking
toss me some
weirdo,
sport on a
bro.
stream. They've been harassed. They've been doxxed. They've had phone calls to their work, to their schools, to their family. It's pretty ridiculous the extent that these detractors have gone to try to ruin me. And the funny part is, how does that ruin me? Like, I don't even know that that's going on unless they come to me after the fact. So I'm not shocked to hear that my fans.
I bet you there's some of them that are coming to you. That's for
Like,
sure. Is
Is
Derek still banned?
in any capacity? And same thing that I said to Craig last week. Like, of course, Craig, no one stepped up to say that they wanted to talk about me positively because, they don't want to be attacked. It's always going to be the negative and toxic person who wants to speak out first. Like, that's the nature of the game, drama, right? And you have to understand that. At least in this case, and I've said this publicly, I feel like because you spoke to me on certain issues, not to say that you believed all my answers, right? Because some of them I was outright lying to you about the WWE Champions thing and shit, but you spoke directly to me. You did make an effort to talk to fans who were willing. And I think that puts that documentary in a much different light as opposed to someone who literally just talked to detractors and regurgitated the same memes. I think that's respectable. I do. So
okay, so it's respectable. He reached out to you, and out of respect, you fucking outright lied to him, and again just admitted to his face that you did such a thing. So much for fucking respect, I suppose. Oh, I think doing that and talking to me directly was completely different than the other way that the other guys did, or completely different to the way that the other guys did it, and for that reason, yours stands out, and that's why I lied to you all of the same, right? Okay.
I appreciate it, Phil, but I don't think it really. I mean, it makes it more interesting, but I feel like I've watched a lot of different videos.
What in the goddamn?
Like everything people want to be covered, and I find that they're pretty much the same. They're covering the same themes, even though I went like out of my way to really get fans. It doesn't really change the overall theming or your image, really, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, dude, you said to me, I remember the final words you said to me about this thing before you were going to put it in for editing. You said,
All right, before DSP says that, I wanted to point out that June just said it didn't matter whether or not I talked to your fans because it doesn't paint you in a different light, right? They didn't say anything that's going to justify any of your behaviors. They didn't say anything that's going to convince anybody of what the detractors are saying is wrong. At no point are they going to do that. What did they do? They called him autistic. They said that they've been a supporter for a very long time just because. And that was kind of it, was it not? Did any of them actually have a kind thing to say about him? Out of the 3 or 2 fans that that were interviewed for this documentary, I can't recall a single one. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anybody said anything positive when they said that they were a fan. And again, completely didn't fucking pick up on that. Didn't want to talk about that. Didn't want to address it or actually ask a follow up related to that. Because that is genuinely interesting. No, we're just going to move on and talk about something else. Speaking of something else, Angel Halo 017 with the 5. Phil has an uncanny ability of turning anyone who isn't dented into a detractor just by being himself. I don't think he ever changed at all. Oh, I don't think so either. And that's aside from the gift of gab, and I literally mean just the gabbing part. He's not charismatic at all, but the ability to talk indefinitely. That's about DSP's only special power, is that he can make everybody hate him by just being himself, which not too many people can actually do. Most people have some sort of redeeming qualities, the guy not included, obviously.
Just want to let you know, this is going to be like unequivocally negative. It's going to be like bad when this thing comes out. It's not going to be a positive documentary. I don't know why people thought I thought it would be. Like, that's crazy. It's a covering my history of lying and toxicity and all the things I've done. Why on earth some people thought like you were gonna, like, as they say, glaze me? I have no idea. Like, that was never the intention. You were trying to do the most comprehensive documentary.
I mean, yeah, like that's just how it is. I think in your space, like, throughout the lies, people get like a bit like unsure about like anything in here. They tend to come up with like conspiracies, and when those get like proven like true over time, it's hard to like build trust even with those around, like just speaking to you, right? So I can like kind of see why it's there, because it's definitely not as strong in some of the other communities I guess I've looked at. But like your community compared to others is definitely like a lot less harassive compared to, like, let's say Wings too.
Yeah, I've heard.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, because DSP is going to contradict himself now.
A lot less harassive compared to, like, let's say Wings too.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that he's basically got like the worst anyone. That's sad, because watching the documentaries you made on him, quite honestly, has he made mistakes? Yes. Does he keep making the same mistakes? Yeah. I still don't think it warrants the levels that these people go and the crazy stuff that they do.
You guys not remember during the react to the June documentary when he was talking about the online scammers, the escort saga, where he was talking about, I'm the most hated man on the internet, and because of that I'm completely immune to all of the things that you have to say about me. I remember this vividly as somebody who wrote the script and did the lines and edited the video and had to watch it back. Now, since June the King has said to his face that he's not, in fact, the most trolled online, or that his detractors aren't the worst, which is something that he's constantly saying as well. Oh, I have the most detractors, and they're one of the worst communities. Mike Klum said so. He also said this during the Craig interview, not to be all over the place, but that was another thing that he said during the Craig interview, that his detractors were fucking some of the worst, right? Now that June the King's telling him that that's not the case, and like Wings trolls are actually far more on demon time than his own. Oh, I agree, June the King, of course, and I don't think that he deserves that. His trolls are way worse than mine. Like, anything that this guy gets confronted on, he can't fucking stand his ground on, despite having these opinions for a long time now. He's quick to flip-flop on every fucking statement he's ever said, simply because somebody that he claims to respect is saying the opposite. There's no, I don't know. I want to say gumption. That's, again, not the word. There's no sticking to his own opinion, his own morals. He doesn't stand on anything. He flip-flops all the time. And that's just something you can't have any fucking respect for. A man who can't, no backbone, thank you, no convictions, all of that. I dropped my pen. You can't respect a fucking man who can't stand on his own fucking convictions, who can't formulate his own opinions and tell you why he thinks that way. That's like actually less than a man. That's how little kids behave.
Yeah, he's one of the people, like, of all the whole Lalcow thing, I legit feel that Wings is like a good guy that just keeps kind of stumbling. And one day I really hope he lands firm and can stand for himself and not make the same mistakes, because I actually feel like genuinely he deserves like success and a life away from.
I hope
the
one day
levels of
he
harassment that
lands
he's got.
firm.
No,
I think
Atlas
it's
is not
unfortunate that
flexing
he's
on
having a
Lands
pen. I'm
firm.
trying to
got the
keep
hyper-focus of the worst
timestamps.
of the worst.
Sure.
I mean, yeah, he could be funny and whatever, and also like a jerk at times.
I hope
but,
he
I think,
lands
like, his biggest,
firm. Whatever that
what
means.
is it, hurdle is he is probably like the least intelligent, so he doesn't really know what he's doing until like later, until he's like, oh, and then he defends it because he doesn't know how to, like, I guess, speak. You know what I mean? So yeah, like in some ways, I'm like, damn, dude, this guy has a heart.
Yeah,
But
like, you know, that's a good point you just made. I don't think anything he's ever done was like outright malicious, right? Like, he's not a malicious guy. He's not trying to do harmful things. He just does things.
I mean, he's
oops,
definitely
and he didn't
said
realize
some
what he did,
harmful
and now, like you said, you
things.
have to try to save face after the fact. So, and that's a lot different from people who.
Yeah,
outright are
one
doing
of
something wrong.
my favorites, one of the ones that I constantly bring out is telling people that I hope their family dies in an automobile wreck. What a classic line to just throw at people completely unexpectedly. An absolute banger, front to back, that nobody's ever expecting.
over and over, and they know they're doing it. They know it's malicious and wrong, and they're doing that same action. So I think that's a good observation.
Yeah,
Well,
cat
I mean,
with the
Wings
bucket
has
is
been
crazy.
malicious in the past, but
Age of
there's definitely
Consent
been
is
moments where he's
crazy.
gone, like,
The way
oh,
that he was talking to those girls on Siege, yo, that was crazy too. You want to talk about a bad look right there, boss. Come on now.
we're bored and such. I believe there's a call where he was like doxing, like he expressed to Keemstar that he had Keemstar's docs and was threatening him. Like, he has had those moments too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are times where Wings goes he goes crazy, I guess.
All right, I just got a couple more questions, and then we'll probably wrap up here. How is June able to stay so impartial towards the people that he makes documentaries on when it seems like some of them do pretty awful things, and then he has to go through all of their history?
I guess impartial, like, so the thing with like bias and partiality, whatever. I don't know if I really am. I think people perceive that. I guess I said in the past, but the more I've been doing this, the more I realize my own biases. I guess I try to be fair, and the thing is with this, when my presentation style is, I think if you present someone in the most fair light, right, and then the best way you kind of like can, you know, like getting all the counter arguments really there, well, as much as you can, right.
Mhm.
That can be the strongest piece for or against them whenever you try to just find the truth, right? Because let's say,
Yes.
like in your situation, right? If I was
Gotta let June. I'm gonna let you continue, but before you do, I want to say that I fucked up. I fucked up the joke. I didn't have it lined up. I only knew the beginning. Ignore that. You know, this is why I constantly try and follow DSP's logic as much as possible. This is why when he says things, so often I will just go along with what he says, because even if you do, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and he's going to contradict himself anyway. You don't have to prove that the guy is an idiot and has no idea what he's talking about and that he can't stand on his convictions, because he's got to do that by himself. All you got to do is give him the rope. He'll do the job all by himself. Why even fight the fucking guy?
a different person, I could literally just make up lies about you. Because people would be more so willing to believe it.
I'm
Right,
not
and
an
he could be
ALT.
like, "No, they're
That's
lies, they're
true.
lies,
That
blah,
guy's
blah, blah," and I
quick-witted.
just
Him
respond
and
with, like,
Snoot.
well,
I don't know
that's
how
no
they do
credibility,
that
this
shit,
and
dude. My
that.
brain don't work
Right,
like
but I really
that.
do try. I really try to get like the most
I'm just
honest of
angry.
everything too, right?
There are a couple witty
Because
people.
that kind of like I guess
That's what I offer.
those
I
criticisms of,
offer
like, oh, well, these are
toxicity.
lies. Well, like, no, I researched this. I've done the legwork. This is the best I could find, and this is the best way to, I guess, present someone.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. One more question from the viewers, and then I have
Oh,
like a
hey,
final
Gundam
question for you.
uploaded his
This
video
one, I don't know
a
if you've
minute
ever
ago.
actually answered this one before. How did you get the name June? Like, where did that come from? Is that your real name? Is that
Oh,
a nickname that someone
fuck.
gave you over the years?
What
Is
a
that your online
lame-ass
persona that
question.
you adopted? Right?
Yeah, so June was just like an alias I've used for a very long time. And whenever I was making the channel, like, you never like expect to make it big kind of deal. So YouTube wanted your real name whenever you make a channel, and I was like, no, there's no way I'm doing that, right? Like, that's ridiculous.
Right.
So I put first name June, last name the King. It could have been like literally anything, right? It's just, it would have been June, but I wanted like a second segment, so I just put like that for, like, I don't know. There's really like no reason. It could have been like truly anything.
Could have been anything. It's kind of like back in the day, I needed a login for AOL, and I couldn't get any combination of my name, so I
No
just
one
said Will
cares.
Moses, right? And then, okay, well then now everyone says, "Oh, Phil, you had Will Moses." Like, it was nothing. It was stupid. You know, it was just a placeholder. And then next thing you know, everyone knew you by it, and that's why I ended up.
You
changing
don't
it
need
later
to
on
make
when I
everything about
started
yourself,
bigger into the Street
Phil.
Fighter community.
Come on, man.
Didn't June just do a 4-hour documentary? Was that not one of the points that was in the documentary at the beginning? Sorry, it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure that he would have been made aware of this. Why in the fuck would he tell this story again? Because he would have already have known this. If you do a 4-hour documentary, even if it wasn't included, you would assume that the guy would have known that you were called Woe Moses and the story behind it at some point, right? If I fucking know, then the guy doing a 4-hour documentary should know. But let's just waste his time on this interview by recounting a story that everybody already knows.
Yeah. Well, first of all, June, I really want to thank you. This has been a
We
great,
love Woe
hour
Moses. It
conversation.
was a
I respect your
placeholder at a time
I
where
do
you
have one
couldn't
final
change your
question,
username.
And I'm curious on your take on this. All right. You've now covered a bunch of different people on the internet. You've seen
No, Crust Punks.
the
I will not
toxic
be
communities that
watching
form.
Agent Proper's interview with June the King. I'm not going to steal his views, dude. If you want to watch it, go watch Proper's own video, please. There was some questions in there that I enjoyed.
Around certain people.
Yo,
Like you
Redbird with the 2. How did you decide on Atlas the Bookkeeper? It's a placeholder, dude. Nobody cares. Ack. You know? I appreciate the 2.
said, like Wings and myself. Do you think there is potential someday? And I'm not saying you, but do you think there's potential someday that someone could flip this and actually do a documentary on the worst detractors and their communities? And would that have potential to be something that could blow up?
That would be hard. That because with like the people I covered, it's like a singular person and there's a clear timeline and it's a lot more consumable, right? Detractors are a broad field, so like
It's true.
are
We're
we
all
talking about,
different.
like,
We're
viewers,
individuals.
you know what I mean? Like, are we talking about like just people who type in the chats? Because like I don't think anyone cares about those people. But if you're
Right.
talking about like the more like intense ones that like really go crazy,
Yeah.
I wish June would have named names. Who are we talking about? Why don't we at detractors? Come on. We could have at least name dropped the ones that DSP talks about. Let's talk about duty streams, please. Yo, XJS, thank you for joining the 60 Skulls. Big ups, brother. I appreciate it.
I would say that,
I don't know.
we're talking about people on Kiwi farms who are doxing people. We're talking about the people who are making a living with these detractor channels.
Yeah,
You
that
know, there's a
brand
couple
dude
of them
guy
on, like,
is
the-
twisted. That's a sick son of a bitch. You ever seen the way he does his timestamps? That guy. Oh my lord. You gotta have a demented mind in order to do that shit.
Duty streams.
Oh, there we go.
Memology
Duty
101
streams.
Who literally take my videos
Memology.
every day and make toxic content out of it.
June
But
wouldn't
some
say
people
it
say to
though.
me, these people, when you analyze them, in reality, are bigger lol cows than the people that they fixate on and make money on by making these videos. And I don't really know because I don't spend time microanalyzing these people, you know. But I just find it fascinating that people in a lot of ways might say that people who are focusing on the lol cows and making this content about them, in some cases, may actually be the bigger lol cows. And is there potential there in the future to maybe analyze that?
Who's saying that? I've
What
never
in the
heard
goddamn-
anybody have this opinion other than the guy. The guy is the only person who thinks that lolcow followers are more interesting than the lolcows themselves. And sometimes that it is true. The more you look into other lolcows other than DSP, I'm a little biased on this subject, obviously. But if you look into the people that follow other lolcows, you'll very quickly realize that some of these people are unhinged weirdos. Absolutely. And there's probably those in the DSP community as well. I'm just too close to the source to tell you. But DSP is the only person that's actually saying these things. He's the only one who's actually asking a documentarian, quote unquote, who follows lolcows to talk about other A-loggers as if that's going to be, you know, something that people want to see. Nobody's expressing interest in that because when you go into these communities and you follow these lolcows, you're not interested in the people that follow them. And if you are interested in them, you'll just go follow them separately. I don't know, man. It seems like such a weird ask. Also, Inked Blessings is currently playing Project Zomboid instead of working on anything. A fucking bum bastard. Why don't you do something? Playing
I think
games
there
all
is some,
goddamn day.
But the draw of the average person is they want to be entertained.
Get a
They
job.
want a clear-cut story about like, especially like an internet figure
Hey,
or
it's
someone with, like,
Saturday.
more prominence or like who really blew up and like you would be focusing on such a like marginalized of the marginalized, right?
Yeah.
Such a unique kind of person that doesn't really represent anyone, and then like these more like intense people also kind of like bounce around. So it would be like really difficult, and I don't really currently see that. I guess.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Also, the level of intensity would be like more comfortable than I think. Like how do I say this? People online, right? Let's say you, Wings, Boogie, right? You guys are funny and entertaining in your own way, right? But someone online who does like really crazy stuff might not be as consumable to the average person. It might be more so too disturbing, and maybe the average person doesn't want to see that, which also affects the market. So currently, I don't really see that, if you know what I mean.
No, I get you. I thought about it, and I'm like, that it would be such an endeavor. Like, as arduous as it must have been to get enough for a 4-hour documentary about me, like, it would be like really like grasping at straws to try to get enough information, first of all, about these people, and then to formulate. Like, I would think the only way it could even be done. Like,
Bro, listen to how much the guy has thought about this too. Like, I'm sat here saying like DSP is the only person that's asking for this. DSP is the only person that's, you know, bringing this to anybody's attention that this is something they want. He's actively fucking thought about how arduous the process would actually be to garner all of this information into one spot and make it interesting. This is a guy who doesn't even do edited content. He doesn't do videos in this fashion. He's never done videos in this fashion, but yet he's already thought about all of the different ways that it would be a hassle. Why are you thinking about things you have no intention of ever doing or working on? An actual waste of time. Why don't you work on your actual fucking content, the things that pay your bills? I'm not sat over here worrying about, you know, making my next detractor song because that's not something I fucking do. I'm going to focus on the streams that I make about editing my own fucking videos, right? About writing my own scripts, not content I'm never going to make or ask somebody else to make because it's none of my fucking business. Real quick. I should have had this pulled up before I stopped talking. Professional style. Parallelogram Yosef with the 5 came late, saw the angry hostile Atlas. Don't apologize for casting your passive alt when hit with low-level stupidity. You're awesome. DSP sucks so bad. I agree. I appreciate that you like the volatility. I try not to do that. I try and remain calm, even though I've got fire. I appreciate the 5. Thank you. Ira with the 2. Funny, Phil doesn't name Fred the worst A-logger. Which is really strange as well. Like, he wants to talk about Duty Streams. He wants to talk about memology, but he doesn't want to talk about Fred, the person who was actually leading gay ops behind the scenes and led to all sorts of different attacks in his real life. The person who he literally feared so much he didn't go to his significant other at the time's brother's wedding for. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that sentence flew together correctly, right? But like, he was so scared of Fred Fucks, but he won't mention him now as one of the A-loggers that we should be keeping track of. Okay, very cool. And Mr. Extravagant with the 2 saying, cool, gotcha. Well, I thank you for the 2. I also got you. Big ups.
you couldn't even do a video on one. Maybe it would have to be like a documentary of like, here's the cornucopia of the worst detractors of this person and what they've done. It would have to be like this super video to put it all together to try to.
Yes, you need a super video about A-loggers.
Interesting. They're just kind of pathetic. A lot of them, the way that they act. You know, it's a difference between you make fun of someone in a chat or you laugh, or you're literally trying to ruin someone's life. And by the way, you're getting money on that because you're monetizing the video at the same time.
And that's the part that he takes
I
issue with the most. He can't stand that there's people out there making money off of him, despite them doing it in a transformative way, or at least reformatting his own content in a way that is actually accessible to the masses instead of the mountains and mountains of slop he shits out onto the internet every day that is impossible to parse through unless you have the patience of a saint. Because that's really what cutting clips is all about, is having the fucking patience that nobody else has. Very cool.
That I don't think that there would be enough at this point unless there was like really intense research done and maybe like a super video. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
There's so many aspects to it, but I don't really know of any like intense ones that really like monetize their videos or really like that's the thing. If you're going to like be doing like, let's say, send the police at your residence, right? You're not going to be online or easily accessible or really have that much of a history. But that being said, I don't really see.
Hey, shut
people,
up!
I guess making these videos.
He's going to be there
right?
tomorrow.
It just seems like a different field.
Right. All right. So let's end it with this.
So Phil, detractors have raised over $20,000 for children's hospitals the past couple of years, and that being said, collaborated with It's a Gundam to create and sell a DSP figure for charity. Meanwhile, DSP's bankruptcy forms revealed he gives nothing to charity. Would DSP want that information in his dream documentary? I went ahead and asked that question underneath the community post for questions to ask June.
What's next for you? What are you working
How about
on
that,
right
Phil?
now? Like, what are your next couple of projects coming out? And is there anything interesting in the pipeline that maybe you want to?
We're just not going to factor that in.
I have 3 videos actually. Lily Orchard.
That's
Dr.
money
Disrespect,
raised off
and,
my
Mr.
back.
Whitaker. Those are my next 3.
Without me, they wouldn't have that money for
yeah, so
charity.
I don't
Which
even know
ones
who
are
a
you
Lily
familiar with?
Orchard is.
I
Me
know
neither.
absolutely nothing about Lily Orchard. I think pretty much everyone
Guess
knows.
I will.
I'm
Oh.
gonna have to look her up
What's going on
right
in
now.
there
Nobody
And
in
Mr.
chat tell
Medicare,
me who the hell
I'm
Lily
just
Orchard
now
is
June will
because
be,
I can't
our
read
intro
it.
Arc of my
to
existence on the
Lily
internet,
Orchard.
finding out about people who talked about me and wanted. To
I
have
assume it's a
interaction with me.
lady.
I'm just starting to learn about who he is.
She's apparently a predator.
Well, there you go. Like, I guess
Very
I'll hope to fill you
cool.
in more on Lily Orchard, but man, like, oh man, she is
Got a very
possibly the worst
particular
person I've done a
face.
video on, I guess. If I can say
Wow.
that. Like, it's really
Really?
bad, Phil. It's so bad. It's horrible. Like, oh my god. Yeah.
Yeesh. And do you have like an estimated time frame of when to
Okay.
expect
All
your next
right.
videos?
Okay.
I'm hoping to release the.
I
Dr.
regret
Disrespect
ever
in October.
looking
What
that
in
up.
the goddamn?
The Mr.
Hmm.
Medicare one, I'm not sure because he has such a lengthy history, and I
And
really
now
don't
that
know,
I've
like,
come back to
I
the
tried,
chat,
like,
you guys
to
are saying
cover in that
things that
video,
may
I
be
do want to
considered
avoid, like, photoshop
disrespectful.
as to not,
Please
like,
mind
like
yourselves.
that won't be addressed too, but it will be like more so like not really analyzed. I want to really more present like his history online and like I guess
I don't want
people
anything
call
to
him
do
would
with
be,
this
a troll with the golden
individual.
heart, I guess. You know,
We're
he
here for the
definitely has a lot of
guy.
fans. I can see that.
I just want to go
You know,
back to
I
not
only knew
knowing
him
this
as someone who
person
had spoken ill of me
exists.
over the years.
Uh-oh.
But now that I get more information about him, I found out he was just as critical of my detractors, like the SOK and groups like that. He was really reaming them.
They don't
over the years and
exist
exposing them for how
anymore.
bad they really were. And then you kind of see someone in a different
Was
light.
he?
Maybe I had a
Okay,
misconception.
real talk. I know that there was that clip of Medicare talking to the SOK and they were being incredibly cringe as the SOK typically were. But was Medicare an avid reamer of DSP detractors aside from, one or two instances? Was he an outright, spoken advocate against DSP detractors? Because I don't know
No.
that to be the case.
Nope.
I that's just never been the experience I received watching Medicare content, especially back then. Because I was an avid Medicare viewer until he got cancer and disappeared for a while, and then I just never came back. So I genuinely don't know. It's a real question. A lot of you are saying that that's not the case. It was more just the SOK. Okay, very cool. Angel Halo 017 with the 5. Speaking of, Phil got mad at Duty's revenue being double than Phil's. Duty got demonetized for about 2 months. Any thoughts on that? I am not one to worry about another person's demonetization or monetization. That's not something I particularly care to talk about. It's not something I would have talked about personally. If a detractor is or isn't making money doing what they do is none of my business. I don't think it's anybody's business. I'm not going to say it's wrong to throw that out there if you want to. That's your decision. But I don't have a take on it. It's none of my business, man. Killdash9 with
my
the 20.
God.
DSP always says he never wants a sponsorship from a game because it ruins the integrity of the content. As soon as he streams WWE, he's all about people tweeting Scopely for sponsorship. He's morally and financially bankrupt. Oh, absolutely. Thank you for the 20. Hell yeah, dude. Big ups. Yes, he actively denies that he would ever want a sponsorship all the way up until the point where he thinks that he could get one, in which case he will again completely flip on all of his morals and stand on nothing that he's ever said because it suits him in the current time. That's all that matters to DSP. Anything that's going to suit his current narrative
Speed up a little bit.
and make his life.
Oh my god. Jessica from King Cobra, the Cobraverse, NAL. This is an old photo of hers. Holy cow. I'm sorry, you can't convince me NAL isn't a demon. That is quite a mouth. That is like the Kaku demon from Doom. Yeah, she's a demon, that's for sure. And Meerkat retweeted that.
Enrich his life in the future, literally enrich his life.
crazy
That's what he
looking.
cares about. Morals be damned, obviously. Thank you again for the 20.
I
Hell
would
yeah,
have a
dude.
conversation with him, man to man about stuff because it's time, right? And so that'll be fascinating. I think that's going to be out of the ones you just mentioned. Like personally for me, I know nothing about Lily Orchard. That would be fascinating. Dr. Disrespect, I feel like everyone is talking about right now, and it's kind of still happening. You know what I mean? Like he just the other day came back and all of that. But the Mr. Medicare thing, yeah, I think that might be the one, man. Like that could be a really interesting one for everybody involved. So good luck with that one. I'm looking forward to it.
I think
People are asking my take on Duty. I don't have an issue with Duty. I don't know Duty. I've never talked to him. I appreciate the clips in the same way that I appreciate the clips from everybody else. That's just kind of how I stand on it. I don't know. I don't think I said anything negative. I didn't mean anything negative. I never had a bad interaction with the guy. Like, it is what it is, man.
appreciate it.
All right, June, I just want to say thank you so much for your time. I think this is a great interview, and I appreciate your honesty about everything because that's the best policy, as I'm learning slowly, right? And any last words or anything for the audience?
Oh no, I mean just like it was great being on, having conversation, did so much research, and it's just cool. Like I guess talking to you. So yeah, pretty much it.
Incredibly
All
cool
right,
talking
June,
to
thank you so much for
DSP.
your
Of
time, and,
course.
you,
That's
good
what
luck in the
everybody
future
wants.
with your work.
Hey man, I'll catch you later.
Bye-bye. All right, guys. Pretty good. Technical issues out the butt to make that happen. And I apologize for those technical issues, though were not intended whatsoever.
Mhm.
But I think that went pretty well. Did it not?
Obviously.
I like-
Obviously.
I don't think. See, a lot of people were like, "Oh,
Why, actually, why the fuck would you clarify that the technical issues were not intended? Like, who the fuck thought that DSP was having technical issues on purpose because he thought that was going to make for better content? Like, what are you fucking doing here, man?
we didn't get."
As somebody who was about to crash out over bad audio last week,
All right, I hope
like-
you guys enjoyed it. I'm sorry for
I
the
don't
crazy
know,
technical issues. I
obviously.
just had a lot of technical issues. It really sucked, and we'll talk about that in a second. I'm going to end the interview portion of this video. I'm going to come back and we're going to do a decompress about what just
We
happened.
gotta
in the
do a
conversation and go
decompress
from
for this
there. I'm gonna
totally
shout out to
fucking
Thanks everyone for
lackluster
watching. I hope you
interview.
enjoyed the June the King interview. Okay, all right. Let me get set up now, everyone. So to make this clear, what happened? Discord no longer works on my PC. I have no clue what happened. It does not work on my Windows 8.1 PC. If I click on anything, it crashes. I can't click on a text. I can't do anything with it. And that's very bad because I was getting stuff through Discord. Like I was getting, pictures. I don't know what's going on. I think it's completely screwed up. And I uninstalled and reinstalled it. Okay. Didn't work. I tried
No,
using
is that what took 20 fucking minutes? He uninstalled and reinstalled Discord in order to try and fix that instead of just restarting his PC? Okay. Sounds good, man.
the browser version, and that doesn't work. So I am really at a loss as to what just
Would I
happened.
have
because I've been
pizza
using it
with
for a month and a
duty?
half.
Only
It
if
never
duty
had any
paid. I don't
navigation.
want to go and
What
get
has
pizza.
changed?
I don't like paying
I don't
for
know because I
stuff.
didn't even update. There's no Windows update on that
I'm
computer.
frugal.
There was no update to Discord on that computer. I'm at a loss at how it just
Same way
crapped
with
out
that
and
fella
crashed like
Inked
that.
Blessing. I'm only going to dinner with
No,
that guy
I
if
did
he
works on my phone. I
pays
literally
for
just
it.
used Discord on my gaming PC. That's how we had the interview. So I have no idea. I don't know. And this sucks because obviously, there's going to be opportunities for future interviews. Kino Casino is going to be coming back, and I know that they're going to want to have me probably doing stuff with them again. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm going to have to now try to figure this out.
Yo, he
that
is,
was
and he's counting the days till the fucking casino comes back, by the way. The amount of time that he's like name dropping casino while they're on vacation is wild to me.
If it was going to happen, it was going to happen on Friday the 13th, right? I mean, that you couldn't have had worse or better timing for that to happen. When else would it go
What?
wrong? Of course, it has to go
Worse
wrong on Friday
or
the 13th.
better?
So if anything, I could still do Discord via my gaming PC. The problem is no
Just
webcam.
whichever
for
one
the person on the
sounds
other end.
cool, I
Maybe what I have
guess.
to do is unplug the webcam from this PC and plug it into there and capture it that way. That could probably work.
Make him
Honestly,
shut
it's
up.
better than me wearing the stupid headphones because the headphones bother me anyway. Maybe that's what I'll have to do. I'll just have to migrate. the
All
webcam
right.
back
Thanks
and forth
for the fucking
to PCs for
brainstorming
now.
stream here, DSP. This doesn't actually relate
Okay,
to
so anyway,
anybody at all.
decompression. I'm with you. Like that was
Like, this is the type of shit that instead of polling while you're taking a shit, you might want to actually think about, right? Like, just do something more productive with the amount of time that you're spending thinking about WWE champions or even pulling on WWE champions, and just think about your content for a second. I think a little bit of time can go a long way in that form, or in that case.
that was a good interview, man. Like to me, he answered some stuff in ways that I did not think he would answer stuff. Quite frankly.
And I really enjoy that you could hear DSP disconnect from Discord. Awesome. I love that. That's totally not awful for people who watch on PC.
And I was fascinated by some of the answers. Let's get set up here, and we're gonna do our decompression right now. Let me get the leaderboard back. Let me get
Jersey
pop-ups
Mike's
back.
or
We got a lot
Jimmy
of shout-outs to
John's?
do.
Only one right answer? I've only ever had Jersey Mike's once, and it was like a sample platter style. I go to Jimmy John's more often because we only have a few Jersey Mike's around, and they're not in an area that's convenient to me.
Yeah, like straight up, I was surprised by some of those answers, but I don't know. I mean, he doesn't seem to agree. But I'm sorry, that guy is just better than a lot of the people in the way they treated me. He is. He doesn't think that. I don't know why. I don't know how he doesn't see the difference. That he was respectful. He's not going to make weeks of follow-up content and shit. You know what I'm saying? He's on with his life on to the next. I'm sure he's going to make a few more appearances on probably, podcasts and stuff regarding it. But
Yeah.
to me,
He's
that's
going on
what we're talking-
TBS. Already talked to Proper. If you guys haven't seen the Proper thing, go check it out. I'll get you a link.
Let me get everything set
I'll
up.
get you a link right now.
That was the most crazy answer. That he doesn't see the difference, but I don't know. Maybe it's because of difference of perspective.
I mean,
difference of
obviously,
opinion.
put it
I'm
into
coming from a
your
different
watch
place than him.
later because you have to finish this, and then you have to
Let's
watch
see.
the Tracker Beam
YouTube
re-stream.
videos, YouTube pop-ups. Okay, so we should be
But
good.
after that, obviously, you can
All
go watch Agent Proper's video.
All right, you guys ready?
In
Let's do
preparation
this.
for the
Let's
interview
decompress. I'm gonna
tomorrow,
start recording,
on
and what we'll
TBS.
probably do is we'll go through shout-outs because there are some shout-outs to go through, and then we'll start having conversation. All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. DSP here, and I literally just got off my interview with June the King, the documentarian who made a 4-hour documentary about me, which I live reacted to fully last week over on my DSP Reacts channel if you haven't seen it yet. And I thought it was a fascinating interview. Technical difficulties out the ass. Like, I couldn't even do my normal setup. He couldn't see me. Like, you guys could see both of us, but he couldn't see me at all. I had to on the fly kind of fix shit. And now what I think I'm gonna have to do is change my setup for when I'm gonna do Discord stuff in the future, which quite frankly is
Oh,
probably the
Duty's
best
interviewing
because
June
it actually
too?
felt
Hell
better
yeah,
doing
dude. I
it
didn't even know
shared
that.
my left
Now
hand.
I
Anyway,
know.
that's neither here nor there.
I must have missed that
It was about an hour
community
long,
post or something.
Okay, and it encompassed basically the first half was me kind of talking
Was
about
that Fleetwood Mac you heard? It was whatever. Yeah, that was Little Lies by Fleetwood Mac. That was the intro to Proper's video. That's why you heard that. I pulled it
my
up,
documentary
stupid.
and my
Come on,
thoughts
quit
about it and
derailing.
his thoughts about it and stuff like that. The second half, I went entirely like into your questions because you guys had opportunity to post up questions in a thread on the community tab of this channel, and I think some of the questions were outstanding, and we got some good answers from them. All right, so what I like to do, as you know, these streams are demonetized, meaning I didn't have any ads on the stream. There still are no ads, so people did contribute while I was interviewing him. I want to give shout outs, please, guys, if you could contribute.
Yo,
This
you
is
know
how I-
what? I do want to give DSP some credit because I've been hostile all fucking morning. Okay, I'm again blaming the coffee spilling on me first thing. I do want to give DSP credit for turning the monetization off on his streams while he's doing this. Now, I would prefer that he turned his monetization off for all of his streams, because I think having ads run in the middle of a stream is kind of lame as fuck, personally. Again, it's a personal opinion. But during an interview, I do think that that's actually a good practice. If you're going to have somebody else on, and obviously you don't want your audience to miss it, you would turn the monetization off. So big ups for that, DSP. An actual good movement that you've made there. I like the way you're stepping in that direction. Congratulations. This is the one compliment that you're going to receive for the entire time today. So there you go.
Appreciate it. We want to continue.
Don't say I never said anything positive, because I did.
So if you like the interview, please support the channel. And let's get that going. I'm still here till 4 p.m. FYI. I'm still gonna be streaming for a long time, so I'm not going anywhere. But this is the decompression. What I want to do is shout outs, see what people were talking about it.
Oh yeah, he's still back. I don't ever expect that to change. But at least there's not literally an ad run.
So here we go.
Not that I would know as an ad block
really
user.
Quick. There was Purple Pickle Yum Yum who did a super chat and said, "Send June a Philomania t-shirt for the lulz." Thank you. I don't have the Philomania t-shirts. Like this here and the Philomania t-shirt, I paid to have those made on a third-party site. It wasn't like this is one of those services that just makes stuff on the fly and you order it. I paid up front to have that made. So it's not like I have a box of these shirts in my house, or I can just send one to him.
So do it again. Send one to him.
It's actually an interesting thing to open up with. I am trying to work with a company right now.
Okay.
In regards to merch. Okay. I don't know.
The guy's working with a merch company.
I don't know if it's going to work out positively. You know, I haven't had merch now for 2.5 years, and now with this turnaround that I have had in the last, month and a half, it seems like people would like some merch. And I'm down to provide what people want. But the thing is, I've been blacklisted because my detractors went out there and they sent this hateful montage profile to everyone, to Teespring.
Ah, yes, the infamous dossier of hate.
These companies don't want to.
None of this happened.
Like, oh, you're an evil guy. Like, am I really? Am I really that evil of a guy?
I want so desperately for him to actually get merch made and have his dents out in the wild wearing it. Like, I really do want genuine DSP fans to be like spottable in public in the same way that you can spot a Thig boy for all you Brendan Schwab fans. When you see somebody wearing Thick Boy merch in public, like you could just tell how dented they are. Like, that's what I want for DSP fans. I want to be able to mock you in public, because that's incredibly fucking based.
I don't think so, or at least the things that you think I'm evil for are things from the past that I don't do. But basically, I've been put into contact with a company, and the company seems to understand who I am, understand my history. They're actually seeing my turnaround right now, and the positivity and the increase in viewership and the increase in support that I've been receiving, and they actually want to work with me. So I will let you know, like, this is all in development right now, literally going on.
We agree, Phil. The people who don't like you are really stupid, and you're super cool now.
I may even have some samples.
Now they're seeing how dumb they are and how cool you are.
We get the sample stream? Hell yeah, dude. That'll be robust.
Okay?
Totally won't get felted over that one.
And I can just see a bunch of products being made out of this. You know what I mean? Like, tons of things.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
All these new memes and everything that are happening, like, daily. We could have a lot of good stuff, right?
Daily meme themed t-shirts.
Michael, that's disgusting. Michael
sure about
AE with the 279 saying, "Give Cat the trug walk." I am not walking Cat to my trug. It's not gonna happen, boss. That's a big bitch. Not gonna happen.
Well, thank you for becoming a member this morning.
I appreciate the 279.
Let's get to some tip shout outs, and then we'll get kind of an open discussion about how that just went. Okay, so let's see. Got a $1 tip here. I was wondering if, when you plan on getting back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, you plan on potentially getting back to Atlas.
I never fixed the fucking.
I don't really understand the situation with Atlas.
It was supposed to. Hey, that's
I wanted to compliment your efforts on trying to branch out and try new things.
Oh, it's the game. It's the game publisher. Never mind.
Watching you.
I did the same thing live.
Really is showing a big milestone for where you've come, in my opinion. I just want to say props to you and efforts on growing. Which I could say the same thing for others like LTG, but that's a different story. Here's hoping that things will continue to get better for your YouTube journey. Last question: what are your thoughts on the PS5 Pro? Geez, that was a lot of questions for a $1 tip. I'm just saying, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's not coming back. No one wants it. I'm sorry.
Nobody wants
like it.
Dude, how many people?
They're not asking for it now.
How many people have asked DSP since he quit playing it to go back to it? And every single time he tells them that people aren't asking for it. Like, yeah, you could get away with saying that about like Dragon's Dogma 2 because nobody in his audience actually wanted to see him finish that game, and they're not asking about it now. But consistently, since he stopped playing Final Fantasy VII, people have been asking for it. And every time he says that nobody's asking. Make that fucking make sense, dude. Why are you talking about it all the fucking time then?
Coming back. I want to play Metaphor. That Metaphor looks great to me. You know, it's like Persona, but in medieval times, right? Or a medieval version of Persona. Problem is, I don't know if I'm going to get copyright stricken by Atlas or not. What I may have to do is wait a week or two.
Atlas would never copyright strike you, DSP.
If there's rampant issues with people getting copyright stricken by Atlas. I didn't think that would happen when I played Persona 5. I abided by all of their rules, and they hit me with copyright strikes. You have to understand that if I get hit,
Gil-9 with the $4.99 fiver, if you will. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Teespring notices redemption arc. Yeah, dude. I hope they come back. Right? They sent them private business style emails. Sir Burnell, we have noticed your recent redemption arc, and we just want to apologize for our past transgressions. And we would like to reinstate your Teespring merch along with all of the designs that you had in the past. Please let us know if this is an adequate way for us to apologize, or if we're supposed to glaze you online publicly. That's the exact interaction that I'd like to see.
With too much on this channel, I can't even stream on this channel, right? So I can't really take the risk. I have to be like more conservative and more fair.
Yes, they need to fire the executive who chose to release him. This is true.
In a couple weeks, the hype might be gone. So then, is it even worth playing?
You guys wouldn't believe this. Teespring actually got into contact with me. Okay. And they said that they actually fired the employee who received this dossier of hate, which really coincides with my recent redemption arc. Like, as I've been telling you guys, I worked with Kino Casino, and ever since then, like, people are really enjoying the content. Okay, that's the guy. That's what I want.
I don't know what to tell you.
This is Atlas's
it's
end.
Thank you for complimenting me on branching out. I wish to do more like this. I certainly wasn't expecting all these technical issues out of nowhere today. So it may just be I do all interviews on my gaming PC from now on. I set it up over there because it worked well. Like, he looked great. It was great quality, right? On there. And maybe it just makes more sense to do it that way moving forward. We'll have to see.
Well, I have to see. I'll be waiting.
Like, that was pretty, it went pretty well. So I want to have more people on the show. I'm in talks with a few people about my next couple of guests. I'll be honest, I don't think I want anyone on next week. I really need to focus on gameplay and get far in games I'm playing right now.
Thank God.
I can't be like getting caught up and constantly doing interviews and things. I'm already behind.
I'm so tired of the DSP interviews as of late. I won't lie.
Weeks, maybe 2 guests a month could work. It could be fun, right? Okay. And last question, PS5 Pro. I already gave my full opinion on it a couple days ago on the Level 1 podcast. There's even a whole highlight about it that you can watch on the channel, and I recommend that you do.
Let's cut a clip too. If you're looking for DSP's PS5 opinion or PS5 Pro opinion, you should go watch the Atlas clip instead of DSP's. It's got the chat. Speaking of opinions, Jay Wuso asking if I've played Space Marine 2 yet. As a Warhammer fan and as a 40K fan, no. I don't want to pay what they're asking. And I am also made aware of the fact that they install Epic Games Services as a form of crossplay for the game, and I'm not dealing with that. Don't install that shit on my PC. I don't want to play with Epic Games Store players. I have no interest in that. Don't install software I didn't fucking ask for. Thanks.
Express all of that right now. Thank you for that. Okay. I received a dollar tip.
That's about it when I would play it.
From the Dark Side Child Returns. Did you ever watch Quantum Leap before the original or 2022 version? What are your thoughts on the show? Did you ever own a backwards compatible PS3? What's your favorite and least favorite Spider-Man game? What is your favorite? All right, there's no way, dude. I was gonna say this.
The game looks really good, though. I will tell you, I've seen the gameplay. I do like the cover style shooting or whatever, and the graphics look amazing. But I'm not paying that, and I don't want your EGS.
Questions for a dollar tip. I will answer the first question. Have you ever watched Quantum Leap before? Yes. I watched the original show as it was broadcasting weekly as a new show. I can't remember what network it was on, but it was actually one of my favorite shows to watch with my parents. It was a cool sci-fi show with like morals and interesting writing. Really good show. Scott Bakula, great actor, right? And also, what was the other guy's name? Dean or something like that, who played his buddy or whatever. I think that it was a great show. I have not seen the 2022 version, nor do I desire to. I really am not a fan of these modern reboots, but I really like the original show.
I don't know shit about Quantum Leap.
Sorry, I can't answer 20 more questions. We'll be here for half an hour.
I do like that we've got
like decompress and talk about other things.
We do have a hard stance now on asking too many questions for $1. I like that. That's something that we have an issue with. He was talking about the other day as well, making the minimum to address a tip $2 because $1 isn't good enough. I guess beggars are in fact choosers in this instance. I don't know why we didn't go through with that. I think that would have been a fantastic aspect to DSP's content as he ignores people who give him money. I thought that would have been very robust and meaningful, but I guess not.
But thank you for the dollar tip. If I've upset you, I apologize. I received a $20 tip. Thank you so much. This is from Lucifer Soul, who says documentarians have never reached out to him and he's still banned. Well, Lucifer Soul, again, you understand the reason why you're banned, right? Like, there's reasons for these things. It's not even like you were only banned.
There's
once.
A reason you're banned. That's why I keep addressing you publicly on my stream.
I could unban you right now. I would guarantee you, Lucifer Soul, that within about a week, you'd probably get rebanned again. And it wouldn't even be me. You would just go around your
You'll
normal way.
happily take
get banned
this
again.
money from
what I would
these
say-
fucking
like Kirk.
cucks.
Is if you really want to talk in chat and you want to be a regular,
Mhm.
you account that no one knows.
Make a
I don't
sock
know.
account.
No one knows it's you, and abide by the rules.
Actively advocating for ban evasion publicly on stream is a very robust way to interact with your chat. Obviously, I don't know, man. I don't know that that's a TOS violation. I imagine that it would be. But even if it wasn't, it's still not a fucking good look and not something that you should be, telling people to do in order to get around the bans that you've instated and are responsible for. If you want this person to come back to the chat and you want this, you genuinely want that, you would just unban it. If that's not the case, then why would you tell them to make another account? It's self-defeating. You're just gonna have to lean in manual another sock account, something that you adamantly hate all of the time. It's, again, just self-defeating. Why the fuck would you do that? It's so stupid.
And then you won't have issues. Because there's some people who I just feel like there's no point in the unban because you've seen the track record of behavior, and from the track record of behavior that they're not going to change. Like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, this guy's been unbanned like 10 times before. So I just don't see the point. All right.
Then quit telling him to make sock accounts. Like, what is he trying to do? Boost his subscriber count? Who gives a shit?
People have this association with you. They expect you to that you're this person. You're going to act this way. And so it's just going to, you know what I mean? It's going to happen. You're going to get banned again. Better to come in as a new name that no one knows it's you. And that way people don't have preconceived notions of who you are and how you behave. And you'll have a much better chance of being treated fairly. Don't you think? I think that's a fair assessment. Is it not?
Just be completely fake, like I expect everyone else to be in order to be in my chat. Just pretend you like me
when it comes out. It's
so much that no one can tell the difference.
My wife actually on Game Pass was playing some of Kingdom Come Deliverance. And like the first hour, we were both enjoying. And then when it got a little bit further in, we hated it. It was clunky. It didn't feel like a very smooth game. And quite frankly, it just wasn't very fun. So I have no desire to actually go play that game. I just don't. I know some people have asked for it.
Imagine enjoying the first hour of Kingdom Come Deliverance, but not the hours afterwards. Like, the first hour is nothing but an intro in a very small town with limited movement or ability to do anything. But the game actually opens up after that. You get introduced to the bigger town with more characters and shops and side quests and the ability to free roam and go do other things. It's also an RPG, so to say that it wasn't very fun is kind of silly, given the fact that you haven't even upgraded your character to be able to fucking read yet, let alone do anything that is actually interesting. But okay, we just wrote the game off because we didn't have fun in the first 2 hours. Not looking for that instant gratification, though, of course. That's what the kids look for, not the guy. He's more sophisticated than that.
Over the years, but I've seen it firsthand. I know what it is, and I don't think that we would get much or anything out of it. I feel like it would be a waste of time, quite frankly. It wouldn't be entertaining. I know there's this secret or this sequel, coming out, but I have no confidence. Maybe let's see what happens. Let's have it come out. And if people are saying, "Oh, it's so good" or whatever, and maybe I'll give it a shot. But at this point, I'm not going to commit to that. Okay.
Nugs, we're talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance, a game that's too complicated for DSP's P-Brain.
Did a $5 super chat. Thank you, Spawn Killer. I think I found a game on Halloween Marathon. The game is called Fears to Fathom Woodbury Getaway. It's about 2 hours long. So, FYI, for those who don't know, because perhaps you don't, maybe you're one of the more relative newcomers around here. Every Halloween, on Halloween, I do a marathon, and I actually dress up in a full costume.
Oh,
and
every Halloween on Halloween.
On horror-themed games that I play during that event. And it usually goes really well. Usually we get great attendance, great support. Everyone has a great time. It's just a really good annual thing I do. Last year I got sick. I had COVID. So the whole thing got called off, even though we had all the games lined up. I had an expensive costume purchased. It sucked.
He never tested himself.
I do enjoy the fact that we just say that we have COVID now, despite never getting a confirmation. This really could have been DSP being the biggest pussy on the planet and not able to deal with the common flu. But instead of doing that, he's just designated that he had COVID, and nobody is allowed to disagree with him, despite him never actually getting confirmation or having any evidence to back this up. The dude could have just been normal sick, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll just be the COVID
year, I'm
victim,
hoping to come back strong. Thank you, Spawn Killer, for the suggestion, but I will soon have a method by which you guys can start nominating games. It'll be like a community post that I will put on the main page of this channel. I'll see if I can pin it, because I think you can pin community posts now. And that way people can post up games there. And then what we'll do is we'll tally them up. We'll have a poll. We'll do the whole 9 yards. Okay. But not yet. We're a little early. It's still only, what is it, September? It's Friday the 13th, right? We still got a ways to go, probably nearing the end of September. We'll sit down and we'll do the community post for that. Okay. But thank you for that. All right. So as of now, I have shouted out all contributions that I see. If I missed one, all right. If I missed one, let me know. But it looks like I got everything. So as of now, all right, we're at $34 in tips. And I would say if you guys just like what I just did, people are saying, we like that you branched out. We like that you're doing these interviews. Please support this stream. All right. I want to continue this King Street, fill the King's coffers, as they say. You know, I'm not going to really ham it up right now because it's more serious tone. We're going to have a nice decompression after.
As they say, motherfucker, you're the one who says that. I just can't stand that, bro. Why is he always telling people, oh, this is what they say. This is what the people are saying out there. This is their opinion, right? You're the only motherfucker that's saying this shit. Stop putting your words in other people's mouths. I just don't like it, bro. Say what you want to fucking say and say it with your chest. You're fucking sneak begging, acting as though like all of this nomenclature is something that the audience has decided on. This is your fucking gimmick. Either play into it or shut the fuck up. God damn.
For that interview. But please support. All right. And thank you for everyone here. We have over 700 viewers currently. If you're here, please click the like button. We got 230 some likes. Let's get that to 300 right now. I'm sure there's 70 people sitting there. You're having a good time. Please click the like button. The engagement helps this channel a ton. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, all appreciated. All help this community and channel. And sure would help right now. And let's hit the tip skulls, as soon as possible. Like let's crush it right now. Lice is banned in the chat, and he's the top tipper. Let's have someone unthrone him right now and jump into that seat to get.
Yo, this is also something he's been doing the past couple of days, which like to me just seems not right to do. So these people paid money. You can't really see it because of the way that the layout is. These people paid money. Liceversal, $20 tip. Okay, paid money to be on a stupid leaderboard, and he outright tells people, other people in his audience, you guys need to tip more and dethrone this person. Take their name off the fucking screen. Liceversal needs to get the fuck out of here. Get sent to ban world. Because, whatever reason, I need somebody to give more money. Like, that just seems like a shitty thing to do to somebody who's already given you money and very clearly wanted their name displayed on the screen.
Fuck this guy.
The credit, okay?
Give me money to get this guy off the fucking screen.
If you don't dress as Hogan for Halloween, everything's been for nothing.
Banned.
I'm not dressing for Hogan as Halloween. Nah, it's stupid.
Okay.
Maybe eventually, down the road. I'm not doing that now. I already have a costume from last year that was expensive. That's a really good costume, and it's not Hulk Hogan, okay? So you could stop memeing right now. We could do the Hogan meme when I play WWE Champions this coming Tuesday night.
Why is he hostile about this,
But no, I'm not going to be Hulk Hogan for Halloween. Okay.
You can stop with the meme right now. Like, you're going to be Hulk Hogan when it's not relevant to your content anymore? You really think people are going to give a shit about your WWE streams all the way up until next October of 2025? I don't fucking think so, dude. I really don't think people are going to give a shit about your fucking WWE Champion streams come 2 months down the road, if it even makes it that long. You really think that Hulk Hogan is going to be a relevant meme to your content then? Talk about a fucking missed opportunity. And that's not even to point out the fact that if he saved this costume until this year, why did he just save it till next year, right? Like, this is the backup costume. Nobody knows how good it is. Nobody knows what it even fucking is. If you could save it 1 year, you could save it for the next and do a costume that people are actually asking for and want to fucking see.
So
doesn't even know how to play the game, stupid.
All right, is let me open up the chat and any contributions that come in to shout outs. What did you guys just think of that interview? I'm curious. Did you like it? Did you not like it? Are there things that could have been better? Did you like his answers? Were you surprised by some of his answers? I tried to do a wide range. I wanted to basically have some of it be about me in my documentary, but I did want to do more generalized questions with him as well. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Some of his answers I wasn't expecting. Okay, so what do you guys think?
I think you need to get a
friend.
friend.
Shorter than you thought it would be. Why did you think it was going to be longer than that?
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
I was rambling a lot. Well, I was trying to get some of my points over, and I get it.
I agree, I guess. I was rambling a lot.
You guys, I'm talking to a person, so I shouldn't do 3 things at once. He even called me out on it, rightly so. He was like, dude, you just said a bunch. He's right. I need to, separate my thoughts. I have to get better at this because I haven't done interviews, right? I need to separate thoughts and say one, have an answer. Say one, have an answer. Not blah, 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 and now what's your answer? Like, well, shit, you just talked for 5 minutes, right? So...
And he doesn't seem to understand the fact that he also needs to listen to those, answers that he was given, that he should be having follow-up questions. He should be thinking about the things that they're saying on a level that can connect to something else and lead to a different question. Like, his takeaway was only that he was talking too much, not that he wasn't actually listening, which I think is far more important, actually. If you ask 100 questions, right, and you actually listen to all of the things that they say, you should be able to come back with should be able to come back with engaging questions to follow up. And I think that that's more imperative to an interview style than not talking a lot, if that makes any sense. You should shut the fuck up once in a while but I think it's more imperative that he listen. Speaking of fucking listening, me right now, ack. 2, Killdash 9 with the 2. He needs to be Hulk Hogan Ghostbusters crossover. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We need the Philomania Ghostbusters style jumpsuit. Okay. We can have like a Chris Benoit styled ghost animation that we try and capture. Don't ask me why it's Chris Benoit. Okay. If you know, you got to capture him and put him away. That's what we need. I like that. Get really meta with it.
So there you go.
For the 2.
I think that's something that I need to learn on and do better. June seemed uninterested at first, then it kind of mellowed out and became chill. Yeah, you want to know why? Here's my opinion on it. The first half of the interview was about me and my documentary. I honestly don't think he had much else to say about it. You know what I mean? Like, he knew that I didn't have issue with it. I wasn't going to destroy him.
You
or
had
grill
plenty
him
of
or hit him with accusatory
issue
questions. He did
with
this
it.
wrong. He did this wrong. He knew that, right? So honestly, there's nothing to really defend himself to. So he knew that the questions were going to be so about it. But to him, I don't think he was that interested in that at all. Did you notice that when I changed the topic from me and my documentary to more generalized topics, like now we were talking about being a documentarian in general, how it works on YouTube and his methodology. Other topics like Wings of Redemption.
Anyone could have
those are the
asked
things he
him.
opened up to. Because he's had
So
enough of Dark Side
what was
Phil.
the point of
you don't understand?
talking to
Like,
you?
He's had his fill of Dark Side Phil. He literally actually said in that interview, when I'm done on a topic, I don't really want to keep following the drama sphere around it or anything. I don't really care. I'm tapped out on it, right? He's tired of it. I'm the same way. Dude, if I research for months,
he's
put out a
going
4-hour
to answer
documentary about
more
someone,
questions.
I'm going to want to constantly.
You would never do that. You don't have the wherewithal to put out a 4-hour documentary on anything. Brother, you don't even have the fucking wherewithal to put out a 30-minute video on anything. You don't make videos. You make glorified VODs in a video format, right? So let's not pretend like you're capable of doing anything of the sort. But I do think that it's incredibly funny that the second that we quit talking about Darkside Phil in his documentary, you know, the main reason that June the King was even a topic of discussion to begin with, that's when June started to open up. You know, when you actually started to ask questions that legitimately pertain to him or that were a little more broad so that he had something to say. That he started to talk. Isn't that ironic? It's almost like DSP's just not that fucking interesting, and he said everything that he had to say in the documentary or something.
Keep talking about it. I'd be like, I'm on to the next thing now, right? This is like a tired subject. So I think that's what it was. Is he was so bombarded with Phil, so that after we stopped talking about me in the first 25 minutes and we opened up, it totally flipped the interview into something more entertaining. Now I hope people will give that interview a chance to go to the second half. Right? Because here's the thing. If I didn't do the stuff about me first, all right? If I didn't do that first, everyone would have said, you didn't talk about the things we wanted. Why are you asking him about personal? We want to hear about the documentary about you. So I had to do that first. I had to get it out of the way. So then he's feeling more like it's safe to open up and talk about the other topics. It's fine. He's more casual now, right? I had to do it that way. But I'll be honest.
So, like, the way that he describes that, does it not sound like deceitful and kind of scummy? Like he was like, I know when you go into an interaction with somebody like this, especially an interview style, you do have to have some sort of plan or methodology, as the guy loves to keep saying during this whole stream. But doesn't it sound kind of strange to say that I had to ask about the documentary stuff before? That way he was, more open to talking about things later. Does that not sound like he was like worming his way into something that he had no business asking about by opening him up and softening him before the blows? I don't think that's how he meant it, but that's the way it sounds when you talk like a fucking weirdo.
Honest with you, yeah, I'm nervous that people will look at that interview and start watching the first half and be like, he's not giving much, and therefore it's a bad interview, and never watch the second half that was much better, right? But I guess that's something I got to get better at, right? I don't know how I could have done that better, but then again, it's only my third interview that I've done. I'm sure I'll get better at these over time, right? Let's see here. Did I feel anxious interviewing? Is it getting easier? Do you want to know the truth? I felt like I was 100% ready for this interview, and then the technical issues happened, and it completely threw me for a loop. I had all the questions ready to go over here on my gaming PC on this TV. I had everything working here on this side. I had everything going. And then it crapped out. And I was like, oh, shit.
So you
now,
still had the question?
I have to freaking adjust on the fly. This guy's sitting there waiting. And listen, his time is valuable. I know he said, oh, this is my work time. I have like 4 hours. I don't want to waste this guy's time. So now I look like the asshole because this fucking thing stopped working. So
bro, the fucking PC's a detractor the whole time.
What questions? Like, I'm the kind of guy, I don't really write anything down. It's like in my head. I don't have any questions
I thought about this. A lot of stumbling there. Don't worry about it. I thought about this when he said it live. DSP's the guy who doesn't write anything down, but he's the one that's showing his fucking origami paper on side scrollers. His whole fucking point to that was, I'm old school, Craig. I do something that nobody else does. I actually write on paper, okay? That was that whole fucking point. And now he's the guy who doesn't write anything down. He's an entirely digital style. This is the fucking guy. When he did Ask the King, pretty much all the way up until the end, he wasn't reading the questions straight out of the thread. He wasn't reading the questions off of a screen. This motherfucker would copy and paste every single question onto a piece of printed paper and read it out physically. But it doesn't write anything down? Since when, bozo? Since when?
So I'm like, fuck, okay, what were the questions that people wanted to hear? And then what I had to do in the middle of the interview on
writing
my laptop,
on
you probably
paper is
noticed,
not
I had to open up the
homosexual,
questions
Redbird.
from
I'm
your
writing on
viewers
paper right
and
now.
get to them and start reading them.
I have a
While I was
pen.
listening to one of his answers and not lose track of what he was saying, yeah, it was tough. I feel like it will get better.
And he just confirmed right there that he was reading the questions and trying to sort everything out while trying to also pay attention to what he had to what June the King's answer actually was. That's just unprofessional, bro. Like, you want to talk about, real professionals figure out all of their audio issues before they get on the stream, which you didn't manage to do either. So fuck yourself on that behalf. But you weren't even listening to his answers, and that's why your interview was shit. You had no follow-up questions that anybody gave a fuck about. It's just dude. Like, this guy thinks that his shit doesn't stink, and every single piece of content that he puts together is the fucking bee's knees. It's not. It's all ass, and it's all your fault. You're not an entertainer. You're incapable of doing anything. On every front, actually. You're not good at games. You're not a very entertaining speaker at all. Your shenanigans are all fucking nonsense. Your internal logic doesn't make any sense. You can't take care of your house. You can't take care of your wife. You can't take care of your fucking pets. Everybody you've ever interacted with fucking hates you. You've abandoned your family on the other side of the country. Like, you actually are incapable of doing anything. But it's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. It's the PC's fault. He doesn't write anything down. Stupid.
I'm done with Discord on this PC. I make that clear. I can't, this is fucked up at this point. I'm not gonna keep messing with this PC and having these issues. Okay. So Discord, I'm gonna have set up over here. What I'll have to do for days that we're doing Discord, I'll have to open or change the webcam to work over here during those days. But I'll get into. I feel like this is something that I need to get better at, and I will. Like I said, I want to do more interviews.
It's not graphing paper. It's lined paper. God damn it.
and that will allow me to hone my craft. When I started talking to a camera back in the day, I wasn't good at it. Then I got better at it over the years. When I started talking to a live audience in 2017, I wasn't good at it. Then I got better at it over the years. It's just something that comes with time and repetition and experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I received
all that time, repetition, and experience, and it's still
tip.
dog shit. Crazy.
Are you excited for the Switch 2? My dad works at Nintendo. It gets revealed at the end of the month. Excited? I'm not excited for the Switch 2. I'm excited for the games. I want a new Mario Kart, okay? I want the new Super Mario Odyssey that we've been waiting for 100 years and it hasn't come out. Those first-party amazing games are what I'm excited for. I really don't care about the new console because sadly, it's not going to be very powerful compared to its competitors. It's going to have some gimmick that I'm probably never going to use. Just like I've literally never used the portability of the Switch. I'll probably never use whatever weird gimmick unless it's forced down our throat. Like we're forced to use motion controls. I don't care about that stuff. All right. What I care about are the games. So I hope there's games, right? That's what I want. I want the games.
That comes with the console then. So you're excited for the console. Like what?
So thank you for the tip. That gets us to 46 and climbing. Let's keep it coming. Let's keep hearing those coins.
I don't understand that mentality, bro. I'm not excited for the console. I'm excited for all the games that are going to come with the console. Well, if the console's a prerequisite, then you have to be excited for the console at least to some extent due to the thing that's going to follow it. What? He just wants to shit on Nintendo and talk about how every console they have is a gimmick console, despite the Steam Deck doing incredibly well because people actually value being able to play video games on the go. Something that the Switch did incredibly well. So, whatever.
Let's hit that goal and continue the streak. All right. Hank Fritz did a super chat. He says, one thought, June is very short with his answers and doesn't eagerly offer detail. I think for this reason, he's a difficult person to interview. I'll be honest, I think you're right in that regard. I was not expecting his answers to be as short as they were. And when someone gives you a short answer, you wonder if there's a reason. Like if I press him on something that he gave a short answer for, is that because he just has nothing else to add? Or is that because he's not finding that subject particularly interesting to talk about? And when you have a guest, you want to be sure that that guest is flowing with you and you're having a conversation that's good for both sides. I don't want him to feel like this is a chore for him to be on the show and this is crap. And why am I here? This guy's asking me bunk questions. This is stupid, right?
That's probably how
I
he
feel
felt.
like the second half of the interview, the whole tone changed and he was enjoying himself, and I'm happy for that. But
I have to give, you know, a little bit of leeway to DSP here. That can be difficult, okay? Especially when you're alien style like the guy and don't interact with anybody. Sometimes it can be difficult to tell whether or not somebody is just giving you a clear and concise answer because that's the way they speak, right? They want to get their point across. They don't want to be misconstrued, so they say it like it is. Or if they're just genuinely not interested in the conversation, so they're giving you a short answer. That can be difficult to tell. That's why you have to be actively fucking listening and listen. And I'm gonna say listening again. You have to be active fucking listening to them and come up with follow-up questions that are going to interest them. Because if you don't do that, then you'll never actually know whether or not it's just the topics you're talking about or whether or not that is who they are. And given the fact that he did have broader answers and longer answers the later he went in, it sounded like those topics were dog shit. And they were mainly dog shit because you didn't give a fuck what the answers were. You were asking them out of obligation, not because you actually cared.
well, yeah, like he was definitely very short answers. And I think people maybe were expecting more than that. And sometimes you got to adjust on the fly. That's what I tried to do. Like if you didn't notice, I talked about my interview, or excuse me, my documentary for about 20, 25 minutes. And I realized that basically the questions weren't really going anywhere. So I said, you know what I'll do? Let's open up to the questions from the viewers. Let's see if they get him talking. And then we can elaborate on some of those more and get more conversational. And that's exactly what happened. There were 2 or 3 of those questions that were great questions. So thank you guys for those, that he got opened up and talked a little more. And that allowed us to have more of a conversation.
He got opened up is a crazy way to say that.
You know, it kicked up.
It sounds
Thank you
He
to
got
Daniel
opened
United
up.
115 for a €10 super chat.
Sure,
I
dude.
appreciate that. And now we have Darth Fig, who just did a super chat and says, I know
Darth
Afterbox
Fig.
tomorrow. I just beat it. It's front
Can't
runner
say
for game
that
of the year.
word.
Looking forward to your reaction to the upcoming amazing stage. Sounds good. I'm playing it
Is
tomorrow night.
Astrobot
And I'm also
good?
playing
I don't
it
know
at the
anything
big time
about it.
stream on Tuesday. So that's about 5 more
I
hours.
haven't seen
Very
any
video
gameplay.
game.
It's going to be in the
I
main
guess.
rotation until we beat it. So it's coming up. I don't know how long it is, but I loved it when I played it last Saturday. If anything, because of everything that's been going on, right? Because of the fact that my time has been
Don't
pulled in a million
expect, like-
directions. I'm sad that I'm not getting to play much as I
Don't
normally
expect
would.
Dark Souls,
But
I
now
guess.
we're really starting to focus in more, and we're going to get bigger chunks into the new games starting this coming week. Okay. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you,
Sounds
Darth
good, dude.
Fig.
I missed
let's see
all of
here.
that. Not one fucking iota. Yeah,
Hey,
made it
says
into
he's
my
from
brain.
another country, is he? Maybe the way they have conversations over there are a bit different. You want to know the truth? I have absolutely no idea where he's from. And for me, like, unless that information is made public, I don't feel like that. Like, I'm not gonna. Hey, so by the way, where are you from? Because if you don't know, he's had issues with doxing. Like, he's been doxed by LTG.
Yeah.
But the LTG hit his documentary about him.
Is June from somewhere else?
And when he got it removed, June, that is.
My bad, my bad.
LTG doxed his
Is June from somewhere else? He sounded like he was from here to me. I think that's kind of a weird thing to assume. If again, not the conclusion that I came to, but if that's the case, that's the case. Yeah, June is from Earth. That's news to me, actually. He's American. He sounds like an ESL. I just learned what ESL is actually the other day because, you know, I always wanted to say English Sign Language. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway,
ESL.
I thought
English
he was
is
from
the
America.
second
He sounds
language.
American to me. He just sounds a little special.
information he put into the counter notice. He just put it out on the internet, and all his followers went and harassed him. So it was completely fucked up. And how do you want to? So by the way, where are you from and how you doing?
Yeah, Fear
You know, I
Monarch.
think he's
That's
from
what
the
I
United
always
States.
think
I'm
is
almost
ASL
positive
instead of
he's
ESL.
But I don't know. I just think it's his mannerism or whatever. You know what I mean? I feel like that's just how he is as his personality, and I think that's fine. I didn't
Earthican
find
style
the way
lingo
that
is
his
pretty
answer
funny.
questions are talked like he was being short with me. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, oh, I really don't like this guy and I'm cutting him off. I have no answers. You know, I don't like him. That's just that's the way he talks. You know, and everyone's different. Variety is the spice of life. If everyone talked and acted exactly the same, then life would be pretty boring. I think, right?
I guess. Sure.
Darth Fig said it
What
took
a-
about
what a
15 hours
basic
to
take
beat
to
Astro.
have.
Thank you. He platinumed it too.
People
Okay,
are
cool.
individuals, and that's what makes them
Excellent.
individuals. All right. Sounds good, dude. Thanks.
Okay, so here's
I am
something
10, I guess.
I will address.
I needed
all
that
right?
information.
Because someone in the chat is saying this. They're saying, I don't get it. For years you've been saying, ignore the drama, ignore the drama. But now, in the last month and a half, you've been on Kino Casino. You're doing these interviews. You're talking about people like LTG and stuff. Now it's drama. So what is it? Is it no drama? Is it full drama?
Yeah, didn't all
Is it,
those
you know,
clips
for
age
me,
very badly?
As I
a
kind of
great-
said yesterday,
This is actually kind of a great question, if you ask me, because it's something that I don't think that he's had his feet held to the fire about yet, right? As he's gone more into the drama content. Sorry, I'm writing. As he's gone more into the drama content, you know, he was Mr. I don't want to do drama. I don't want to do this shit for views. I just want to play my games. And yet he keeps doing it. And he even shits on other people for not wanting to engage with him in it. So this fantastic question, Dan. Let's hear the answer.
Okay. I'm just dipping my toe into stuff. Okay. I've had a conversation with my wife, Kat, and she said, listen, I understand, you know, you're getting more popular now.
I don't believe
right?
this.
Which is good. It's about due time with all the work you put in.
Kat said it was okay.
That's good and
Okay,
all,
so
but
you
don't
argue
lose
with
yourself.
her, you argue
Because the
with
core content
Kat.
that I make is
Okay.
Eminem
not
style.
you guys
Okay,
and
okay.
having, you know what I'm
Terrible
saying?
music.
Having
You know what I'm
fun,
saying?
Not drama. Listen, I think that you can have fun with some drama, okay? But it has to be drawn
It has
out
to
at a
be
certain
the
point,
right
or
amount
cut
that I
off at a
say
certain
is
point,
not
okay?
too much. And
Um,
only I get to
especially
decide
with,
how
like,
much
the guys
is
who
too
get
much,
into casino,
and
they thrive on
everyone else
drama, that's
can. Shut
literally
up.
who they
I don't
are.
care.
They make a living doing it. Good on them. Correct? Now,
Okay.
I don't want to be
Real talk, why are we involving Kat in what sort of content we make? Like that's a genuine question from
She's
from
the
me.
horse shield. You can hide
She doesn't have
behind
anything
her.
to do with the content. He tells us all of the time that she doesn't want an internet presence. She doesn't care to have an internet presence. She doesn't want to be involved with the content due to who DSP is online. It's just not something that she wants to involve herself in. But yet DSP is out here asking her about his content, something that she, for the most part, should be completely unaware of. Why is she the one that's deciding what sort of content you do? The Miss Atlas does not, or Miss Bookkeeper does not come in here and tell me what streams I do and don't do, what kind of videos I do and don't make. None of that gets run by her because it doesn't fucking pertain to her and she doesn't care about that. That should be the way that Kat, I'm not saying that's the way you treat Kat, but that's, her opinion is so fucking insignificant it doesn't matter because she's not involved. Why does it fucking matter? Just like when he said that she had an opinion on Keem, and that's why he didn't want to work with Keemstar. Who gives a fuck what Kat thinks? I don't care if she's your wife. It's your content. You make the money. You pay the bills. If it's something that you want to engage in because you think that's going to do best for your business, then you fucking do that. Why does her opinion even matter on this this subject? I don't get it.
Keto Casino. All right. I'd like to appear on their show from time to time and maybe do some labs and things like that. But I don't want to just be them every day. This podcast, when I made the podcast just about me, and it was just about me talking about my schedule, talking about my daily life, and talking about this, talking about that.
And yes, I do realize that Miss Bookkeeper is not actually the title that she would receive. That sounds more like my sister, who also doesn't have a say in any of the content. So whatever. But we're not married, so I can't call her Mrs. Bookkeeper. You guys would call me a liar. Come on.
Your podcast is boring. It's not really a podcast because all you're doing is gabbing and talking about yourself, right? So now we're not just talking about me. Now we're talking about other topics. News is definitely a part, real gaming news, but also we're addressing my detractors. We're addressing internet people or personalities, like LTG or whatever. And I think that there's something to be gained by that for variety and fun, as long as it doesn't go too far. All right.
Yeah, she's
I don't want
Bookkeeper adjacent.
all of my content to be internet drama. I don't want to change as a person or a creator ever. I don't want that to happen. Okay. But I think mixing it in and having the variety, the podcasts absolutely have been better. The highlights I'm making of the channel have been better. I think people overall have just really enjoyed the content. And
so people are enjoying the content more that there's drama. I'm able to make more clips and people are watching the clips because of drama. It's almost like people have been telling DSP for years that drama sells and that he has some sort of built-in viewer base if you were to do drama content. And he shit on them at every junction when they said that. It's almost like they were right the entire time and DSP has no fucking idea how to run his own business and profit in a way that is the most profitable to him online. Crazy. This guy with the business degree doesn't understand how to run his own fucking business. Who would have thought?
that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a great thing that things are picking up. There's more viewers.
Hey, good morning, Kanye.
Right? It doesn't have to be Phil completely changes and rushes face first into the drama sphere, and now that's all he does. In fact, that's exactly what I don't want to do. I could have done that many years ago. If that's what I was going to do, I could have done that many years ago and been successful at it, right? And at the same time, man, it feels good to be refreshed and feeling different, that people care about my opinions. They will like seeing me razz people. The detractors, when they do something particularly heinous, you guys tell me about it now, and I'm able to spin it into content that they deserve. That's the thing. These people deserve it. This is not me going after an innocent person. This is people who have treated me so poorly in the last 5 to 10 years. Some of these people making $5,000 or more a month on completely defamatory content about me, right? It's time to turn the camera towards them and expose them for who they are. People are enjoying that, right? This is called karma. This is called justice.
I don't mean to conflate this to the fellow with the funny mustache, but I'm pretty sure that he would have been saying something similar about a certain type of people that were located in Germany from 1938 to 45, right? Those people were making how much money, and the country of Germany was suffering after the Treaty of Versailles because they started World War I and they had to, pay whatever, and they were just down bad. Like, that's not a justification for your actions. If people are enjoying me talking down and berating these other people and watching them suffer is your justification, like, you're on the wrong side, boss. And I know that's Rich coming from a detractor, but like, I'm not going to sit here and justify that like that, right? Like, I understand that being mean to DSP is not the kind thing to do. That's never been a thing that I thought. So, but I'm just saying it's not exactly a justification by any means. And if that's the justification that you can take, you can really justify anything. Yeah. What's the final answer to the detractor question? What's the final solution on that one? That's a good question. Who knows? Redbird with the 2. Does Miss Bookkeeper have an interest in the guy? She has an interest in the guy as far as I'll talk about him. She lets me talk. She asks follow-up questions that are related because she's a good listener. She likes laughing at him when I say stuff, but she'll never watch fucking clips or restreams or anything like that. She's busy doing other stuff, like cutting hair. Okay.
This is not me just picking someone off of the internet and bullying them. They've been bullying me all along, right?
This isn't me picking a race of people to just, start an entire Holocaust against. These people, they were asking for it. Okay, don't take that out of context. Don't take that out of context. I'm doing the bit again, okay? Thank you.
LTG, as much as people like to say, oh, he never brings up Phil, complete bullshit. Over the years, he always was bringing me up in a negative light. And now that he's finally getting some back, he can't take it. Like, he's losing his mind. It's hilarious. Like I said,
yes, LTG is losing his mind, you guys.
So we'll talk about that. I have his response.
Don't you see him crashing out on stream every single day?
He hides his content on the internet.
Don't you see him openly responding to DSP in a public format in which everybody can point and laugh? Don't you see that all of the time? Oh, no, you don't? He hides his content and doesn't engage with DSP because he literally doesn't want to fucking deal with him? Huh, crazy. Yeah, but he's seething the whole time, right?
Find it to respond to the guy. I mean, what kind of a fucking creator are you, right? So, yeah, I will.
Someone who's not trying to talk to you?
Somewhat, but you have to understand that this is not the end-all be-all of who I am. It's just me expanding my horizons a bit. It's allowing me to branch out and do social content, which is what I have not done. I've not done social content in a very long time. I need to do that. Keemstar has said it. June, to some extent, just said it in that interview. That branching out and doing things.
Ain't no fucking way.
That's the key today.
That's loud.
To getting over and to getting interest. It's not just about sitting here doing your own thing constantly. I like doing my own thing. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy it. And my longtime fans have been happy with me.
Maybe he likes doing his own thing.
With the way that I did my content. But at this point,
I've decided that we're not going to do that anymore, okay? Everyone else has to decide it with me.
My audience enjoyed my content before. Fuck them, because obviously we have to change the content to be spun in a better way. And by better way, he means doing negative drama style content that he's been hating on for over a decade now. Like, am I following the logic here? This is what he's saying. I'm trying to translate this from pig speak into normal English talk. I still don't understand how that makes sense.
I can't just sit here. It's like I've said for years. I can't just sit here.
Speaking of things that don't make sense, this fucking guy, dude, this Dent Style News Network came through with the 10. I appreciate that. According to a U.S. study, it was found that 80% of barbers keep the hair and make voodoo dolls of their regulars in order to perform occult rituals. Is the Atlas one of those styles? I will tell you, I've never seen her perform any sort of witchcraft or voodoo rituals. So I'm going to have to go with no. What I will tell you, though, is that I do not follow her to her workplace, as I think that's, out of line. And I can't speak to any sort of ritual rooms that are at the hair salon itself. So from my actual information that I have gathered myself, I'm going to go with no. But that's not a concrete.
Playing video games till I die. It ain't going to work. I'm getting older. My right hand is going to increase in carpal tunnel. And eventually, it's going to be very hard for me to play tougher competitive games. I'm only going to probably be able to play more casualized games, right? How am I going to make a living as a content creator. By the way, page 5, you are not a long-term viewer, so you're out of here. I'm just tired of people lying in the chat.
Idiot.
I put up with it for like weeks, and I'm like, all right, I've had enough of this idiot. But
What
no,
did
like,
he even say?
for
Am
me,
I gonna have
as a
to go
content
back?
creator, and
Yeah,
I'm
have to
going
go
doing
back.
this for as long as I can
No.
to make a living. For me to
Page 5 says DSP Gaming. Us long-term fans, dude, are confused by it. It's great you're branching out into new content, but you are gaslighting us by saying you are done with it while you continually create it. Well, that sounds incredibly true to me, actually. It's,
Get outta here,
it's statements
Larper.
like that you could actually see coming from people like Sarah or Jade, you know, your actual longtime viewers who have been supporting you during all of your shit-ass gameplay nobody gave a fuck about. But yes, let's ban this guy. Get out of here, Page 5. You're not even a regular viewer, despite Page 5 being a name that I'm familiar with being in DSP's chat, but apparently he's not.
But no, like, for me, as a content creator, and if
If
I'm
you're
doing this
a member for weeks, you're not a regular member.
I need to change for the better and branch out and do different things. I don't want to constantly be doing drama, but it's a part of everything. It's like a piece of the puzzle, right? That fits this big picture when it's all done at the end of the day. You know, you do some of the drama stuff. You do some collabs that aren't drama, like gameplay and stuff like that. You have some interviews that are more dramatic. You have some interviews that are way less dramatic, that are more, you know, personal, cordial, right? You continue to cover games, right? As I have done over.
It sounds like he thinks that he had all of that planned out, but he said himself that he had no intention of Craig's interview going the way that it did. He had no intention of Keemstar's interview going the way that it did. And by the way that it did, I mean boring as fuck. He had no intention of playing games with the Kino Casino because he even said that playing games is not their forte. How many people are going to tune into that? But now that he's talking about it after the fact, he acts as though this was the plan. This was him branching out. He's doing a bunch of different things, you guys. He thought about this way ahead of everybody else. You guys are just behind the curve, obviously. You're not following his 5D business plans.
The years, maybe it means a few less games here or there, but that's fine because quite frankly, a lot of the games I play are more filler that just don't even do as well anyway. So now I focus a little bit less on the games to do the more variety, right?
Can you let us know which games are filler games before you
other things too? People have been
start?
asking for different kinds of content. When will you talk about this subject? When you do this kind of content? And it all can be made
Guess it's a
possible as long as I'm
mystery.
willing to do it, right? Being stubborn is no longer going to fly, all right? I'm going to
No
listen
way.
to feedback from people like my wife who says, listen, just don't completely change who you are because, you know, you want to be true to yourself. She's right. At the end of the day, though, I need to be willing to change and branch out for the better. And I feel like things have been more interesting, right?
So his wife said, don't change yourself and fall into this drama just for the nonsense money aspect. And he said, yeah, okay, cool. But things have been more interesting. So I'm going to do exactly that. Sound good? Because that's exactly what happened. He just didn't give a fuck what she had to say, I guess, and has continued to do whatever he wants, which is the advice that I would have given him because that's how they pay their fucking bills. And this is his business. It's really not up to her. But still, I don't know why you bothered asking if you're just going to disregard what she had to say.
Right? Okay. There you go. Like people, yeah, go get it. Says I love when you're exposed to the detractors. Don't stop. I'll be honest with you, it's tough, and here's why. I don't want to watch their content. I don't want to go to Duty's channel and watch fucking videos.
Then don't.
I don't want to be watching Memeology's videos. I don't want to hear who's restreaming right now. I don't really care.
Yes,
But
you do.
when they're doing the harmful shit, like literally copy pasting, lifting content without transformatively changing it, that's fucking
Do
illegal.
something
You should
about
put
it
out
then.
When they're literally saying Phil is inciting violence against the CEO.
Yo, what the
Did that.
fuck? Shade Haxor with the 100? That's fucking crazy, bro. That's wild. DSP, listen. Nah, it's just pure cope at this point. DSP will never change. You really couldn't have said anything more true than that. DSP will never change. It doesn't matter what kind of fucking arc he's on. It doesn't matter who he's interacting with or what situation he's put in. He's always going to be the guy. And we're always going to be here to laugh at him. Gag. But thank you a lot for the $100. That is very...
Thank you, Die Trash Man. Can I get a shout out to Ghost and the Luther's AIDS Burger? Shout out to Ghost and the Luther's AIDS Burger. There you go. Thank you, Die Trash Man. Appreciate it.
pretty robust and meaningful to me. I appreciate that.
This stream might have to be a little shorter. I have something to take care of later on. I'm just been editing in the background. You can't see that. Why can't you see that? Device not connected. That's why. That's weird. Just editing in the background this Elden Ring footage while we watch Atlas the Bookkeeper. But let's see. Got maybe 5 minutes, and then we'll watch that Gundam video, and then I'll raid someone else.
Gonna buy so
I'll be back tomorrow, I believe. Why not? Because we got the June on That Being Said tomorrow.
many burritos after the stream. I'm gonna be fatless after this.
Fatless.
They need to be called out. That's the kind of stuff I need to be made aware of. If you guys hear about that shit or see it yourselves, send it my way. That's the kind of shit that we absolutely need
You
to
guys are
expose
right. Baller alert for
and blow
sure.
it
For
open
sure.
on this show every day. That's exactly what we need to do.
Put on the
Call out
vest.
hypocrisy,
I already
call out
took
the
my
bullshit.
shirt off,
They should just get
stupid, when
away
I
with
spilled
doing wrong
coffee
things.
on
There's a difference
it.
between a transformative work, all right, and a work that is literally defamatory, you know, or harmful. I mean, that dude in the video,
No.
he was literally calling his viewers to action, saying to false flag me. In the video, it was outright evidence.
No,
of it
he
right
wasn't.
There. He had it in the description. Here's the video. Here's the timestamp. And then people were actually responding. Yeah, we're gonna go flag him, right?
He didn't
So-
tell people to go flag you.
So there you go.
Now you're lying about him, which is defamation.
Okay, we got some
All
tips
right,
to shout
sounds
out.
good.
Cool,
boss.
dude.
I received a $2 tip.
It's okay when we
this is
do it.
hilarious. People are saying on Twitter
This
the
is
fan
hilarious?
questions are your own and you were afraid to attach your name to them. I read them right from the community post, and they're all
Is
different.
that
You can see it right now.
hilarious?
I literally was reading questions from the community post. You can see it right now on my main page. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
Just because these people are mentally stunted and say dumb shit doesn't make it true. Where do you think I got those from? You could literally see them right now. If you want to know the truth, I changed the phrasing a little bit to make it sound better because some of the phrasing wasn't as clear.
Oh,
So I reworded
okay.
it as I
So
was
he,
reading on
so
the
it
fly. I
wasn't
reworded
word
a
for
couple of
word.
sentences to make it make more, a little bit more sense.
Oh,
But outside of that, that's all I did.
okay.
I had to rephrase the sentences because my audience is too fucking stupid to, formulate a sentence that's coherent. I mean, you got never mind. That's rude. I'm not gonna do that to him. But you know what I'm saying. That's practically what he fucking said. My audience is too stupid to ask a question that actually makes fucking sense. So I had to change it for them, obviously.
So nice try, but that was really stupid. Okay. I received a $10 tip. When will you play and beat Minecraft on hardcore mode with Wings and Boogie? Probably never. I don't even know if or when I would go back to Minecraft. Maybe someday to reminisce about the year and a half that I played it. And see if
God,
there's
I
any
hope
changes.
that's not the fucking case.
I
Could you
don't see
imagine
myself
how
playing
boring
it
those streams would be? The
honestly.
reminiscing
I don't
about
think that
Minecraft
would really matter.
streams?
I think
Fuck's
that
sake, dude.
If ever I was to do something with Wings or Boogie,
Actual
it would not be
shit
playing Minecraft.
content.
Let's put it that way. Okay. Thank you for that. So now, guys, we're at $58 of tips.
Give me more money.
Thank you very much for that. Let's keep it
Oh,
rolling.
That's
Let's
not a
get
bad
Keep it
idea.
rolling.
Right
Check
now,
out the
let's
other
get
some
questions
more.
that they asked.
Lights for someone. Let's get someone new there. All right. To
Get
boost- to
Lazus
boost
off the
software.
fuck off that
Space
screen.
How are we doing right
We
now?
hate him.
265 likes. Let's get that to
post is still
300
up.
likes, everyone. We have over 600 people still on the stream.
Hate him.
Please like the stream if you're enjoying it. Let's get that engagement going. Super chats are pretty good. $40. Wow, 21 gifted memberships. I didn't even realize.
Wow.
Thank you guys for that. So all that's going well. But definitely right now, we want to hit this goal. We want to get the King Streak continuing, right?
Why
Let's
does
just
this
get going,
motherfucker
please, guys. Let's
post
get
so
it going.
much,
I know.
bro?
Here, let me put it this way. I know we're gonna hit it. It's a matter of when and who's gonna get the recognition on the throne.
But
So
then
let's get that
later
going.
you're gonna say you
Okay.
didn't expect it to be
What
hit,
the
even though
real
you
talk, when
just
did
said
he-
you
when did
know
he ask
you're
for
gonna hit
questions
it.
on the community post. Am I regarded? I literally don't see it.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
get
bring it
it.
over here so you guys can see it. Okay, this isn't gonna be a silent style stream, but like, where did he fucking all sorts of MVC shit? I'm looking.
I like all the dead links.
I'm looking for a community post that has comments on it. This is about Black Myth Wukong. I don't give a fuck. Scroll down, down, down. Oh, your questions right here. Okay, let's go. We got it. What do we got? Does June believe he sold the narrative about your WWEC account? Did we ask that? I don't think that we did. Yo, Anamish Fish here. Here's a curveball question. Does June believe in the power of a curse? All right. Is Sonichu Medallion style? Question mark. Matthew here. I know this guy. Big ups. What does he think about Pokemon Skuntank? Yo, that was a question you asked me not that long ago. You really like this Pokemon.
Okay, well, thank you, Atlas the bookkeeper. Let's see. What did Gundam go ahead and add to the Star Wars vid? Let's take a look. Let's take a watch. Gundam! Ah! Oh my god, it's loud. That is loud.
The Disney Star Wars fan is loyal to the Empire, like a stormtrooper. But much like any other progressive, they see themselves as the heroes, even when they're doing villainous things. It began with
The baddies.
Ripley Pod, cutting together a scissor wheel of hatred and bigotry.
A handful of YouTubers have jeopardized the safety of our community and the creatives we love. For too long, the Star Wars fandom demands action. Team YouTube demonetized Nerdrotic, Ryan Kennel, RK Outposts, Geeks and Gamers. Hate should not be a career path.
Ripley
That's
Pod
changed.
decided to go full dustboard and used a cancel/bully skill in combination.
You've been cancelled.
Ah, Dustborn, you were a window into the mind of the modern Twitter progressive.
Let's trigger ourselves.
I'm not sure he realized how inappropriately angled his arm was.
I guess making videos about how bad
Oh,
the Acolyte
no.
was endangering someone, somehow, somewhere, and it all makes sense if you don't think about it.
An alarming number of users are exploiting their platforms to spread hate.
Leslie Jones was subjected to incredibly vicious attacks on Twitter.
I don't say anything I don't believe, but of course I do say things in a way that is going to elicit a response from people.
Sparking outrage, spraying vitriol at many, and helping to legitimize a movement of negativity growing on the internet.
Oh, a movement of negativity.
What a waste. The poor children.
Now, what I don't understand is why does this video include Lisa Jones from Ghostbusters? What's the connection here? The last I heard about this woman, she was complaining that men didn't want to date her.
Leslie Jones has a message for the eligible men out there. We not all crazy, y'all just broke. Leslie Jones said she has been coming across men that can't get hard when it's time to have sex with her. She goes on to say today's generation of men are weak. They have erectile dysfunction.
Daddy, chill.
Okay, so it was worse than I remember. Got it. Milo Yiannopoulos. What the hell does he have to do with Star Wars? He hasn't been relevant like over 10 years. Okay, now
They
we're at
took
the
out my
meat and
clips.
potatoes. Nerdrotic is the devil. Oh no, it's Ryan Kennel. He says mean things.
You've never been oppressed in your goddamn life, you bitch.
Geeks and Gamers. Oh my God. The Gestapo of F&T. And he always wears a hat. Okay, well, here are the 10 demandments from Ripley after adding Team YouTube.
Dear Team YouTube, yada yada yada, Amanda Steinberg, she, they, them. Candid comment on Instagram about the rampage of bigotry and vitriol.
It's hard to miss it considering she said it like 5 times.
Vitriol, and vitriol. Hatred, rampage.
The long and the short of this overly long piece of garbage is basically boo-hoo, Ryan Kennel, and D-Day Cobra and Nerdrotic. They're getting views and making money, and nobody's watching our channels. Nobody really wants to see positive Star Wars stuff because everything that Star Wars has done is stupid. So if you could demonetize them and lower them in the YouTube rankings, people might actually watch us. Thank you very much. They also said they hate black people. That's essentially what this said. But let's get the hell out of here. I'm not reading the rest of this.
Action is required. The fandom refuses to watch another marginalized actor or fan be singled out by prolonged racist harassment from hateful YouTubers as a result of YouTube's inaction, which has transformed hate into a lucrative career path.
My God, this was written by someone totally gay. If you thought The Acolyte sucked and Amanda Steinberg has less range than Keanu Reeves, you're a racist.
You are racist.
That's where we are now. But creating an actual cancellation campaign of targeted harassment while also crying about the guys and screaming that they're villains is the height of cognitive dissonance. Of course, Disney Shield sprang into action to take down more popular content creators.
Kyle Katarn, it's time for you to be part of the solution, Team YouTube. While you continue to allow these channels to be monetized, you are incentivizing hatred and racism.
I remember seeing this guy in a Twitter clip. He's a total Disney shill that no one pays attention to. He got more engagement off of this one tweet than he's gotten off of a month of videos. It'd be like that sometimes.
The fandom menace has run rampant for far too long. Now a flourishing cottage industry of thinly veiled bigots has been able to thrive while making the fandom space a cesspool of hatred. It's time for the YouTube to step up and enforce their TOS.
Uncle Roger's sad now.
Yes, I see. YouTubers are the ones to blame for the apathy towards Star Wars that all of the world is experiencing. It's all because of Nerdrotic, Ryan Kennel, and Geeks and Gamers. Otherwise, people would have loved Rey Skywalker. It's moments like these when Nick Avocado's villain speeches don't sound so crazy, and I begin to understand him. And that's when I worry that I've been doing this for far too long.
Look at all these consumers, all of these lost and bored people consuming anything that they're told to consume.
Molly Damon, or Demon, or whatever. I've spoken at length about all of this in the past, but the only way things get better is if Team YouTube does something to discourage this kind of content. Until then, it will only get worse.
How do you figure? I'm pretty sure Nerdrotic was doing the same thing back when he didn't make any money. Your assessment is wrong. The shows just suck, and people resonate with people saying, yeah, I saw it and it blows ass.
We really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Mind you, they're reporting to the channel the usual static reply. Molly's like, I will report those bigots. They will not get away with what they've done to my Manny.
And then someone tries to speak sense into her, but Western women speaking sense into them only works when they find you attractive or respect you.
I'm pleading with you to take a step back and think about what you're doing. This can very easily get taken to court of law, and lawyer fees are expensive. Have you thought this through properly?
Hell no, she hasn't. Nerdrotic's the devil, dummy. Get with the program. We've gone from occupying Wall Street to protecting billion-dollar companies. That Star Wars girl entered the fray by ratting out Molly.
This person you are replying to is currently a part of a mass hate campaign attempting to deplatform/cancel a bunch of fellow YouTubers because they don't like them, which goes directly against your TOS. If you're going to look into anything, start there.
That will require someone to give a damn, and you know better than anyone, Anna, that they don't care. Unless you're Mr. Beast. Then they love you long time. Molly Damon is from Star Wars Explained, which is another shield channel that doesn't get the views of Nerdrotic, or even Ryan, or Geeks and Gamers. This was never about anything other than power and who gets to use it. That's a line from The Acolyte. It's almost like he watched it. Going through her timeline, it's clear she has a crush on Manny from The Acolyte, like most women who support the show. Good Lord, the thirst is real with this one.
If he comes on to the Acolyte panel, I might just faint. A few more clips of Manny talking about his favorite scenes from the film and The Acolyte, and how fun it was to snap Yord's neck.
What was your favorite scene to act in The Acolyte? You were great on the show, by the way.
Thank you. My favorite scene, so many.
Cool. There's something really weird to me about middle-aged women that have celebrity crushes. It's like, this is fine when you're a teenager or something, but you should grow out of it by the time you're 22.
The worst part about hearing The Acolyte is canceled is that this will absolutely impact my ability to enjoy more new projects for Star Wars. I feel like everything I went through while the show was on was for nothing. I don't enjoy being depressed and cynical about the fandom.
What did you go through? I went through it so much. I saw so many people on my timeline said it sucked. Oh my God, I could barely sleep at night. Manny. Also, she clearly leans far left. So anything near the center is alt-right in her mind. It's probably bigoted too. So basically, she's the typical vote for more of the same to bring about change. Huzzah.
Camilla's serving Mothra realness?
Other than that, her Twitter is a dead zone. Just as dead as her channel. With locked comments to boot. Brave and stunning. I only want to hear from my echo chamber.
Jacob, it's absolutely fine to dislike a certain character or particular story. However, when the hate is mainly rooted in blatant racism, sexism, ableism, and any other form of bigotry, that's when it needs to be addressed and subsequently handled. Freedom of speech is not and never will equate to freedom from consequences, and harassing actors as well as specific individuals simply enjoying the show that have put lots of hard work and dedication into a project will never be okay. I'm glad to know that there are other people sharing this, and I hope that YouTube does act accordingly.
Whatever gay shit he says.
This will go horribly wrong for you guys. No proof of racist or sexist attacks on any of the cast that worked in The Acolyte. You are like the only part of the Star Wars community that sees everything through race, and it's not what it's supposed to be. Star Wars.
The only time you ever hear about someone being a woman or a minority is when progressives start screaming. Oh, he said they suck. Well, it's a woman and she's black, kind of. And it's like, what does that have to do with the fact she can't act? It doesn't create a shield for her as a human being.
You are racist.
Or is she a they, them still? You know, like all these stupid rules you got to play along for some weirdo that has glasses that are so thick. A guy that's never been in a fist fight in his life. I got to hear what he has to say.
I'm sorry, I'm just sick.
None of these events Jacob mentioned took place. This is a tactic of the progressive, trying to string people up on trumped-up charges. It's akin to a cop stopping someone for jaywalking, then arresting them for murder. Of course, YouTube informed the lynch mob that no TOS violation was made, no matter how they squealed online and claimed it was racism. And of course, the progressives went progressively insane after this news, as Master of TDS highlights.
This is not only unjust, it's dangerous. Do better, YouTube. Just today, Geeks and Gamers had a stream that contained the implied sexual assault of a woman as a joke, multiple uses of the R slur, gay used as an insult.
Oh, all the boys love Homo Lulu.
Casual transphobia, and the use of fig as a proxy for the F slur.
Welcome to hanging out with heterosexual men, Jord.
YouTube, I watched a live stream with men that had testosterone in their bodies, and I was mortified. I was simply mortified. There wasn't a segment of Drag Race. Ryan Kendall refused to put on a wig and panties. I vomited in my mouth and pissed my pants. Then someone in chat called me a fig. Thanks for the casual, all lowercase confirmation of your cowardice. I hope you all give yourselves a round of applause in the Team YouTube office today, and then send an email to the advertisers so they know it's okay to say half black biatch and the R slur on your platform, you animals.
This guy is regarded. How do you like that? Is that better for you? I'm not reading the rest of these two. It's already too long and too stupid. They also paid for spam bots to try and make it seem like a bigger issue than it was. It didn't work. Ripley Pod threw a tiny tantrum after this came out.
This is an admission that you have not reviewed our concerns, proven by saying this video when there were 10 videos in the question. However, thank you for confirming your inability to take safety seriously. You and your advisors will be hearing more from us soon.
I hope they do more stupid shit and then it turns into a lawsuit and they get raked over the coals.
Additionally, I would like to point out that Team YouTube, that nobody in the Star Wars fandom has requested select videos be removed, simply that a handful of YouTube channels should be demonetized. The lack of clarity in your response to address our real concern is appalling.
Get a life, bro. This is such a nothing burger. There's so much worse stuff going on in the world than someone telling you your favorite Star Wars show is garbage. The Dying from the Bed epilogue. By September 9th, it was obviously clear that the canceled Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, etc. movement just wasn't flying. And it was also very clear that the people involved broke TOS themselves. To cover their asses, they pretended to give a damn, essentially.
The amount of backpedaling here is hilarious. You're a pathetic liar who participated in a targeted harassment campaign set on destroying other content creators' livelihoods. You're just embarrassed. You got caught, called out, and they have grounds to take legal action against you. Grow up and get help. You seriously need it.
What I love about that Star Wars girl is like she does this all day. She just fights with people. Someone gives me some sort of trouble, I shrug it off. I'm like, I got better things to do than to argue with you on Twitter all day. I'm killing it. I'm winning.
Interviews, hard-hitting journalism.
Thank you for all your love and support over the past few days. It really means a lot. I never started any sort of campaign. I just agreed and shared 2 images that were created and shared first by another podcast. But guess wanted to remain anonymous. All of this. Love y'all.
Come on, girl. We got the screen caps. Don't play. You literally told YouTube you would help report these videos. You got, sister. But they won't do anything because YouTube don't care enough. And we should all thank God for it.
Anyway, I had a great workout today.
The most lame, basic middle-aged woman thing to say. Like, I'm middle-aged, but I'm in good shape because I had such a good workout, like we're her simps or something. We're like, oh my God, Molly, tell me about how the sweat just rolled up your tummy.
The weather is finally cooling off, and the pumpkin spice is flowing. Nothing can ruin oh, God, my fall vibes. It's the season for giving. I'm going to be right next to Mr. Medicare. It also reflected on Star Wars Explained Social Blade page. It's clear that they're hemorrhaging followers. Pretty soon, they're going to have less subscribers than me, which I'm pretty sure for them would be a massive blow to the ego children. Ripley Pod was hoping to recreate the outrage Carlos Maza once pulled off in 2018, creating an apocalypse that only hurt small-time YouTube content creators such as myself because a gay man's feelings were hurt, and he wanted to remove the ability for Steven Crowder to make money. And the fact that other people were damaged by it didn't matter to him because he was a rich communist. Pretty typical. Champagne socialist, am I right? It's 2024 Twitter. It's no longer run by people not fit to manage their own lives, let alone decide the outcome of events for normal human beings that know their gender. We are no longer walking through life with blindfolds on, believing every asshole that screams, he's a racist. Just because you don't like something or someone, it doesn't make them a bigot or a villain. It makes them different. And that's a fact of life that you will have to come to grips with, or you're going to have a pretty bumpy ride till the day you die. I'd rather go out with a smile on my face than miserable 24/7, believing everyone is a cartoonish villain.
Much appreciated. Let's see. What are the comments saying? Are they liking this? As we see who to raid. They are hiding because they are afraid of Anakin's wrath. After all, he did blow up the Death Star and killed all those people. Reminds me of that tragedy. Don't be pawns for corporations. They don't care about you. When the girl says, we're not crazy, nod and smile while carefully backing towards the door. Oh my god, when Galadriel and Frodo blew up the Death Moon, it was a war crime. Like when Israel attacked the Palestinians. Star Wars superfan. It's pretty good. My lightsaber ain't throbbing, and I blame Leslie Jones. Some of these comments are great. 10 Demandments. I have to steal that. The 10 Demandments. Yeah, I didn't really notice that. Bunch of great comments. What are the latest ones? Sort by newest. I like how they throw thinly veiled in as a descriptor in front of everything they accuse people of, since they can't outright point to anything specifically that normal people would take as evidence. You just have to trust their highly tuned senses to perceive what you can't see. How are you doing health-wise? He's got the coof. Gundam has the coof, and so he can't do, can't send me things right at the moment, but that's okay. That's okay. I could use a little bit of a break anyways. Let's see. We got Ann Person. Lovely costume. I need to be able to... I need to ask for that at some point so I can add more costumes to it. Unmute.
That's all we gotta do.
He's gonna play some video games.
Oh, nice. I can't tell if I'm just lagging.
Uh-oh.
Or if it was all that nonsense. Network side.
Wi-Fi.
It's using up all of my,
I have something to take care of, and then I'll nap for the rest of the day.
It's calming the fuck down.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Hello, Ann. I'm dropping the hello and lurk before I get to my errands. All right, well, big ups. Hello, Sweet Bean. Hopefully you've been having a good day. Hopefully you're going to have a good day doing your errands. I know that can
We're gonna have a big day tomorrow.
Made
a good blood guide your way. Thank you, Lonely Soul. Thank you, Deathcore Lover.
Required daily part
Thank you
of
to
a
the
normal
people who
human's
resubbed.
ritual. So I'm glad that you're taking care of the errands. If you didn't, you wouldn't be considered a human, or at least by some people's standards. Something like that. I think we now need to play American Truck Simulator. Not now. It will eventually happen. Because it was part of the summer fucking Steam sale, so it is part of the queue of things I gotta play before I die. There's a lot of things I gotta play. One of which is currently in the making.
It's true!
And that's going to be a customized version